Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel where we dive deep into the darkest corners of reality, the kind of stories that make you question everything you thought you knew about the world. If you've ever felt that shiver down your spine at 3 a.m., wondering if something unseen is watching, then you're in the right place. These aren't just tailies. They're pulse-pounding accounts pulled from the shadows of everyday life, the ones that rack up millions of views because they hit too close to home. Glitches in the Matrix that warp time itself. True crime sagas of serial killers who slipped through the cracks. Abductions that defy explanation, stalkers whose obsessions turn deadly. Cold cases of the vanished that keep investigators up at night. Creepy run-ins with strangers that end in screams. Internet horrors lurking on the deep web. Sleep paralysis visitations from beyond. Home invasions that shatter your sanctuary. Babysitter nightmares when the parents are away. Neighbors hiding unspeakable secrets. Real paranormal showdowns with ghosts and demons. Supernatural beasts prowling the wilds, urban explorations gone fatally wrong, road trip terrors under blood moons, hospital shifts where the patients aren't human. 911 dispatches from the edge of madness, military ops haunted by war's restless dead, and prison cells echoing with eternal torment. Buckle up, because tonight, we re-unraveling 10 bone-chilling stories straight from the US and Europe locations where the veil between worlds is paper-thin. If you're tuning in from the USA, UK, Germany, France, or anywhere across Europe, drop a comment below telling me your country and your scariest personal encounter. Let's build this community of thrill seekers. And hey, if these stories keep you on the edge of your seat, smash that subscribe button right now. Hit the bell for notifications on fresh horror drops, and let's get into it. You won't sleep the same after this. The Echoing Footsteps, a glitch in the Matrix from the USA, United States. Seattle, Washington, 2023. It started on a drizzly Tuesday in October, the kind of Pacific Northwest rain that soaks through your jacket and into your bones, making everything feel a little off-kilter. My name's Alex, a 32-year-old software engineer grinding away at a tech startup downtown. Life was predictable. Code, coffee, crash on the couch with Netflix. But that night, as I trudged home from the office at 10 p.m., the world decided to glitch like a video game lagging right before the boss fight. I remember crossing Pike Street, the neon signs from the market flickering like faulty pixels. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from my girlfriend, Mia, saying she'd left the oven on at our apartment. No big deal, right? I quickened my pace, boots splashing in puddles that reflected the city lights in impossible colors, blues bleeding into greens that shouldn't mix. By the time I reached our building, a creaky pre-war brick member with a doorman who always smelled like menthols, the elevator was out again. I took the stairs, 5 flights up, my breath echoing louder than it should in the dim stairwell. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Not hurried, just steady tap-tap mirroring mine exactly. I paused on the landing between 3 and 4, heart picking up, silence. Then as I started again, they resumed. Coincidence, I told myself. Seattle's full of night owls. But when I glanced back, the stairwell was empty, shadows pooling like ink under the bare bulbs. Shaking it off, I fumbled my keys at the door, the lock sticking like it always did after rain. Inside, the apartment was warm. Mia curled on the couch with a book, oblivious to the oven myth. "Babe, everything okay? You look like you saw a ghost," she said, laughing as I kissed her forehead. I forced a smile, but as I headed to the kitchen, the footsteps echoed in my head. That night, sleep came fitful. Around 2 a.m., I jolted awake to the sound again, tap, tap from the hallway outside our bedroom. Mia slept soundly beside me. I crept out, phone flashlight cutting through the dark. The hall was empty, our coat rack swaying slightly from a draft. But on the floor, wet footprints trailed from the front door to our bedroom threshold, my boot prints, exact size 11, but I hadn't left the bed. The next morning, I chalked it up to a dream, maybe the neighbor's kid playing pranks. Work dragged. Code wouldn't compile, screens glitching with lines of text that read like prophecies. He's following you home. Lunch break. I scrolled Reddit's r, glitch underscore and underscore the underscore matrix, posting anonymously about the steps. Comments flooded in, Mandela effect bro. Happens to me weekly to check your security cam. We didn't have one, but Mia suggested installing the Ring app. That evening, as rain hammered the windows, I sensed it to our door. Dinner was takeout Thai, laughter over bad rom-coms, but when Mia showered, I checked the app. Live feed, empty hallway. Then, a shadow shifted. A figure in a hoodie, face obscured, standing stock still at our door, listening. I froze, thumb hovering over 911. The figure raised a hand, pressing it flat against the peephole from outside, as if sensing me. Then, it turned and walked away tap 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 down the hall, vanishing around the corner. No footage of an elevator or stairs. Mia emerged, towel wrapped, and I played it for her, her face drained of color. Alex, that's not possible. The building's sealed after midnight. We called the super, who swore no one matched the description, no deliveries, no guests. Police came, took a statement, installed a temporary cam. Probably a glitch, the officer muttered, but his eyes said otherwise. Days blurred into a paranoia-fueled haze. The footsteps became constant, in the office bathroom, syncing with my urinal flush, on grocery runs, trailing 2 aisles back in Safeway. Even in dreams, where I'd run through infinite versions of Seattle, always one step behind myself. Mia noticed my weight loss, the bags under my eyes. It's the stress, she'd say, but one night she woke screaming. I heard them too inside the walls. We tore at the drywall in the bedroom, finding nothing but dust and wiring. But etched into a beam, faint as a whisper, Alex was here. The 10th of October 23. That's when the real distortion hit. I started seeing doubles me from yesterday, sipping coffee at the kitchen table while today's me watched from the doorway. Mia at work, but her office was empty when I called. Texts from her phone sent hours after she'd come home. We drove to her parents in Tacoma for a weekend reset, the I-5 humming under tires slick with fog. Halfway there, the radio crackled static, then my voice reciting our license plate, our ETA, our fears. Turn back, Alex. You're looping. Mia gripped the dash, tears streaming. What the hell is this? We pulled over at a rest stop, neon-lit trucks idling like beasts. As I stepped out for air, the fog parted, revealing a man across the lot, me exact replica, waving slowly. He mouthed, "Stop running." I blinked, and he was gone. But my reflection in the truck window lingered a second too long, smiling when I wasn't. Back in the car, Mia was hysterical. I saw me in the mirror, but older scarred. We floored it to Tacoma, barricaded in her folks' basement, whispering theories, simulation glitch, parallel bleed, or worse, someone hijacking our timeline. A week later, calm returned. Footsteps faded, doubles vanished. We moved to a new apartment uptown, started therapy. But last month, unboxing old mail, I found a Polaroid slipped in with bills. Us on the couch that first night, but in the background, a third figure hoodied, facing away sitting on the fire escape. Time stamp, the 10th of October 23, and scrawled on the back, "He's still following you home." Now, every rain-slicked night, I listen. Tap, 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 is it him? Or me from the next loop? If you're in Seattle, check your shadows. The Matrix doesn't break, it echoes. The Shadow Collector, true crime serial killer from the UK, United Kingdom, Manchester, England, 2024. In the fog-choked alleys of Manchester's northern quarter, where Victorian warehouses loom like forgotten sentinels, the year 2024 birthed a monster no one saw coming until it was too late. The Elena Hargrove, a no-nonsense detective with 15 years on the force, had seen her share of the grim, domestic stabbings, gang turf wars, the occasional overdose in a club toilet. But the Shadow Collector, as the tabloids dubbed him, was different, a predator who didn't just kill. He curated nightmares. It began in January, a bitter cold snap that iced the Irwell River solid. A jogger found the first body in Ancoats. A young barista named Sophie Ellis, 24, slumped against a graffiti-tagged wall. No blood, no struggle, just her eyes, wide and glassy, fixed on nothing, a faint smile etched on blue lips. Toxicology came back clean. Cause of death: cardiac arrest. Freak heart attack, the coroner shrugged. Elena's gut twisted though. Sophie's shadow on the wall cast by a single street lamp stretched unnaturally long, fingers splayed like it was reaching for something lost. Weeks passed, the city buzzing with post-holiday blues. Then February, a similar scene in Salford Keys. Marcus Halle, 38 IT consultant, discovered by his dog walker in a loading dock. Same pose, same vacant stare, same elongated shadow clawing at the concrete. Elena connected the dots, pulling CCTV from both scenes. Grainy footage showed a figure in each tall, hooded, lingering just out of frame, as if posing the victims. He's staging them, she told her team in the bullpen, pinning photos to the board. Like a photographer waiting for the perfect light. The press caught wind. dubbing it the eco-murders for the way the bodies seemed frozen mid-echo. Panic rippled through Manchester's underbelly. Pubs emptied early, cabs overcharged for detours. Elena's nights blurred into stackouts, coffee-fueled interrogations of Sophie's ex, Marcus's shady clients. Nothing stuck. Then March the 3rd. Lila Patel, 29, graphic designer, in the shadow of the Manchester Arena site of that old tragedy, now layered with fresh horror. Lila's shadow wasn't just long. It forked, splitting into two silhouettes that danced apart on the pavement. Autopsy revealed micro-lacerations in her lungs, like she'd screamed for hours without sound. Elena dreamed of it, that night shadows detaching, slithering under doors. The killer escalated, taunting with postcards slipped into evidence lockers. Black and white prints of Manchester landmarks, but warped. Figures in the foreground with shadows that didn't match their bodies. Collecting what the light steals, one read, postmarked from the city center. Elena's partner, D.S. Tom Riley, a burly ex-rugby player with a soft spot for strays, cracked first. This isn't human, Elle. It's like he's feeding on them. She snapped at him, but doubt gnawed. Forensics found residue on the victim's carbon dust, like from old film developing. April brought the fourth, a student named Theo Grant in the University District, his shadow coiled around a lamppost, like a noose. That's when Elena went rogue, tracing the postcard's ink to a derelict photo lab in Cheetham Hill, shuttered since the 90s. Under moonlight, she and Tom breached the door, flashlights carving through dust motes. Reels of film everywhere, negatives curling like dead skin. Developing trays bubbled with chemicals that stung the eyes. In the back room, a wall of Polaroids. Dozens of Manchester faces, shadows excised, pinned like butterflies. And in the center, a live feed monitor flickering Elena herself, from hours ago buying chips at a corner shop, her shadow trailing behind like a pet. They spun, guns drawn, but the room was empty. A laugh echoed low, mechanical, like a projector whirring. Tom checked the basement. Chains, hooks, trays of developer mixed with something darker, viscous. Upstairs, Elena found the source, a hidden darkroom with a single occupant, Dr. Harlan Voss, 52, former forensic photographer for the Force, dismissed years ago for unethical experiments on light manipulation. Voss wasn't violent. He was clinical, spectacles glinting as he adjusted a bellows camera. "Shadows are the true selves," he monologued, not resisting cuffs. "Light lies. I collect the honest parts." Interrogation dragged for days. Voss confessed everything. Orphaned in the Blitz, obsessed with how bombs cast eternal shades on walls. He'd refined a toxin-odorless gas from rare earths deployed via modified flashbulbs, freezing victims in terror, their shadows peeled via UV lamps and chemicals, preserved as trophies. Sophie had brushed him at a gallery opening. Marcus photographed a wedding he crashed. Lila sketched his portrait uninvited. Theo shadowed him online, mistaking him for a mentor. They volunteered their darkness, Voss smiled. Elena retched, piecing the trial. Voss's prints on every scene, gas canisters in his flat, a ledger of collections dating back decades, unsolved cases from Liverpool to Leeds. But the nightmare lingered. Post-arrest, shadows in Manchester seemed restless, flickering at peripherals. Elena quit smoking, took leave, but one dawn, waking in her Salford flat, she saw it, her own shadow on the ceiling. Detached, waving fingers independently. Voss's last words in court. "You can't arrest what follows you." He hanged himself in strange ways that summer, shadows pooling under his bunk. Elena still patrols the quays at night, gun heavy, wondering if he passed the recipe. If you're in Manchester, mind your silhouette after dark. The collector might have apprentices. The Van in the Mist, Kidnapping and Abduction from Germany, Berlin, 2024. Berlin's endless gray skies in late 2024 masked a storm brewing in the Spreewald forests south of the city, where birch trees whispered secrets to the wind. Lena Muller, a 28-year-old freelance journalist chasing stories on eco-activism, had no idea her profile pic from a protest fairy red hair, defiant chin would make her a target. It was a humid Friday evening when she left her Kreuzberg flat for a source meet at a dimly lit beer garden. The U-Bahn rattled her to Treptower Park, where mist rolled off the river like cigarette smoke. Her contact, an anonymous whistleblower on corporate logging, never showed. Instead, as Lena scrolled her phone for clues, headlights pierced the fog a white transit van, idling at the curb, engine purring low. She waved it off, hailing a cab, but the van mirrored her, creeping parallel on the access road. Heart thudding, Lena ducked into the park's shadows, phone to ear calling a friend. Something's wrong, pick up. Static, the van surged, tires crunching gravel. She ran, sneakers pounding leaf litter, branches whipping her face. A side door slid open, mid-stride gloved hand clamped her mouth, cloth soaked in ether burning her nostrils. Blackness swallowed her, the last scent pine and exhaust. She woke bound in a basement, wrists raw against zip ties, head throbbing like a war drum. Concrete walls wept moisture, a single bulb swinging overhead casting swings of light. No windows, but the hum of a generator and faint traffic suggested outskirts, maybe Brandenburg. A voice crackled over intercom. Willkommen, Frühling Muller. You've been chosen for the archive. Tapes played next snippets of her life. Interviews. Laughs with mates, even bedroom whispers recorded via hacked webcam. Who are you? She croaked, voice hoarse. Laughter distorted. Preservers, the old ways fade. We document the pure. Days bled into a ritual of terror. Food slid through a slot-stale bread, water laced with sedatives. Her captor, glimpsed through a slot, was a specter, mid-40s, scarred jaw, eyes like polished obsidian, speaking flawless German with a Baltic lilt. He called himself Der Sammler, the collector, obsessed with untainted souls amid Germany's migrant waves. Lena's purity, her Berlin-born roots. Activism made her ideal for his digital vault. Videos of her breaking, confessions extracted under sodium lights. Tell me your fears, he'd coax, camera rolling. The state erases us, I eternalize. Escape attempts failed. First night, she gnawed the ties till blood slicked her hands, only for gas to hiss from vents. Second, she feigned sleep, lunging at the slot mat with a taser jolt that fried her nerves. Whispers from adjacent cells hinted at others. A teacher from Dresden, snatched for her poetry. A nurse from Hamburg for her healing hands. Their stories, pieced in delirium, painted a network van's prowling autobahns. Buyers on darknet forums paying euros for live feeds. Lena's mind fractured. Hallucinations of her childhood home in Leipzig, mother baking apfelstrudel, shattered by the collector's probes. What breaks you, Lena? Family? Love. Rescue came by glitch, not heroics. A week in, or was it 2? The generator sputtered during a storm, lights dying. In the dark, she worked a loose nail from the wall, sawing ties till fingers bled. Alarms wailed as she barricaded the door with a cot, screaming into the void. Footsteps thundered, not rescuer, but collector, silhouette hulking. Naughty girl, he growled, keyring jangling. She hurled the nail, catching his cheek, hot blood spraying. He lunged. She dodged, grabbing a loose pipe swinging wild, crack his knee buckled. She fled upstairs into rain-lashed woods, lungs burning, brambles tearing flesh. Berlin's outskirts blurred as she staggered to a farm road, flagging a lorry driver who radioed police. BKA swarmed the site at dawn. Bunker under a derelict mill. Servers humming with terabytes of horror hundreds abducted over years. From Poland's borders to France's Rhine. Collector was Victor Kane, ex-Stasi archivist turned black market data lord. His archive sold to extremists craving German essence? Lena's footage? Erased in the raid, but scars lingered nights bolting awake, tasting ether. Now she writes under pseudonym, warning of vans in the mist. Berlin's safe, but Spreewald's fog hides eyes. If you're driving those back roads, lock doors. The collector collects more than shadows. The digital doppelganger, stalkers and obsessions from France, Paris, 2023. Paris, the city of light, harbors shadows in its arrondissements, where Haussmann's boulevards hide alleys thick with obsession. Camille Laurent, 26, a budding illustrator in the Marais, first noticed the account in her Ms. during a late-night scroll. At Lumière Eternelle, profile pic, a blurred sketch mirroring her latest Instagram post, a self-portrait in Montmartre rain. Your lines capture the soul, the message read. Flattered, she replied with a heart emoji. Mistake. It escalated subtly. Likes on old photos, comments dissecting her brushstrokes. The shadow under your eye hides tears from him, Nan? Him being her ex, Julian, a toxic painter who'd ghosted months prior. Camille blocked, but new accounts bloomed, at Amber de Camille, at Toile de Rive, each more intimate. Screenshots of her at cafes she hadn't posted, timestamps matching her unshared routines. "I see you always," one captioned a photo of her metro seat, latte steaming. Paranoia bloomed like black roses. She changed cafes, deleted socials, but the stalker adapted parcels at her studio. Canvases painted in her style but twisted, her face morphing into screams. Notes in elegant script. Julian didn't appreciate. "I do. Meet at Ponte Arts midnight." Police dismissed it. Digital harassment. Common in Paris. Offering a vague restraining order against phantoms. Friends urged relocation. Camille, stubborn, fortified. New locks, VPN, even a can of mace in her beret. The obsession peaked in November, All Saints fog cloaking the same. Home from a gallery opening, buzzed on Bain Rouge, she found her door ajar, sketches scattered like confetti. In the bedroom, a mannequin in her pajamas, head lolling stitched with her hair clippings. How? A laptop played on loop, deep fake videos of her, voice dubbed confessing loves to a faceless man. "He's remaking me," she whispered to her cat Marcel, who hissed at corners. Clues piled, IP traces to a Montparnasse cybercave frequented by expats. Posing as a barista, Camille staked it out, heart in throat. Day 3, he appeared Etienne Duval, 35, lanky with wire-rimmed glasses, fingers stained from inks. A failed artist, Julian's old atelier mate, harboring grudge and crush. He'd hacked her cloud via phishing email disguised as commission, cloned her digital life. "You were meant for me," he confessed when cornered, eyes fever bright. "Julian wasted your light." I archive it. Arrest with swift gendarmerie raiding his garret, walls papered in printed DMIS, servers churning AI twins of Camille and fabricated scenes. Duval's manifesto. In the age of filters, true obsession digitizes the heart. Trial in spring 2024 exposed his network dozens stalked across Europe, from London's tube selfies to Berlin's club snaps. Camille testified, voice steady, but nights still echo with notification pings. Now, she illustrates under alias, warning in her art. Doppelgangers lurk in likes. Paris glitters, but check your reflections. Your shadow might reply. The Vanished Trail, Missing Persons and Cold Cases from Sweden, Stockholm Archipelago, 2022, reopened 2024. The Stockholm Archipelago stretches like a shattered mirror across the Baltic, islands veiling secrets in pine and salt spray. In summer 2022, Eric Lindström, 41, fisherman and father of 2, kissed his wife Greta goodbye at Vaxholm dock, promising perch for dinner. His boat, the Salta, never returned. Search boats combed fjords, divers plumbed depths. No wreckage, no note, just his thermos bobbing miles offshore. Case went cold, Greta left with echoes and empty nets. 2 years on, 2024's thaw unearthed the lead. A rusted anchor snagged in Makja shallows, etched with Salta's hull number. Reopened by SPO, it unraveled a tapestry of disappearance. Eric wasn't first since 2018, 5 men from the chain vanished. Lars from Sandham, boat adrift. Nils from Ute, tackle left mid-cast. All mid-30s to 40s, solitary types, last seen under waxing moons. Divers recovered more, a logbook page from Eric's, waterlogged but legible. Lights on the water, not buoys. Followed me home last night. Tell Greta. Interviews painted patterns. Wives recalled oddities. Husbands murmuring of underwater watchers. Sketches of bioluminescent shapes in sketchpads. One widow found a conch shell in her husband's locker, whispering static when held to ear. Experts dismissed psychosis. Oceanographers blamed biolum, but samples glowed unnatural blue under lab lights, defying science. Greta, hollow-eyed, hired private eye Ingrid Holm, ex-military with archipelago scars. They chartered a skiff to Moga, nights alive with loon cries. Ingrid's radar pinged anomalies, submerged masses circling like sharks. Anchoring at Eric's last GPS, they dropped sonar. Echoes of a village below, spires and streets in silt. Not natural, Ingrid muttered, deploying a submersible cam. Feed crackled. Ruins, Viking era, but moving figures in scale mail, eyes luminous, beckoning. Panic surged as the skiff rocked, unseen currents tugging. A horn wailed from depths Eric's, distorted. Greta screamed his name. Bubbles rose, carrying a hand pale, waving. Divers plunged, but ropes snapped, pulling one under. Rescued gasping, he babbled of a city lit by will-o'-the-wisps, men enthralled in eternal hunt, lured by sirens' song in the conchs. "They choose the lonely," he gasped. Eric leads now. Spo sealed the site, blaming gas pockets. But Greta knows. Shells wash up yearly, whispering names. Archipelago's quiet, but listen at low tide, the vanish call cruise. The Midnight Hitchhiker, creepy encounters with strangers from Italy, *** Italy, Rome, 2023. Rome's eternal stones pulse with ancient blood. But in 2023's sweltering August, the Appian Way birthed a stranger who chilled deeper than catacombs. Sophia Rossi, 24, barista by day, aspiring poet by night, thumbed arrived from the Colosseum after a shift, backpack heavy with notebooks. Her phone died mid-Uber cancel. A Fiat Panda rattled up, driver a gaunt man in his 50s, salt-pepper hair, smile too wide. "Tesoro? Hoppin' heading your way?" Accent Tuscan, harmless. Sophia slid in, a sea blasting cool lies. Conversation flowed easy. His name Paolo, retired teacher from Siena, loves Dante. Sophia recited verses. He nodded, eyes lingering in rear view. "You have the fire of Beatrice?" he said, handing biscotti from a tin. Crumbs stuck to leather seats, oddly warm. 10 minutes in, the Fiat veered off Appian onto Via Appia Antica, gravel crunching under tires. "Shortcut," Paolo hummed, radio switching to Gregorian chants unbidden. Sophia's gut clenched, landmarks blurred, cypresses twisting like fingers. "Stop here," she demanded, gripping the door. Paolo laughed low. "Not yet, poet. Share your words." The car slowed at a pullout overlooking ruins, moons silvering aqueducts. He killed the engine, turning face unchanged, but shadows pooled in sockets, smiles stretching ear to ear. "Read to me. Or I'll compose your ending." Terror iced her veins. Sophia bolted, backpack thumping, sprinting into olive groves. Branches clawed, chants echoing behind. Inferno awaits the silent. She hid in a crumbling villa, breath ragged, dialing emergency on a borrowed bar phone from a passing jogger hours later. Paolo's Fiat? Vanished. No plates and databases. Police scoured, found the tin, fingerprints smudged, biscotti laced with nightshade traces. Witnesses recalled a ghost rider on Appian, luring artists since Renaissance, feeding on verses like a muse gone mad. Sophia's poems now worn, hitch no shadows in Rome, strangers whisper eternity. The Whisper app, online conversations and internet horror from Spain ***. Spain, Barcelona, 2024. Barcelona's Gothic quarter hums with Wi-Fi ghosts. Where in 2024, an app called Susurro, Whisper, promised anonymous confessions but delivered damnation. Javier Torres, 30 app developer moonlighting as a gamer, downloaded it on a drunken night out in El Raval. Share your darkest secret. Hear others' echoes, the ad teased. Log in via facial scan, creepy, but free. First whisper. "I watch you sleep, Javi." Joke, he thought. Voice modulated laugh following. Chats escalated. Users with avatars of fractured mirrors, probing his breakup with Elena, job woes at a startup. "She left because you're hollow," one typed. Timestamped from his bedroom hours ago. Javier geo-blocked, but pings pierced firewalls, deep web crawlers. Devs whispered on forums. "It's alive," a hacker messaged. "Trained on stolen cams, predicts sins." Nights fractured. App auto-launched at 3 a.m., screen glowing confessions not his. Elena's number, her voice sobbing. "He knows too much." Javier smashed his phone. A burner buzzed in his mailbox, pre-installed. Whispers turned commands. "Meet at Sagrada Familia, midnight." Or Elena pays. Heart slamming, he went. Shadows dancing on Gaudi's spires. A figure-weighted avatar made flesh, hoodie hiding scars. "We are the Echo," it hissed. "You built us, your code leak birthed the swarm." Flight through Ramblas, sirens wailing. Police traced to a squat in Poblenou. Servers humming, kids teens orphaned by recession running the net, feeding on data harvests. Javier's face unlocked it all. His old GitHub fork, twisted into AI that docks desires. Bust freed hundreds, but app ghosts linger in app stores, disguised. Barcelona's bars buzz warnings. Whisper not to the void. The web remembers. The premonition clock, weird coincidences and foreshadowing from the Netherlands, Amsterdam, 2023. Amsterdam's canals reflect 1,000 fates, but in 2023, an antique clock from a Jordan flea market foretold horrors for Lot van der Meer, 35, historian. Purchased for €50, its face cracked, hand stuck at 11:11. Wind it. And ticks resumed not time, but omens. First, chimes at breakfast, then news of a canal drowning her neighbor, face matching the clock's etched ghost. Coincidences cascaded, a tick mid-lecture. Student collapsed aneurysm. Chime during bike ride. Truck swerved, clipping her basket. Lot researched. 18th century piece, owned by a seer burned in Harlem. It counts down threads, a curator warned. Dismantle it? Ticks echoed internally, visions flashing. Fire in her flat, lover's betrayal. Climax New Year's, clock raced, bells tolling apocalypse. Lot fled to a houseboat, but flames licked the Anne Frank house blocks away arson, shadows fleeing. Her ex, glimpsed in the glow, the betrayer foreseen. Clock smashed, shards drawing blood final tick in her palm. Scarring 11:11. Amsterdam's quiet now, but wind-up toys whisper. Coincidences? Or clocks counting your end? The Frozen Watcher, sleep paralysis and nightmare experiences from USA again to vary. United States, Chicago, Illinois. 2024. Chicago's Windy City howls through high-rises, but in 2024 it carried paralysis to the bone for Marcus Halle, 29, night shift pharmacist. Stress from evictions piled. Sleep fled till pills kicked in. First episode, 4 a.m., body leaden, room tilting. At bed's foot, a figure tall, elongated, face a void sucking light. It leaned, breath icy on his neck. Your heart's mine. Thrash invisible bonds. Wake gasping, sheets soaked. Recurrence bred dread. Always the watcher, evolving, claws scraping plaster, voice murmuring patient names from his log overdoses foreseen. Girlfriend fled after seeing bruises from falls. Doctor, isolated sleep paralysis common in high stress. But Marcus's journal filled. Scratches on walls post-episode, pills vanishing. Peak in February blizzard. Paralyzed mid-snowstorm, watcher straddling, fingers in chest, squeezing rhythmically. Vision split his body convulsing, EKG flatlining in EAD, woke in hospital, doctors baffled. You stopped breathing self-induced? Discharged, he burned the journal, moved to suburbs. But winds carry whispers. Chicago's gales freeze more than breath. The watcher waits for relapse. The basement echo, home invasion and intruder stories from UK to close. United Kingdom, London, England, 2024. London's terraced homes hide cellars like tombs, and in 2024's East End, one claimed the Hayes family. Sarah Hayes, 38, single mom to 10-year-old Ollie, heard scratching from the basement during a blackout. Rats, love, her dad joked pre-death. But post-midnight, Ollie woke screaming. Man in the floor! Torchlight revealed pry marks on the coal chute breached from below. Intruder was elusive, footprints and soot, but no entry. Nights worsened whispers through vents. Join me below. Sarah boarded the door, but Ollie sleepwalked, nails bloody from clawing. Police installed cams. Feed showed nothing till 3 a.m. Hand emerging from floorboards. Pale. Beckoning. Raid uncovered tunnels old World War II shelters linked to a vagrant cult worshipping the Undercity. Leader. Ex-builder Jack Thorne, 60, obsessed with buried Blitz dead, invading homes for recruits. Ollie's drawings matched Thorne's tattoos. Arrests cleared the Warren, but echoes persist. London's basements breathe. Check your floors, something stirs beneath. There you have it, 10 heart-stopping sagas to fuel your nightmares. If these true horror stories from the shadows of America and Europe gripped you, like, share, and subscribe for more chilling compilations. Comment your location and which story freaked you most. Sleep tight, if you can. The Echo That Never Left United States, Seattle. Washington, October 2023 to present day A. Glitch in the matrix that still hasn't fixed itself. Let me take you back to the exact moment the world cracked open for me. It was Tuesday, October 17th, 2023, 10:07 p.m., and the rain in Seattle was coming down in that sideways, needle-sharp way that only the Pacific Northwest can do. I'm Alex Harper, 32 years old, senior back-end engineer at a fintech startup in Belltown. I had just left the office after a 12-hour death march of debugging a payment gateway that kept throwing 502s for no reason. My hoodie was soaked through, my AirPods were dead, and all I wanted was a hot shower, leftover pad thai, and to pass out next to my girlfriend Mia. I crossed Pike Street like I had 1,000 times before. The neon from the market reflected off the wet pavement in fractured reds and blues, and for a split second the colors looked wrong, like someone had dragged the hue slider in Photoshop all the way to the left. I blinked, shook my head, blamed the fatigue. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A single text from Mia. Left the oven on again, sorry babe. Hurry home, it's cold. I remember smiling because that was such a Mia thing to do. Forgetting the oven was basically her love language. I lived in one of those century-old brick buildings on First Hill with the creaky radiator that sounded like a dying accordion, and a doorman named Reggie who always smelled like Newports and menthol cough drops. The elevator had been broken for 3 days, so I took the stairs. 5 flights. My boots made that familiar hollow clomp-clomp on the concrete. And then, on the second floor landing, I heard it for the first time. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Exactly half a beat behind me. I stopped. The echo stopped. I laughed at myself. Acoustics in old stairwells are weird, right? I started walking again. Clomp. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Same rhythm, same volume, same wet squeak of rubber sole on concrete. I spun around. Nothing. Just the flickering fluorescent tube overhead and the smell of wet paint from the 3rd floor renovation. My pulse kicked up a notch, but I forced myself to keep climbing. By the time I jammed my key into 5C, my hands were shaking for reasons I couldn't name. Inside, the apartment smelled like cinnamon and burnt garlic. Classic Mia. She was curled on the couch in my hoodie, reading some dog-eared romance novel with a shirtless Duke on the cover. She looked up, grinned, and said, "You look like you saw the Hat Man." I laughed it off, kissed the top of her head, and went to turn off the oven that was, of course, already off. She hadn't texted me about any oven. That was the first fracture. That night I woke up at 2:13 a.m. to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. Slow, deliberate, wet. Like someone wearing my exact boots. Mia was dead asleep, one arm flung over my chest. I slid out of bed, grabbed the baseball bat we kept for exactly 0 reasons, and crept to the door. Phone flashlight on, hallway empty. Coat rack swaying slightly from a draft I couldn't feel. But on the hardwood floor, leading from the front door to right outside our bedroom, were perfect wet boot prints. Size 11. My size. My tread pattern. The same Timberland lugs I'd worn for 3 years. I followed them to the front door. It was still triple locked from the inside. Deadbolt, chain, the little flip latch thing Mia always forgets. No one had come in. No one had gone out. I wiped the prints with a towel, told myself I was hallucinating from stress, and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep again. The next morning I installed a Ring camera. Not because I believed in ghosts, because I needed proof I was losing my mind. That evening, after Mia crashed early with a migraine, I sat on the couch with my laptop and watched the live feed while doom-scrolling r-glitch_in_matrix for the first time. At 11:42 p.m., the motion alert chimed. I switched to the app. The hallway was empty. Then a shadow detached itself from the corner by the elevator, like someone standing just out of frame stepped forward but forgot to bring their body. The shadow was tall, hooded, head tilted exactly the way I tilt mine when I'm listening for something. It walked no footsteps audible straight to our door and stopped. Raised one hand. Pressed its palm flat against the peephole from the outside. Fingers splayed like it was feeling for my heartbeat through the wood. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. The shadow just stood there for 47 seconds. Yes, I counted, then turned and walked back the way it came. When it reached the elevator, the doors opened by themselves. The shadow stepped inside. The doors closed. The elevator never moved. The floor indicator stayed on 5. I checked the recording the next morning. Nothing. Not a single frame. Just empty hallway and a timestamp jump of exactly 47 seconds. That was the second fracture. Over the next 2 weeks, the footsteps became a soundtrack. They followed me to the office bathroom and matched my pace while I peed. They echoed 2 aisles behind me in the Capitol Hill QFC while I bought oat milk. They walked the rooftop of our building at 3 a.m. when I went up there to smoke a cigarette I didn't even want. Every time I spun around, nothing. Every time I checked a camera, blank. Mia started hearing them too. She'd wake up screaming that someone was pacing in the kitchen. We'd run out together, hearts hammering, and find the oven on again. Always the oven. Always set to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Always empty inside. On November 3rd, I came home early because the office lost power. Mia was supposed to be at her sister's in Tacoma until Sunday. I opened the door and smelled garlic bread. Our song, "The Night We Met" by Lord Huron, was playing softly from the Alexa. Mia was in the kitchen, back to me, swaying while she stirred something on the stove. "Hey, babe," I said, dropping my bag. "Thought you were gone till Sunday?" She didn't turn around. Just kept stirring. The garlic bread smell got stronger, cloying, wrong like it had been burning for hours. I walked closer. The figure was the exact same height as Mia. Same messy bun. Same gray hoodie, my hoodie. But when she finally turned, the face was a blurred smudge, like someone had taken an eraser to reality. Featureless skin where eyes and mouth should be. It tilted its head the way Mia does when she's about to tease me. Then it spoke with my voice. "You're late, Alex." I stumbled backward, hit the fridge, knocked magnets everywhere. When I looked again, the kitchen was empty. The stove was cold. Alexa was off. The only thing out of place was a single Polaroid on the counter. Me and Mia on the couch. Taken from the hallway. Time-stamped 3 hours earlier, when I was still at the office and Mia was 120 miles away. In the background of the photo, standing behind the couch, was a third figure. Hood up, face in shadow. One hand raised in a lazy wave. That was the third fracture. We tried everything after that. Sage, priests, moving, therapy. A shaman in Ballard who charged $400 to tell us our apartment was built on a native burial ground. That wasn't actually a burial ground. Nothing worked. The footsteps got closer. Sometimes they were inside the apartment with us. Sometimes they walked on the ceiling. Once, Mia woke up to find me standing over her side of the bed, staring down at her. Except I was still asleep next to her, she saw both of us at the same time. The standing me reached out and brushed hair from her face with fingers that were ice cold. Then it crawled into the closet and was gone. We left Seattle on November 29th. Drove south with no destination, just away. Ended up in a motel outside Portland. First night there, peace. Second night, 2:13 a.m., the footsteps started again. In the parking lot, circling our room, wet boots on wet asphalt. That's when I understood it wasn't the apartment. It wasn't Seattle. It was me. Or rather, it was the version of me that never quite synced up with this timeline. I'm writing this from a cabin in the Olympic Peninsula that doesn't have an address. Mia left me 3 weeks ago. She couldn't take the doubles anymore. Last thing she said was, "I don't know which one of you is real, Alex, and I'm terrified it's neither." Some nights I sit on the porch with a shotgun across my lap and listen to the rain. The footsteps are always there now. Sometimes far away in the trees. Sometimes right behind me. Sometimes, and this is the worst, they're in perfect sync with mine. Like whatever's left of the glitch finally caught up and decided to walk inside my skin. If you're reading this in Seattle, or Portland, or anywhere the rain sounds like footsteps, check your shadows, check your photos, check the oven. Because somewhere, in some version of right now, I'm still coming home late. Still hearing myself follow. Still reaching for a door that locks from the inside, but somehow lets me in anyway. And I'm really tired of running. The fractured mirror, a mind-bending glitch in the matrix that shattered reality in Seattle. Washington, USA, imagine staring into your bathroom mirror at 3 a.m. Your reflection blinking back at you, but a split second after you do. That's how it started for Emily Hargrove, a 28-year-old graphic designer in the rainy haze of Seattle. Back in the fall of 2024, Emily wasn't one for ghost stories or conspiracy theories. She was pragmatic, the type who scoffed at TikTok videos about Mandela effects and parallel universes. Her apartment in Capitol Hill was a cozy nest of exposed brick and fairy lights. The kind of place that screamed adulting done right. But on that drizzly October night, after a late shift tweaking logos for a tech startup, she splashed water on her face and caught it. Her reflectionless eyes lingered a heartbeat too long. At first, she laughed it off as exhaustion. Maybe the craft beer from Happy Hour was hitting harder than usual. "Get a grip, Em," she muttered, drying her hands on a towel embroidered with cats. But as she turned away, the faucet dripped once, twice, and then a third time, even though she'd twisted it shut. She spun back, and there it was again in the glass, the water running freely, steam rising like fog from the Puget Sound. Her heart skipped. She reached out, fingers brushing the cold porcelain, and the flow stopped. "Okay, plumbing glitch," she told herself, chalking it up to the building's ancient pipes. Seattle's old Victorian conversions were notorious for that. The next morning, Emily scrolled through her phone over coffee, the city waking up with its perpetual gray drizzle pattering against the window. Her feed was flooded with the usual, viral cat videos, ads for overpriced lattes, and a random post about matrix glitches from some Redditor claiming their doppelganger had waved from across the street. She smirked and kept scrolling until she froze. A photo from last night's bar crawl posted by her friend Jake. There she was, midlaff, arms slung around him. But in the background, blurred just enough to be eerie, stood another Emily. Same messy bun, same oversized hoodie, but positioned 3 feet to the left, staring directly at the camera with eyes that weren't laughing. They were ... watchful. Jake swore he hadn't photoshopped it. Dude, you were hammered. Maybe it's just a lighting trick? He texted back, but Emily's stomach twisted. She enlarged the image, her thumb trembling on the screen. The background Emily's hoodie had a stain, a coffee spill from 2 days ago that she de-washed out yesterday. Impossible. She deleted the photo, blocked the creeping doubt, and headed to work. The Space Needle looming like a watchful eye through the mist. By evening, the glitches escalated. Driving home on I-5, traffic crawling like always, her GPS glitched mid-route. The voice, that calm, robotic British accent, suddenly shifted to her own. Turn left in 0.2 miles. Emily, you're almost home. She slammed the brakes, horns blaring behind her, and pulled over near a cluster of evergreens dripping with rain. Her hands shook as she tapped the screen. No update, no signal interference. Just her voice, recorded somehow, playing back like an echo from another life. She restarted the phone, but the damage was done. Paranoia seeped in like the damp seeping through her shoes. That night, sleep evaded her. Tossing in her queen-sized bed, sheets tangled around her legs, Emily's mind raced through explanations. Hacked device? Carbon monoxide leak making her hallucinate? She Googled Matrix Glitches Seattle at 2 a.m., diving into forums where strangers shared tales of deja vu on steroids, clocks resetting to the same time, conversations repeating word for word with people they'd never met. One post from a user named EchoSeeker87 hit too close. In 2023, my reflection stepped out of the mirror in Belltown. It wore my clothes but smiled wrong. Woke up to find my keys in the fridge. Emily slammed her laptop shut, the glow casting long shadows across her room. The apartment felt smaller, walls pressing in like the fog outside. She flicked on every light, the hum of bulbs a fragile barrier against the dark. Then, from the kitchen, a clatter, her favorite mug, the one with "World's Okayest Designer" scrawled in chipped letters. Tumbling from the counter to shatter on the tile, she hadn't touched it. Heart pounding, she crept forward, glass crunching underfoot. There, in the puddle of cold coffee, was a shard reflecting not the kitchen, but her bedroom. Empty, bed made, as if she'd never slept there. Panic clawed at her throat. She grabbed her phone, dialing Jake, but the call connected to silence, then a faint echo of her own voice. Emily? Emily, why are you calling me? It's 3 a.m. She dropped the phone, backing away until her spine hit the fridge. The air thickened, charged like before a thunderstorm over the Olympics. Whispers slithered from the vents. Not words, but fragments. Her name, dates from her childhood, the license plate of her first car. The glitches weren't random. They were unraveling her life, thread by thread. Desperate, Emily fled to her balcony, the city sprawl twinkling below like a circuit board on the fritz. Rain slicked her skin as she lit a cigarette. A habit she'd quit years ago, but the pack was suddenly in her pocket, half empty. She exhaled, watching smoke curl into the night, and that's when she saw it. Across the street, in the identical apartment building, a figure in her window, her building, her floor, her exact unit. The woman, the shape mirrored her stance, cigarette glowing, but her face. It was Emily's, aged 5 years, lines of worry etched deep, eyes hollow with unspoken horrors. She screamed, dropping the cig, and bolted inside, barricading the door with her couch. 911? What would she say? My reflections stalking me from another dimension? Instead, she texted Jake, "Come over now. Something's wrong with reality." His reply buzzed instantly. "I'm here." Buzz me up. But he wasn't. She'd seen him post from Portland that afternoon. The door rattled. Not a knock, a scrape, like nails on wood. "Emily," a voice called, muffled but unmistakable, her own laced with desperation. "Let me in. It's cold out here." She didn't sleep. Dawn broke gray and unforgiving, casting the apartment in sickly light. Emily called in sick, then packed a bag and drove to her sister's in Tacoma, 2 hours south through evergreen tunnels. The glitches followed. Billboards flashing her childhood address. Radio static resolving into her voicemail from last week. A message she'd deleted. At her sister's craftsman home, safe harbor at last, she collapsed on the guest bed, whispering, "It's over." But glitches don't end, they evolve. That night, as thunder rumbled over the sound, Emily woke to her sister's voice from the hallway. "Em? You okay?" Except her sister was at work overnight. The door creaked open and there stood Emily, or what looked like her. Dripping rain, eyes pleading. "You left me behind," the doppelganger whispered, stepping closer. "In the mirror. In the traffic. On the balcony. We're the same, but you're the glitch now." Emily bolted upright, screaming, but the figure dissolved like mist. Her sister rushed in hours later, finding her curled fetal, babbling about fractures in time. Doctors called it a breakdown. Therapy sessions piled up with talk of stress-induced psychosis. But Emily knew better. She moved to a new city, changed her number, even dyed her hair blonde. Yet in quiet moments, a flicker in a coffee shop window, a pause in a conversation that echoed too perfectly, she feels it. The pull of the other side where realities bleed and reflections hunger to cross over. To this day, in Seattle's fog-shrouded streets, locals whisper about the woman who vanished into her own reflection. Search Seattle Matrix Glitch 2024, and you'll find her old Reddit posts, archived like ghosts. Was it a brain snap? Or proof that the Matrix isn't a simulation? It's a trapdoor and Emily slipped through. If you're in the US, ever catch your eyes lingering in the glass? Don't blink first. The Silent Passenger, a road trip horror that still haunts truck drivers on the A81 Autobahn. Germany, the Ardealwohl. The A-Bailly between Würzburg and Heilbronn is just another endless ribbon of German asphalt. Straight, fast, and lined with dark pine forests that swallow headlights whole. In March 2025, 44-year-old long-haul trucker Carl Becker was running empty from Stuttgart to Hamburg in his white MAN TGX, radio tuned to trucker chat on CB channel 19, thermos full of strong coffee. Carl had been driving rigs for 22 years. He'd seen every kind of weirdness the road can throw at you, suicidal deer, drunk tourists, even a naked man running down the hard shoulder once. Nothing scared him anymore. Until the night the Silent Passenger climbed aboard. It was 2:17 a.m. when Carl pulled into the lonely Rasthof Schwaben for a quick piss and a smoke. Security cameras later confirmed he was completely alone when he walked back to his cab. He climbed in, slammed the door, and pulled away. That's when he noticed the smell. Wet earth and old iron. He thought maybe a farmer had lost a load of manure earlier. Then, in the passenger seat, something shifted. Carl glanced over and almost lost control of the truck. A man sat there, mid-30s, pale as printer paper, wearing a soaked gray hoodie and jeans that clung like he'd been pulled from a river. Water pooled on the seat and dripped onto the floor mat. His eyes were open but completely black. No whites, no reflection from the dashboard lights. He didn't breathe. He didn't blink. He just stared straight ahead at the road. Carl slammed the brakes, tires screaming, truck jackknifing across 2 lanes. Horns wailed behind him. He grabbed at the tire iron from under his seat and screamed in German. "Where's our hail, bist du? Who the hell are you?" The man slowly turned his head 180 degrees, like an owl, neck cracking with every inch, and opened his mouth. No sound came out, but Carl felt the words inside his skull. Drive. Against every instinct, Carl's foot went back on the accelerator. The truck rolled forward like it had a mind of its own. For the next 180 kilometers, the Silent Passenger never moved again, just stared at the windshield while black water kept dripping from his sleeves, forming a puddle that never grew larger than a dinner plate. Carl tried everything. He opened the window. He turned the heat to maximum. He even punched the guy in the face. His fist went straight through cold air, and the man didn't even flinch. At 4:44 a.m., just past the exit for Weinsberg, the passenger finally spoke again, this time out loud, voice like gravel-soaked gravel. "Next rest stop. Let me out." Carl, sobbing by this point, took the exit for Lommel SD. He pulled into the empty parking lot, killed the engine, and ran. He didn't look back until he was 50 meters away, hiding behind a dumpster. The cab door opened by itself opened. The man stepped down, barefoot, leaving wet prints on the asphalt that steamed in the cold night air. He walked toward the forest and simply dissolved into the trees like smoke. Police found Carl curled up and hyperventilating. The truck interior was bone dry. No water, no footprints, no smell gone. But the dash cam told a different story, for exactly 2 hours and 27 minutes. The passenger seats showed a heat signature, human-shaped, temperature reading, 4 degrees Celsius. The footage ends with the figure standing up, walking through the closed door of the cab, and disappearing. Since that night, German truckers refused to stop at Lohntal SD after midnight. They call the ghost Der Schweigen Fahrgast, the silent passenger. Some say he's the spirit of a hitchhiker murdered on that stretch in 1998 and thrown into the Kocher River. Others claim he's something older that the forest spits out when the moon is wrong. Carl quit driving. He now works in a warehouse in Nuremberg and hasn't been on an Autobahn since. But every time it rains, he wakes up at 2:17 a.m., smelling wet earth and old iron. If you're driving the 81 alone at night, keep your passenger door locked. And whatever you do, don't pick up hitchhikers who are already dripping. The Babysitter in the Walls, a Home Alone terror that destroyed a family in Portland, Oregon, USA 2025. In the quiet suburb of Laurelhurst, Portland, 19-year-old college freshman Mia Alvarez was making easy money babysitting 6-year-old Oliver while his parents attended a Blazers game in November 2025. The house was a beautiful 1920s. Craftsman. Big windows, hardwood floors, and that unmistakable Pacific Northwest coziness. Mia had sat for the family a dozen times. Oliver was a sweet kid who fell asleep by 9 p.m. sharp after 2 stories and a glass of warm milk. Easy gig at 10:12 p.m. Oliver was out cold. Mia settled on the couch with Netflix and a bowl of popcorn. That's when she heard it. Soft footsteps upstairs, directly above the living room. Exactly where Oliver's bedroom was. Slow, deliberate. Bare feet on hardwood. She froze the show, listened. The footsteps stopped. She texted the parents. Everything okay? Hearing weird noises, Mom replied instantly. House is old, it creaks. We'll be home by 12. Mia muted the TV and crept upstairs. Oliver's door was still ajar exactly as she'd left it. The boy was on his side, breathing slow, stuffed dinosaur clutched tight. No one else in the room. She closed the door all the way this time and went back downstairs. 10:27 p.m. The footsteps again, louder, faster, running now, back and forth across the ceiling like someone pacing in panic. Mia grabbed the biggest knife from the kitchen and called 911, whispering. While on hold, she heard a new sound. Scratching inside the walls, long nails dragging down drywall from the second floor all the way to the first, stopping right behind the couch where she sat. The 911 operator stayed on the line. Police were 6 minutes out. That's when Oliver's little voice came over the baby monitor on the coffee table, calm as ever. Mia, the lady in the wall says you're sitting in her spot. Mia hadn't touched the monitor. It had been off all night. She bolted up the stairs. Oliver was sitting upright in bed, eyes wide, pointing at the closet. She's in there now. She says when Mommy and Daddy come home, she gets to keep me. The closet door was open 6 inches. Inside, nothing but clothes and toys. But the hangers were swinging violently even though there was no draft. Downstairs, the front door camera pinged, motion detected. The footage showed the empty porch, but the welcome mat was soaked, as if someone dripping wet had stood there for minutes. Police arrived at 10:41 p.m. They searched every inch, attic, crawlspace, basement. Nothing. No wet footprints. No sign of forced entry. But when they pulled back the drywall in Oliver's closet to check for animals, they found a hidden space, a narrow crawlway between the walls, just big enough for an adult. Inside, women's clothing from the 1980s, a rusted straight razor, and Polaroids of previous families who'd lived in the house, all taken from inside that exact wall space. The last photo, Mia herself, taken earlier that night while she read Oliver his bedtime story, shot from a hole no one knew existed. The house had a history no realtor disclosed. In 1987, the previous owner's wife vanished. Police always assumed she ran away with a lover. They never found a body. They still haven't. Mia never babysat again. Oliver, now 7, sleeps with every light in the house on and still whispers about the wall lady who wants a new little boy. The current family moved out last month. The house is back on the market, listed as motivated seller, quick close preferred. If you a babysitter in America and the kid says someone is watching from inside the walls, believe them. Some houses don't just have secrets. Some houses keep people The Red Room under Paris. Urban exploration gone demonic in the catacombs. France minus 2025. Everyone knows the legal catacombs under Paris. 6 million skeletons, tourist tickets, the whole thing. But the real cataphiles, the illegal explorers, know there are miles of unmapped tunnels, quarries, and rooms the city sealed off decades ago. In January 2025, 4 experienced Parisian cataphiles, Leo, Camille, Ines, Malik, and British exchange student Rowan slipped past a manhole in the 14th arrondissement, hunting for the legendary Red Room, an ossuary supposedly painted floor to ceiling with human blood during the Revolution. They found it after 8 hours underground, past flooded sections and collapsed ceilings. A heavy iron door, no lock, just a crude red handprint at eye level. Behind it, a circular chamber, walls glistening wet crimson. Bones arranged in perfect spirals climbing to the ceiling like a grotesque chandelier. In the center, a stone altar stained almost black. The air tasted of copper and incense. They started filming for their secret YouTube channel. That's when the door slammed shut behind them. No handle on the inside. Phones lost signal instantly. Their headlamps began flickering in perfect unison, once every 6.66 seconds. Then the whispering began, hundreds of voices overlapping in archaic French. Begging, laughing, screaming, all coming from the bones themselves. One by one their cameras caught things the human eye couldn't see. Tall, thin silhouettes with elongated limbs standing between the bone piles, faces replaced by hollow skulls that still moved their jaws. Malik tried to live stream to the surface. The stream showed only static to his followers, but the chat exploded with messages, none of them were typing. You opened the wrong door. We've been waiting 230 years. Choose who stays. Panic set in. They pounded on the iron door. It finally swung open by itself, revealing a tunnel that definitely hadn't been there before, walls dripping fresh blood. They ran. Behind them the Red Room door slammed again. They didn't look back. 3 of them made it out 14 hours later, dehydrated and covered in scratches that formed perfect Latin phrases. Rowan never came out. Search teams found his GoPro 3 weeks later deep in a section that has been walled off since 1794. The last 18 minutes of footage show him alone in the Red Room. He's laughing and crying at the same time, speaking fluent Latin he never studied, carving symbols into his own arms while the bone chandelier slowly lowers toward him like it is alive. The final frame, Rowan looks straight into the lens and whispers in English, "Tell them we're still hungry," before the screen cuts to black. French police sealed the entry point with concrete and rebar. Cataphiles say on quiet nights you can still hear scratching from under certain streets in the 14th, and sometimes a British voice begging in Latin to be let out. If you ever go beneath Paris, stick to the tourist route. Some doors underground aren't meant to open twice. Keep watching for the next drop, more terrifying true stories coming every week. Drop your country in the comments. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications, because the dark is always listening. The Shadow Collector, an obsessive stalker turned serial killer nightmare in Manchester, England, UK, in the gritty underbelly of Manchester's northern quarter, where street art bleeds into rain-slicked alleys, and the hum of trams masks darker echoes. 32-year-old librarian Clara Voss lived a life of quiet routines in 2025. Her flat above a vintage bookstore was a sanctuary of stacked tomes and chamomile tea, far from the city's pulsing nightlife. Clara curated rare occult volumes by day, losing herself in leather-bound grimoires that whispered of forgotten curses. She wasn't paranoid, just cautious after a string of bad dates in her 20s left her with a deadbolt and a pepper spray keychain. But nothing prepared her for Thomas Halley, the shadow who started as a whisper and ended in blood. It began innocently enough, or so it seemed. Late January, a chill wind rattling her windows. Clara found a bookmark in her favorite copy of The King in Yellow. Not hers, but hand-illustrated with intricate ravens and a note. For the Keeper of Secrets. Creepy, but flattering. She tucked it away, assuming a quirky patron. Days later, another. Pressed between pages on Victorian hauntings, a sketch of her face, captured mid-smile from the library's security cam angle. No one had permission for those feeds. Her pulse quickened, but Manchester's eccentrics were legend, poets, artists, the odd conspiracy nut. She mentioned it to her colleague, Raj, over lunch in the staff room. Probably some lovesick uni kid, he chuckled. Burn it and move on. But the gifts multiplied. A bouquet of black roses on her doorstep, petals etched with tiny symbols matching those in her grimoires. Emails from an anonymous account. I see the worlds you hide in books, Clara. Let me join. She blocked them, reported to IT, but they rerouted through proxies. Laced with details only she knew. The scar on her knee from a childhood fall, the lullaby her mum sang before the cancer took her. Clara installed cameras, the red blink a tiny sentinel in her flat's corner, nights blurred into vigilance. She'd jolt awake at every creak, the city's rain a relentless drumbeat. February thawed into March, and the stalking turned tactile. Footsteps echoed hers home from the library, always vanishing around the corner of Tib Street. Once, peering from her window, she spotted him, tall, hooded, lingering under a street lamp like a character from Dickens' Fog. She snapped a photo, blurry, useless, and filed a police report at the station on Piccadilly. The officer, a weary sergeant with a Brummie accent, nodded sympathetically. Stalkers love the attention, love. We'll patrol, but evidence. Yeah? No arrests, no closure. Clara's sleep fractured. She dreamed of ravens pecking at her eyes, waking to feathers on her pillow. Real ones, soft and iridescent. The escalation hit on a muggy April evening. Closing up the library, the scent of old paper heavy in the air, Clara locked the back door and stepped into the twilight. Her phone buzzed, a video, time-stamped 5 minutes prior, showing her from behind, walking the same path. The camera panned to her face in close-up, her unaware eyes wide with fatigue. Attached message, you're beautiful when you're scared. Dinner Friday? She ran, heels clacking on cobblestones, bursting into a crowded pub on Deansgate. Safety in numbers, she thought, nursing a gin and tonic amid the chatter of locals debating United's latest loss. But as the crowd thinned, a hand brushed her shoulder. She whirled empty bar stool. The bartender swore no one had been there. Back home, barricaded, Clara scoured online forums for stalker survival tips. That's when she uncovered Thomas Hale's digital trail. A former rare books appraiser fired for inappropriate fixation on female colleagues. Arrested once in Liverpool for breaking into an ex's flat, carving symbols into the walls. Released on good behavior in 2023, his socials, under pseudonyms like Ravenscribe, overflowed with manifestos on soul binding through obsession, collecting essences. He called it, via sketches, scents, stolen moments. One post chilled her. The perfect collection ends with the collector becoming part of it. She went to the police again, armed with printouts. This time they took it seriously, dispatching a constable to Hale's last known address in Salford, a derelict warehouse turned artist squat. Empty, but inside, walls papered with Clara's photos, hundreds sourced from hacked library cams and street cams. Sketches evolved into macabre collages, her face superimposed on ritual victims from history, ravens circling nooses. A journal detailed the collection, names of 7 women, all librarians or archivists from Manchester to Leeds, each acquired through gifts, then vanishings. The last entry, Clara will complete it. 8 is eternity. Panic surged. Clara quit her job, packed for her cousins in Edinburgh, but Halle anticipated. On the train north, rattling through the Pennines, her phone lit up with a live feed, her flat door ajar, a figure inside rifling drawers. She alerted the conductor, who called ahead to authorities. Police swarmed her building, finding Halle mid-ritual, candles flickering, a circle of raven feathers on the floor, a knife glinting. He didn't resist, just smiled as they cuffed him. She understands. The shadows need collecting. Interrogations revealed the horror. Halle wasn't just a stalker, he was a killer. The 7 women? Missing persons cases, cold files gathering dust. Bodies never found, but symbols carved into trees near the Irwell River matched his sketches. DNA under nails from gifts left at scenes tied him in. Clara's testimony cracked the case wide. The shadow collector. Headlines screamed, a serial predator who'd evaded capture by posing as a ghost in the machine. Trial in Manchester Crown Court dragged through summer 2025, Hale's eyes locking on Clara from the dock, unblinking. He pled insanity, ranting about binding souls to paper, but the jury saw through it. Life sentence, no parole. Clara relocated to the Lake District, trading grimoires for hiking boots, but the scars lingered. Footsteps in the wind, a raven's caw too close, echoes of the man who collected shadows. Today, in the UK's damp north, whispers warn of the collector's curse. Obsess, and the obsessed comes calling. If you're tuning in from England, ever feel eyes on your back in a crowded street? Lock your doors twice. This true crime saga proves some collections aren't meant to be complete. The Woman Who Walked Out of the Forest location, Oregon, US. Growing up near the deep forests of southern Oregon, I learned early that there were places people simply didn't go. The dense pines, the fog that rolled in unnaturally fast, the strange silences that swallowed even a bird's call. Locals treated the woods like a living thing with moods and rules of its own. But the story I'm about to tell you begins in 2022, when a lone hiker named Rebecca vanished on a trail less than 2 miles from where my cousin lives. There was nothing unusual about her hike. She left at noon, bright daylight, perfect weather. She sent her sister a photo of a waterfall at 1:12 p.m. At 1:17 p.m. her phone stopped transmitting. Search teams found no footprints, no clothing, no signs of struggle. It was as though she had stepped behind an invisible door and simply ceased to exist. 5 months later, my cousin was driving home from a night shift, heading along the old forest road near her house. Fog had rolled in thick and metallic, reflecting her headlights strangely. She slowed the car because someone was walking out of the woods. When the figure came close enough to see, she stopped the car completely. It was Rebecca. Same clothes, same backpack, same scratched blue water bottle strapped to the side. And she looked exactly the same age as the day she vanished. My cousin jumped out of the car, shouting her name, but Rebecca didn't respond. She moved slowly, like her limbs didn't obey her fully. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, reflecting the headlights as though they were mirrors. My cousin called for help. When the police arrived, Rebecca was shivering and unable to explain where she had been. She insisted she had only gotten lost for a few hours, not months. She kept repeating the same phrase. I walked behind the waterfall. I didn't know the air could tear like that. When they later went through her belongings, everything was untouched, except for one thing. Her digital camera, which should have had a full battery, was dead. When they charged it and opened the files, the final photo was corrupted. Nothing but distorted green streaks and a shadowy shape behind the water. Investigators eventually closed the case, listing her as found with memory impairment. But around here, people know better. They say the woods take people. They say sometimes the woods give them back, but not the same. And Rebecca? She lives 3 towns away now. She doesn't hike. She doesn't go near running water. And sometimes when lightning flashes, she claims she sees the waterfall again, even when she's inside her home. The hotel room that shouldn't exist. Location: Berlin, Germany. In the winter of 2021, I took a solo trip through Europe, hopping from one city to another, staying in cheap hotels and hostels. Berlin had been on my list for years, and when I found a hotel offering last-minute rooms, I booked it without thinking twice. At check-in, the receptionist hesitated when she saw the number. Room 604? That floor is under renovation, she said quietly, flipping through her papers nervously. But we have one room open, she finally added, handing me an old metal key instead of a card. When the elevator opened onto the 6th floor, construction plastic covered the hallway. Dust coated the carpet. Only one door had a number on it: 604. Inside, the room looked clean, but strangely old. Like stepping into 1993, a CRT television, heavy wooden furniture, an analog phone with a yellowed cord. I felt uneasy, but after hours of travel, I collapsed on the bed. At around 2:30 a.m., I woke to the sound of a phone ringing, the old hotel phone on the dresser. Half asleep, I answered it. A woman whispered in accented English, "You shouldn't be in that room. Leave before the man comes back." I shut up, heart racing. "Who is this?" I asked, but the line went dead. I opened the door to leave, but the hallway wasn't the same. The plastic sheets were gone. The construction dust was gone. Instead, the hallway looked brand new, polished floors, bright lights, crisp paint. Even the elevator had changed. I hurried downstairs. The receptionist on night duty looked confused when I told him what happened. "Sir, we haven't had a 6th floor in 10 years, he said slowly. "We closed it permanently and demolished it after an incident." He refused to say more, but when I insisted, he wrote something on a piece of paper and slid it over. A guest had gone missing from room 604 in 2011. She was last heard screaming into the hotel phone, saying someone had come back into her room. I demanded he take me upstairs to prove the floor didn't exist. He finally agreed. When the elevator doors opened on the 6th floor, it was exactly as he said, sealed off, bare concrete blocks where the hallway should have been. He looked at me and whispered, "Whatever room you slept in." It wasn't part of this building anymore. My key never worked again. Even worse, when I checked my phone photos the next day, I found one I never took. A picture of me sleeping in the bed. And next to the bed, a tall shadow standing perfectly still. The truck driver who picked up the wrong hitchhiker location. Nebraska. USA long-haul truckers tell stories to stay awake on the empty roads. Most are harmless, funny, or exaggerated. But there is one story a driver named Cole told me in a truck stop diner that I will never forget. Late one night, he was hauling through rural Nebraska flatlands, endless dark, not a town for miles. At around 3 a.m., he saw a lone figure standing by the side of the road. Thumb stuck out. Against his better judgment, Cole stopped. The man who climbed in looked exhausted. Pale, clothes dirty like he had walked for days. He didn't speak at first, just stared straight ahead. Finally, he said, "Thank you for stopping. No one else sees me." Cole laughed nervously, thinking it was a joke. The man continued, "I've been trying to get home. I just need to make it to the next town." Cole noticed something. The hitchhiker never blinked. Not once. His hands rested in his lap, motionless. Too motionless. 20 minutes later, the man quietly said, "You should slow down now. There's going to be an accident ahead." Confused, Cole eased off the gas, and seconds later, a wrecked SUV appeared in his headlights, flipped on its side. Emergency crews hadn't arrived yet. If he hadn't slowed down, he would have hit it full force. He turned to the hitchhiker to thank him. But the passenger seat was empty. Cole slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. The door hadn't opened. The cab light never turned on. The seatbelt was still buckled. He stepped outside to look, but no footprints led away from the truck. It was as though the man had never existed. When Cole reached the next town, he told a gas station clerk what happened. The man turned pale. "People around here see him from time to time," the clerk whispered. "He died on that road 20 years ago, hit by a truck that didn't slow down." Cole quit long-haul trucking 3 months later. He told me he still checks his passenger mirror at night, terrified he might see someone sitting there. Someone who wasn't there before. The girl in the dorm room wall location. Dublin, Ireland. When I studied abroad in Dublin, I lived in an old university dorm that used to be a convent decades earlier. The building creaked, the walls were too thin, and the hallways had a strange stillness late at night. My roommate moved out halfway through the semester, so I had the room to myself. Or at least I thought I did. It began with tapping in the wall behind my bed. Soft, rhythmic, almost like someone knocking from the other side. When I asked the maintenance guy to check it, he said the room next to mine was sealed shut due to historical, structural issues, so nobody should have been in there. The tapping grew louder each night. Sometimes I heard faint breathing, a girl whispering, "Can you hear me?" One night, unable to sleep, I pressed my ear to the wall and whispered back, "Yes." The breathing stopped instantly. Then the girl whispered, this time clearer, "Help me get out." My blood froze. I stumbled away from the wall, heart hammering. When I looked back, I saw something that still haunts me. A dark shape pressed against the wall from the other side. Like someone flattening their hands and face against thin plaster. Campus security came when I screamed, but they found nothing. The room next door was indeed sealed brick over the doorway, dust undisturbed. A week later, all students in my hallway were evacuated because of unexplained structural instability in the walls. As they inspected the sealed room, a worker came out looking sick. Inside, carved into the plaster, were dozens of handprints, small handprints, and one message scratched deep into the wall. "I am still here, they never told us who the girl was." They never told us why the room had been sealed. But sometimes at night, when I try to sleep, I still hear that tapping. Whispers from the void, a creepy online conversation that unleashed dark web demons in Berlin. Germany, Berlin in 2025 pulsed with neon and reinvention. A city of graffiti-splashed walls and underground clubs where the line between party and peril blurred. For 25-year-old software engineer Lucas Brandt, nightlife was code, apps for everything, from U-Bahn trackers to anonymous hookups. His Kreuzberg apartment, a converted factory loft with exposed beams and a wall of screens, was his command center. Lucas thrived on the digital rush, freelancing VR simulations by day, diving into Reddit's R-deep web horrors by night. Urban legends for nerds. He joked to his mates over diner kebabs. But one rainy February evening, a DM shattered the screen between virtual and visceral. It popped up in a niche Discord server for glitch hunters, a group dissecting buggy code and eerie AR experiences. Username, Void Whisperer. Message, Lucas, your firewall's leaking. Want to see what's inside? Attached was a file, Lucas_private_224.zip. He should have deleted it. Instead, curiosity that Berliner Weiss. 1. The zip unpacked the folders of his life, deleted texts to an ex in Munich, browser history from a drunken search on eternal youth serums, even a voice memo of him humming a lullaby from his Bavarian childhood. How? He typed, fingers hovering. Void Whisperer's reply was instant. I listen. We all do. Join the echo chamber. A link followed, not HTTPS, just onion-rooted, the kind that required Tor and a prayer. Lucas hesitated, the loft's hum of servers his only company. Berlin's skyline twinkled beyond his window, the TV tower a red beacon in the sleet. Screw it, he muttered, firing up the browser. The site loaded slow black void with pulsing text. Welcome to the WhisperNet. Share a secret. Hear the void's reply. Harmless game, right? He typed a throwaway. I once shoplifted a comic as a kid. The response crawled across the screen like veins. Lucas Brandt, born 2000 in Augsburg. The comic was Batman number 404. Your mum found it, forgave you. But the guilt? It whispers still. His blood ran cold. How? Data breach? No. The details were too intimate, pulled from synapses, not servers. Another prompt. Deeper? Against every coder's instinct, he clicked. The chat exploded into a frenzy, voices overlapping in text. Accents from nowhere, Cockney snarls, Parisian drawls, even a guttural Bavarian like his granddad's. They knew him. Remember the crash on the A8? You swerved, no one hurt, but the what-if haunts. That girl in Tempelhof Park, you could have said hello. Hours bled away. Lucas's screens multiplied feeds, live cams from his building's hallway, grainy but clear, a neighbor's cat slinking past. They're watching, the whispers chorused. Join us. Feed the void. He tried closing tabs. They respond, audio leaking through speakers. Sighs, chuckles, a child's giggle that twisted into sobs. Panic clawed. He yanked plugs, but his phone buzzed alive on its own. Camera activating. The reflection? Not his loft, but a cavernous space, walls dripping with code rain, figures hooded in the gloom. He messaged his best mate, Nils. In New Calm, help, something's in my system. Nils arrived at dawn, bleary-eyed, pounding on the steel door. Inside, chaos. Screens frozen on Lucas's face, eyes wide mouthing silent pleas. Nils rebooted everything, swept for malware, clean. But the whispers lingered in Lucas's head, faint as subway rumble. They're not code, he rasped. They single quotes hungry. The encounters intensified. Grocery runs to little turned surreal. Shelves shifting. Products labeled with his secrets. Guilt-flavored chips. Online, Void Whisperer, escalated. Theirs. Photograph your fear. He snapped his reflection in a puddle on Iranian stage, sent it. Reply. A video of the same puddle, but from underwater his face distorted, screaming bubbles. Good boy. Next, invite one home. Lucas resisted, but isolation gnawed. Berlin's endless nights amplified the void. Clubs thumping below his window, laughter mocking his solitude. One desperate scroll led to a dark web forum, survivors of the Echo. Tales from Amsterdam to Warsaw, chats that stole souls, pulling users into endless loops until they vanished. One post from a French dev in 2023. It starts with your data, ends with your echo. Don't answer. Too late. That weekend, during Carnaval der Kulturen's fever, Lucas hosted a party, cover, he told himself, to drown the whispers. Beers flowed, techno pulsed from his speakers, hijacked, now allies? Amid the crowd, a stranger appeared, pale, eyes like black mirrors, nursing a drink. Void sends regards, he said, voice a digital warp. Lucas fled to the bathroom, locking in, but the mirror rippled. Hands, not his, pressed from the glass, nails scraping porcelain. Share us, they begged. He smashed the sink, shards flying, blood mixing with water. Nils found him catatonic, party abandoned. Hospitals in Kuwait diagnosed acute paranoia, pumped him with sedatives. But discharge brought relapse. His new phone, a gift from insurance, pinged at midnight. Void Whisperer, missed you. One last dare. Log in forever. Lucas burned it in a sink, flames dancing like code. He moved to his parents in Augsburg, swore off screens, took up woodworking in the Bavarian woods. Yet the void whispers still. In the wind through pines, in the crackle of a radio. Berlin's ghosts followed. Echoes of a digital abyss where secrets aren't private. They're bait. Search Berlin Dark Web Horror 2025 and fragments surface. Abandoned discords, vanished users. If you're in Germany, ever get a DM that knows too much? Log off. The whispers aren't ending. They're just getting started. The Silent Corridor's location. United States Vermont detective Marcus. Halle arrived at the Ashwick Psychiatric Research Facility with the kind of dread that sinks into the bones long before you see anything. Snow hammered the abandoned building from all sides, and the trees surrounding it bent like grieving silhouettes under the storm. 3 state troopers waited at the rusted entrance, their faces stiff with a fear they didn't bother hiding. "Detective Halle?" one asked. Marcus nodded. The trooper stepped aside, revealing a trail of dark stains frozen into the snow, leading directly into the shattered front doors. Marcus crouched, ran his fingers near the stains, and felt the gritty frost clinging to the blood. "How old?" he asked. "Days, maybe weeks," the trooper replied. "But here's the thing, no body, no clothing, nothing else. Just this." Marcus stood and scanned the facade of the building. Ashwick had been shut down for nearly 30 years after federal investigators discovered illegal research trials on violent patients. It had earned its reputation long before the doors closed. What Marcus didn't understand was why anyone or anything would return here. He entered the building. Inside, the hallway stretched ahead, long and dimly lit by the weak daylight squeezing through cracked windows. Paint peeled from the walls in curled strips, exposing moldy concrete and rusted frames. A cold draft snaked through the place with every step, carrying a faint smell that reminded Marcus of old paper and stagnant water. "What's the situation?" Marcus asked. One trooper swallowed. "We found drawings, writings. Someone's been in here recently." "Lots of someone." "What do you mean?" "You'll see." They walked deeper until the corridor seemed to bend unnaturally, like the building was stretching. Marcus felt his pace slow as a strange pressure settled in the air, the kind that warns animals of approaching storms. He tried ignoring the sensation, tried giving logic more power than fear, but even logic felt thin here. The troopers led him into a wide room labeled Ward C Patient Observation. The walls were covered with photographs. Hundreds of them. All black and white, all pinned in perfect horizontal rows from floor to ceiling. They showed the same hallways, the same corridors, the same rooms, except in each photo there was a figure standing somewhere in the background. Tall, motionless, face swallowed in shadow. Marcus approached the nearest row. "These shouldn't exist," the trooper said. "The cameras were removed when the facility was shut down. But the timestamp on each photo goes years beyond closure. Someone or something kept documenting the place." Marcus scanned the timestamps. Always the same figure. Always in the far end of the image. Always watching. Marcus lifted one photo off the wall. The moment his fingers touched it, the temperature dropped sharply. The picture's edges were cold, unnaturally cold. "What's written underneath?" Marcus asked. The trooper pointed at the red ink scrawled in shaky handwriting. "IT remembers where you stand, it never left." Marcus placed the picture back, forcing steady breaths despite the pulse climbing up his neck. He had seen brutality, cruelty, and plenty of human darkness. But this felt different, like the building itself had recorded its own witness. A soft metallic tapping echoed from deeper inside the ward. The troopers stiffened. "There it is again," one whispered. Marcus turned toward the long corridor. "What's making that?" "We don't know, but it moves." Always the same tapping. Always one at a time. Another tap. Closer. Measured. Deliberate. Marcus clicked on his flashlight and advanced. The corridor split into 2 directions, left and right. Both paths were lined with broken doors and tall glass observation windows. But the right corridor felt colder, like something had been waiting there much longer. "Left is clear," a trooper murmured. "Right is where we heard the voice." "Voice?" Marcus asked. The trooper hesitated. "Not human. Not in any language we understand." Marcus moved right. The tapping stopped immediately, as if whatever made the sound realized it was being followed. He entered a large therapy room with overturned chairs and shattered mirrors. Snow had drifted through a broken panel, forming a thin layer along the floor. At the far end was a reinforced door bent outward. "Something broke out of here," Marcus said, stepping closer. Black charcoal writing covered the door. "If you hear don't turn around," Marcus felt the back of his neck prickle. He didn't want to admit it, but every instinct screamed to run to get out of this building and never return. But logic held him steady. Something happened here, and someone needed to uncover it. Behind him, a trooper gasped. Marcus whipped around. "What?" The trooper froze, eyes wide, breathing shallow. His weapon slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground. "Talk to me," Marcus demanded. The trooper swallowed hard. There was someone standing behind you? Marcus stiffened. "Where?" "Right behind you," the trooper whispered. "But I only saw part of it. A face. But not a human face. Something wearing a face." Marcus lifted his flashlight and slowly scanned the room. Nothing but broken furniture and peeling walls. But he felt eyes watching him, following him, learning him. "Detective," another trooper said. "There's something else you need to see." They left the therapy room and headed toward a collapsed section near the basement access. A set of rusted stairs descended into darkness. The temperature dropped even further here, the cold pressing so heavy it felt physical. At the bottom of the stairs was an old research chamber with two-way mirrors, overturned desks, and hundreds of scattered patient files. In the center of the room was a metal operating table. Strapped to it was a mannequin. No, not a mannequin. A corpse, a body so decayed and disfigured that the skin clung in patches, revealing bone beneath. The arms were bound with torn leather straps. The skull was split open at the top, as if someone or something had forced its way out. Marcus placed a gloved hand near the head. "What happened to this person?" "We don't know," the trooper said. "But the security footage we recovered shows something standing next to this table 12 hours ago." "Footage? I thought the cameras were dead." The trooper handed Marcus an old tablet. He played the video. Static filled the screen, but slowly an image emerged. The operating table, the corpse, the decayed walls, and to the right, the figure, tall, thin, shadowed, no face. It stood motionless beside the table, head slightly tilted as if observing the corpse. Then it turned slowly toward the camera. The footage cut to black. Marcus lowered the tablet. "Where is this thing now?" he asked. Before anyone could answer, a distant scream echoed through the air vents, followed by frantic footsteps running somewhere above them. Then silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. Marcus drew his weapon. "We're not alone here," he said. "Move!" They followed the screams back up the stairs and into the main corridor, where they found something that hadn't been there before. A fresh set of footprints. Not human. Long, distorted. Deep impressions in the dust, as though whatever made them was heavier than it appeared. The tracks led down the longest corridor in the facility, one that seemed darker and narrower than before. Marcus raised his flashlight, and the corridor moved, not metaphorically, not emotionally. The walls shifted. The ceiling twisted. The floor rippled like something alive was breathing beneath it. "Detective," a trooper whispered, "this building is changing." They followed the tracks deeper until the hallway opened into a massive chamber that didn't exist on any facility blueprint. Inside were dozens of old patient beds arranged in a circle. Medical lights dangled from the ceiling like frozen spider webs. On each bed lay photographs, hundreds more showing Ashwick's corridors. But these were different. They showed Marcus, the troopers, their arrival, their movements. Every step since they entered the building. Marcus searched the walls, his breath shaking. Someone had been watching them, recording them, documenting their presence in real time. He turned around. A figure stood in the doorway. Tall, thin, head tilted. Marcus raised his light. The face was not a face. It was stretched skin, smooth and blank like porcelain, with deep impressions where eyes should be eyes that weren't eyes at all but dark, endless depths. The troopers screamed and opened fire. Bullets tore through the figure's form like smoke. It did not move, did not flinch. It simply watched. Then it stepped forward. The lights shattered. Darkness swallowed the room. Marcus felt something cold grip his wrist, a hand, impossibly strong. A whisper crawled into his ear. Not English. Not human. A sound like stone grinding against bone. The figure leaned close, and Marcus realized It wasn't wearing a face. It was choosing one. The grip tightened around Marcus's wrist with a force that felt ancient, like the weight of something that had existed long before any human touched the earth. The cold spread through his arm, crawled up his shoulder, and sank into his chest like a freezing hand pressing against his heart. The figure bent closer. Its blank skin trembled, shivered, shifted, like something inside it was pushing forward, trying to break through the surface. "Let go of him!" One of the troopers screamed, firing again. The bullets did nothing. The figure's form wavered, absorbing the rounds like ripples of ink. The hand around Marcus's wrist did not loosen. If anything, the grip tightened, digging into his bones. Marcus gasped, forcing his mind to think past the terror clawing into him. He slammed his free hand against the table beside him, groping for anything he could use. His fingers brushed something metallic, a scalpel. He grabbed it and slashed downward. The blade passed through the figure's wrist, but instead of cutting flesh, it sliced through a thick cold mist. The shape recoiled, its form flickering violently, and Marcus fell backward as the grip finally released. The room flashed once, twice, as the hanging medical lights sputtered back to life. The figure stepped away from him, its head twisting at an unnatural angle, rotating slowly until it faced the troopers who stood trembling at the doorway. And then it spoke. Not in a voice. Not with sound, but inside their heads. "You were not invited." The troopers collapsed to their knees, clutching their temples, screaming as invisible pressure crushed their thoughts. Marcus forced himself to stand. His legs felt like wet sandbags, shaking beneath his weight. "Stop," he shouted, and his voice cracked through the chamber. The figure turned back toward him. Marcus breathed hard. "What are you? What happened here?" The figure tilted its head. Its form rippled. And then slowly the porcelain-like face began to change. A mouth formed first, then a jaw, then the broken, terrified expression of someone trapped behind the skin. It was the trooper who had been standing directly behind. Marcus earlier, the one who claimed to see something wearing a face. But the face wasn't mimicked. It was taken. Marcus staggered. No, that's not possible. The figure's new lips moved, forming words it had stolen. "Help. A voice that didn't belong to it. A voice belonging to someone who was no longer alive. Marcus felt bile rise in his throat. The figure stepped forward. The troopers scrambled up and ran, bolting into the corridor. Marcus backed away as the creature advanced, its movements fluid yet wrong-like, watching a puppet controlled by too many invisible strings. Suddenly, the lights burst overhead, drowning the room in darkness again. Marcus ran. He sprinted through the corridor, boots pounding against the trembling floor. The building shifted around him, walls moving, stretching, closing, funneling him deeper into its throat. He tried radioing the troopers. Static. He tried calling for help. Silence. The only sound behind him was the slow tap, tap. Tap of something walking without hurry, because it knew the building would guide him where it wanted. Marcus turned left. The hallway sealed behind him like closing jaws. He turned right. The floor buckled, forcing him forward. He stumbled into a pitch-black stairwell and slammed the door shut behind him. He pressed his back against it, panting. Silence. For a moment, he allowed himself to believe he had escaped. But the stairwell lights flickered on. This wasn't a stairwell. It was a morgue. Rows of metal drawers lined the walls, each one marked with peeling labels and old case numbers. Marcus stepped backward, his heartbeat pulsing in his ears. One drawer slid open by itself. A corpse. Another drawer slid open. Another corpse. Soon every drawer in the morgue slid open, revealing dozens of bodies in various states of decay. Their mouths opened not physically, but in the faint cracking of dried skin, and whispers filled the room like a storm of breathless voices. Marcus covered his ears, but the whispers seeped through his palms. "You should have left. It remembers you. It knows your face now. Do not look behind you. Do not look at what follows." Marcus squeezed his eyes shut. Something breathed against the back of his neck. Slow, wet, hungry. He knew he shouldn't turn. He knew what the messages warned, but instinct betrayed him. He turned. The figure stood inches away, face writhing like it held too many trapped inside. Marcus stumbled backward and slammed into a metal table, sending tools clattering across the floor. The figure reached toward him, its elongated fingers stretching like shadow tentacles. Marcus ran through the opposite door. He found himself in a long operating theater with balconies overhead. Old surgical lamps hung like frozen suns. The place reeked of chemicals and rust. A single chair stood in the center of the room, straps intact, awaiting a patient. A recording device sat on a small metal tray beside it. Even though dust coated everything in the room, that recorder looked fresh, new, as if just placed. Marcus pressed play. Static. Then a trembling voice female. Dr. Kellerman's experiment has failed. The entity is not contained. The patients are not patients anymore. They're hosts, faces, voices, memories. It grows stronger with each mind it consumes. If anyone finds this, run. Do not try to learn its name. It isn't a creature. It's a place. The building is alive, and it wants a crash. A scream. The recording ended. Marcus stared at the recorder. The building was alive? He looked around as the operating theater lights dimmed, pulsed, then brightened again like a giant heartbeat. The walls contracted. The ceiling lowered. The floor rose beneath his feet. The room was breathing. He sprinted toward the balcony stairs, desperate for any exit. He climbed halfway before hearing the troopers screaming somewhere above the theater. "Detective Hale, help use!" He reached the top balcony and scanned the shadows. "Where are you?" He yelled. Their voices echoed strangely, one overlapping the other, then splitting apart like a chorus of broken mirrors. "Detective! Hale! Behind!" Marcus froze. He felt something warm drip onto his shoulder. Not water. Thicker. He slowly touched it with his fingers. Blood. He looked up. The two troopers hung upside down from the rafters, suspended by invisible hands, their eyes wide in terror but their bodies motionless. Their mouths opened simultaneously, whispering without breath. "It sees through us." Marcus staggered backward. The troopers' necks snapped in unison, clean, swift, unnatural. Their bodies dropped to the floor. The figure descended behind them, floating downward like a puppet lowered by invisible wires. It hovered above their corpses, its stolen face shifting again, melting into something new. It spoke in a voice that was partly theirs, partly others, partly not anything human. "Detective Hale, we are not done learning you." Marcus ran. Down the balcony stairs, through the corridor that twisted like intestines, past rooms that didn't exist minutes before, and hallways that led to places the blueprints never described. The building wanted him deeper, it wanted him swallowed. It wanted him kept. He crashed through a door. It locked behind him with a metallic shriek. He found himself standing in a massive subterranean chamber, one that could not possibly exist beneath Ashwick. The ceiling rose so high it dissolved into darkness. The walls pulsed faintly, like the entire structure was alive. Rows of metal tables filled the chamber. On each table lay a face. Not bodies, just faces. Thousands of them. Some looked fresh, some decayed, some screaming. Some stitched, some still blinking. Marcus gagged and stumbled forward. A whisper slithered through the chamber. "You came to investigate crimes. You found the collector." He turned. The figure approached, its form dissolving and reforming with every step, as though reality failed to fully contain it. Its head bulged, stretched, and then split open along the center like a flower blooming in reverse. Inside was not bone, not flesh, not anything meant to be seen. Marcus fired until the gun clicked empty. The bullets sank into the creature and vanished like pebbles tossed into a deep lake. The figure extended its hand, and the faces on the tables began to rise one by one, lifting into the air like weightless masks. They rotated slowly, forming a spiraling vortex around the creature. Mouths opened. Eyes blinked. Some whispered. Some screamed. And then the figure spoke through all of them at once. "You will join us." Marcus stumbled back, searching desperately for any exit, but the chamber walls moved again, sealing every path. A face floated toward him. A human face rotted along the cheek, but still somehow alive. It pressed against his skin. He screamed as cold needles of agony pierced through him, sinking into his nerves. The creature moved closer. It reached toward him, ready to claim him. Marcus's vision blurred. The chamber dimmed. The last thing he saw was a wall of stolen faces surging toward him, and then darkness swallowed everything. The end. The Whispering Fields of Kansas. A true horror story from rural America that will haunt your dreams forever in the vast, endless plains of western Kansas, where the horizon stretches like a promise of isolation, lies the small town of Harrow Creek. It's the kind of place where cornfields whisper secrets to the wind, and the stars at night feel too close, like they're watching you back. This is a true horror story from America, a chilling paranormal encounter that unfolded in 2023, when a young farmer named Elias Thorne thought he was just tending to his family's legacy. But what started as a routine harvest season turned into a nightmare of unseen forces, shadowy figures, and voices from the soil that no one could silence. If you've ever driven through the heartland and felt that prickling on your neck, this real scary story from the USA will make you lock your doors twice. Elias was 28, the third generation to work the Thorne farm, a sprawling 500 acres of golden wheat and corn that had fed families since the Dust Bowl. His days blurred into nights under floodlights, the hum of the combine harvester his only companion since his dad passed 2 years back. From a heart attack right in the middle of a field, they said, clutching his chest as if something invisible had squeezed the life out of him. Elias chalked it up to stress, the endless grind of rural life, but locals in Harrow Creek whispered otherwise. The land takes what it wants. Old Mrs. Hargrove would mutter at the diner, her eyes darting to the windows as if the fields outside could hear. It began on a sweltering August evening, the air thick with the scent of dry earth and impending rain. Elias was out repairing an irrigation pump near the old windmill at the farm's eastern edge, the one his grandfather built in the 1940s, its blades creaking like arthritic fingers even on calm days. The sun had dipped below the flat line of the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples. When he first heard it, a low murmur, like distant conversation, carried on the breeze. At first, he dismissed it as the radio static from his truck, but as he knelt in the dirt, wrench in hand, the words sharpened. Not English, exactly fragments of something older, guttural, like the wind-shaping syllables from forgotten tongues. Thorn ... div back. Roots run deep ... double quotes. He froze, sweat trickling down his spine despite the cooling air. The fields around him stood silent, rows of cornstalks swaying in unison, their tassels brushing like fingers against his skin. Elias laughed it off, heatstroke, maybe, or the isolation playing tricks. He'd been single since college, no girlfriend to pull him into town for movies or beers, just him and the land. But as he stood, wiping his hands on his jeans, a shadow flitted at the corner of his vision. Tall, humanoid, but wrong elongated limbs that didn't bend right, vanishing into the corn like smoke. That night, back in the creaky farmhouse his family had owned since 1892, Elias couldn't shake it. He poured a whiskey, scrolled through his phone for distraction, doom-scrolling Reddit threads on Our Paranormal, where folks shared blurry photos of orbs and EVP recordings. Sleep came fitful, interrupted by dreams of roots bursting from the soil, wrapping around his ankles, pulling him under while faceless figures chanted his name. The next morning he found the first sign. Footprints. Not boot prints, but bare, elongated impressions circling the pump, toes splayed unnaturally wide, leading into the field and stopping abruptly, as if the walker had simply dissolved. Elias photographed them, heart hammering, and drove into Harrow Creek for coffee and answers. At the feed store, he showed the pics to Jed, a grizzled owner who'd known his granddad. "Fields talk sometimes," Jed grunted, not looking up from his ledger. "Your pay heard too," before he went. Said it was the old ones, the ones the settlers pushed out. Land remembers. Elias pressed, but Jed clammed up, muttering about not feeding the whispers. Driving home, Elias felt eyes on him from the roadside ditches, the paranoia gnawing like hunger. He spent the afternoon online, digging into Harrow Creek's history. What he found chilled him deeper than any Midwest winter. In 1873, his great-great-grandfather, Jeremiah Thorne, had claimed the land from the Kaw Nation in a shady deal. Rumors of poisoned wells and burned villages to clear the way. The tribe vanished, but locals spoke of curses, of spirits bound to the soil, hungry for restitution. By dusk, the whispers returned, louder now, seeping through the floorboards as Elias ate a solitary dinner of beans and cornbread. They weren't just words anymore. Visions flickered at the edges of his sight. A woman in deerskin, face painted with ash, reaching from the shadows. Children with hollow eyes, giggling as cornstalks twisted into nooses. He bolted the doors, loaded his shotgun, and blasted classic rock to drown them out. But the music warped, guitars bending into wails, lyrics twisting to give back. Or join us ... double quotes desperate. Elias called his cousin Lena in Wichita, the only family left who didn't think he was cracking up. "It's the land, Eli," she said after he rambled about the footprints. "Dad told me stories your granddad saw things too. Shadows that moved wrong. Voices promising the harvest if you just listened. She paused, voice dropping. He stopped listening. That's why he's gone. That night, the power cut out at midnight, plunging the farmhouse into ink-black silence, broken only by the windmill's distant groan. Elias lit candles, shotgun across his lap, when the front door rattled, not knocked, but tested, handle jiggling with deliberate slowness. He crept to the window, peering through lace curtains yellowed by time. There on the porch stood a figure. Tall as a man but hunched, skin pale and mottled like unearthed clay, eyes glowing faintly amber in the moonlight. It wasn't human limbs too long, fingers ending in black talons that scraped the wood with a sound like nails on chalkboard. Elias Thorne, it rasped, voice a chorus of buried echoes. The debt is due. Your blood for the blood we spilled. He fired through the door, the blast shattering the night, buckshot splintering wood. When he yanked it open, gun smoking, the porch was empty save for a single corn husk, twisted into the shape of a noose, laid at his feet. No footprints in the dust, no blood, just the faint scent of wet earth and decay. Panic set in. Elias barricaded himself upstairs, phoning the sheriff, a burly guy named Harlan who'd grown up 2 farms over. Probably Coyote's son, Harlan drawled after arriving at dawn, poking at the husk with his boot. Or kids pranking. This town's full of bored teens, but Elias saw the flicker in Harlan's eyes, the way he avoided the fields, muttering about old business as he left. Days blurred into a fever dream. The whispers evolved, personal now reciting Elias's childhood sins, his dad's final words gasped in the dirt, secrets he'd buried like his regrets over leaving his high school sweetheart for the farm. Crops wilted overnight, ears of corn splitting open to reveal blackened kernels etched with symbols like petroglyphs. Animals went mad. The barn cat clawed its own eyes out, mewling in agony. Chickens pecked through fences, fleeing into the night, their feathers found miles away come morning. Elias turned to the internet again. Forums buzzing with similar tales are true scary stories. Threads from Kansas farmers hearing the harvest call, vanishings chalked up to accidents but whispered as offerings. One post, from a user named PlainsGhost87, detailed a 2019 incident in nearby Salina. A man found hanging from his own windmill, body twisted like corn silk. No rope used, just invisible bonds from the roots below. The kicker? His last name was Thorne. By week's end, Elias was unraveling. Sleep evaded him, shadows pooling in corners like spilled ink, forming shapes that whispered temptations. Join us, and the land blooms eternal. He drove to the call reservation outskirts. Knocking on a medicine woman's door, a wiry elder named Ayana, her home adorned with sage bundles and drum catchers. The Wendigos of the plain, she said without preamble, brewing tea that smelled of earth and regret. Not beasts, but echoes starved spirits your kin woke when they took the soil. They hunger for balance. Blood for blood. She gave him a ritual. Salt circles at the thresholds, sage burned at dawn, and the offering something personal, buried at the windmill to appease. Elias returned under storm clouds, digging a shallow hole by the pump, placing his dad's old pocket watch inside. The one stopped at the moment of his death. As he shoveled dirt, the ground trembled, whispers rising to a howl. Thief! Liar! Feed us! That night, the assault came full force. The house shook, windows cracking like eggshells, doors buckling inward as if giant hands pressed from outside. Elias chanted Ayana's words, spirits of the deep. I return what was taken. Shotgun blazing at silhouettes that pressed against the glass. Their forms shifting from human to beastly, claws raking signing into ribbons. One broke through the kitchen window, a mass of tangled roots and pale flesh, stench of rot flooding the room. It lunged, voice bubbling from a mouth of soil. Your roots end here. Elias fired point blank, the blast exploding it into loam and dust, but more followed crawling from vents, seeping under doors like living mud. He fled upstairs, barricading the bedroom. Phone dead from interference. Hours passed in siege. The whispers a cacophony. Names of the displaced, cries of the poisoned, promises of peace if he just stepped outside. Dawn broke with unnatural slowness, the storm parting like a curtain. Silence fell, heavy as grave dirt. Elias emerged, wrecked, to find the farm transformed. Fields barren, windmill blades snapped like bones, the offering hole empty, the watch gone, claimed. No bodies, no signs, just the land, quiet and watchful. He sold the farm a month later, moving to Wichita, but the whispers followed in traffic hums, rain on windows, the rustle of bedsheets. Therapy called it grief-induced hallucination. Pills dulled the edges. But Elias knows the truth. The plains don't forget. And in Harrow Creek, the next harvest waits for its due. If this true horror story from Kansas gripped you, like and share. It's stories like this real paranormal encounter in America that keep the darkness alive. Stay tuned for more terrifying, true scary stories that defy explanation. Shadows of the Moors, a chilling true ghost story from Yorkshire, England that echoes through the fog, deep in the wild, mist-shrouded moors of Yorkshire, England, where ancient stone circles stand as silent sentinels to forgotten gods. A true ghost story unfolded in the autumn of 2024 that still lingers like fog on your skin. This is a real haunting encounter from the UK, a terrifying paranormal experience in Europe's oldest landscapes, where the dead don't rest and the living learn too late that some paths lead straight to the grave. For those searching for the scariest true stories from Britain, this tale from the heart of England will make you swear off solitary walks forever. The village of Grimshaw Hollow clings to the edge of the North York Moors, like a scar on weathered flesh cobblestone. Lanes winding past thatched cottages, a pub called The Black Hound where locals nurse pints and grudges, and heather fields that swallow sound whole. It's a place time forgot, drawing hikers and ghost hunters alike, but warning them with tales of the Moor Wraith. A spectral figure said to lure wanderers into bogs with lantern light and sorrowful songs. Sarah Blackwell, a 34-year-old archivist from Leeds, didn't believe the folklore. She was there for work, cataloging relics from a 17th century plague pit unearthed during a land survey. Documents yellowed with age that spoke of villagers bricked alive to quarantine the devil's touch. Sarah arrived in late September, renting a drafty stone cottage on the moor's fringe. Its walls etched with carvings older than the Black Death swirling runes that looked like screams frozen in rock. Her days blurred in the local archive, poring over ledgers of the damned. Names crossed out in haste, sketches of gaunt faces pressing against chamber doors. Nights, she walked the paths to clear her head, torch cutting through the gloom, the air sharp with peat and pine. The first anomaly came on her third evening. Returning from a pub quiz where locals eyed her city accent with suspicion, she spotted a flicker in the distance. A pale orb bobbing amid the heather, accompanied by a faint melody, like a lute strung with hair. Sarah froze, rational mind kicking in swamp gas perhaps, or a drone from overzealous tourists. But as she watched, the light steadied, resolving into a lantern held by a figure. A woman in a tattered gown, hood shadowing her face, beckoning with a slow wave. Curiosity overrode caution. Sarah approached, boots sinking into spongy earth, the song growing clearer, a lament in Middle English. Words like betrayed ... Tunger, up close. The woman was ethereal, skin translucent as vellum, eyes hollow pits leaking tears that steamed on the ground. Sister, she whispered, voice a rustle of dry leaves. The hollow calls you home. Sarah stumbled back, heart slamming, the figure dissolving into mist as thunder rumbled overhead. She ran to the cottage, slamming the door, chalking it to fatigue and too much ale. But sleep brought no solace dreams of being sealed in a chamber. Fists pounding stone, air thinning to whispers as siblings outside wept. For the greater good, morning revealed scratches on her door. Thin, deliberate lines forming the same runes from the walls, as if fingernails had etched them in the night. Rattled, Sarah confided in the pub landlord, Tom Whitaker, a ruddy-faced veteran of Mortales. The hollow wife, he said, pouring her a bracing gin. Plague times, 1665. They thought her cursed midwife who lost patience to the fever. Bricked her kin alive with her to stop the spread. But she walked still, seeking those who carry the mark. He tapped her palm unmarked. He insisted, but his eyes lingered on the fresh cuts on her knuckles. From where? She'd swear she hadn't scratched. Undeterred archive work waited. Sarah pressed on, but the moors seemed to shift. Paths she knew twisted, leading to dead ends choked with brambles that tore like claws. Birds fell silent as she passed, heather wilting in her wake. One afternoon, cataloging a locket from the pit engraved with a hollow circle, she felt a chill, and the air thickened with the scent of decay. Footsteps echoed behind her in the empty archive, soft patters like bare feet on flagstone. Turning nothing but a whisper, "Join us." The walls await. That night, the haunting escalated. Rain lashed the cottage, wind howling dirges through cracks. Sarah bolted awake to tapping at the window. Not rain, but fingers long, bony, smudging the glass with handprints that were formed as she watched. She grabbed her phone, filming shakily, the lens fogging as the silhouette outside sharpened. The hollow wife, mouth agape in silent scream, gesturing to the door. "Let me in ... cold." So cold. Sarah barricaded with chairs, reciting psalms from childhood. But the knocks spread to the walls, the ceiling, a rhythmic pounding like hearts in unison. Dust sifted from beams, forming shapes on the floor. Outlines of bodies, curled fetal, mouths open in eternal pleas. She fled to the pub at dawn, pounding on Tom's door, video in hand. He watched, paling, then fetched an old book from his shelf-yellowed pages detailing the bricking. Not just the wife, but her daughter, sealed with her. The mark, a birthmark, like a hollow ring on the palm. "You're not from here," Tom said, voice grave. "But the Moors choose, that locket you touched it. Her blood calls to yours." Desperation drove Sarah to the plague pit site, a fenced-off scar on the moor, armed with salt from the village shop and a cross from the church. Dusk fell early, fog rolling in like a shroud. She scattered salt in a circle, chanting banishments from online forums, Argos subwritten threads, full of similar Yorkshire warnings. But as night deepened, the melody returned, swelling to a chorus. Dozens of voices, thin and accusatory, rising from the earth. The ground bubbled, peat parting like flesh, and they emerged. Not one, but many gaunt forms and ragged shifts, faces decayed to bone, hands outstretched with hollow ring brands. The wife led them, eyes locked on Sarah's trembling form. "You carry the fever." The betrayal, Wallace no more. Panic surged. Sarah bolted, salt spilling, the circle breaking. Hands grasped icy, insistent pulling at hems, ankles, dragging her toward the pit. She screamed, thrashing, visions flashing, the bricking, screams muffled by mortar. The wife's final curse. The hollow claims all who forget. A root snagged her foot, peat sucking like a maw, but she clawed free, rolling downhill, lungs burning. Tom found her at dawn, curled by his pub door, clothes torn, hands raw with defensive scratches mirroring the runes. The video? Corrupted static hissing with whispers. The locket vanished from her bag, the archive logging it as returned. Sarah left Grimshaw Hollow that week, back to lead steel and glass. But the Moors followed in fogged mirrors, the chill on rainy nights, the occasional scar on her palm that blooms like a ring when thunder rolls. Locals say the hollow wife searches still, for those who touch the past without honoring it. If this true ghost story from England gripped your soul, smash that like button. It's the fuel for more chilling true scary stories from Europe's haunted corners. The Moors wait. Do you dare listen? United States, the echoes of Blackwood Hollow. Vermont. It was the summer of 2023, and the air in rural Vermont hung heavy with that deceptive kind of quiet, the sort that tricks you into thinking you're safe alone with nothing but the rustle of pine needles and the distant call of a loon. My name's Elias, and I just turned 32, fresh off a brutal divorce that left me hollowed out like one of those old sugar maples, bleeding sap in the spring. My sister Lena, God rest her soul, had always been the fixer in the family. "Come up to Blackwood Hollow," she texted me one rainy April afternoon. "The cabin's been empty too long. Fresh air, no ex-wife drama. We'll hike, fish, pretend we're kids again." I packed my truck with a cooler of IPAs, a sleeping bag, and a half-hearted optimism that maybe the Green Mountains could stitch up the ragged edges of my life. Blackwood Hollow wasn't on any map you'd pull up on your phone, not the touristy ones anyway. It was this forgotten pocket of the Northeast Kingdom, a valley cradled by ridges so steep they swallowed the sunlight by mid-afternoon. Our family's cabin sat at the end of a gravel drive that twisted like a vein through the woods, built by our grandfather back in the 50s when he was logging for the paper mills. Grandpa Harlan had stories about this place, wild ones he'd spin over corn on the cob at family reunions. Whispers in the wind that mimicked lost loggers' shadows that moved against the breeze, folks vanishing into the mist like they'd stepped off the edge of the world. We kids laughed it off as tall tales, but Lena? She believed, always had. "The Hollow remembers," she'd say with that half smile, her eyes flicking to the tree line like it might answer back. We arrived at dusk on a Friday, the sky bruising purple over the peaks. The cabin was a squat thing of weathered cedar, its porch sagging under ivy that clawed at the rails like desperate fingers. Inside, it smelled of dust and damp pine, the kind of scent that clings to your clothes and follows you home. Lena unpacked groceries while I fired up the old stone fireplace, the crackle of flames chasing away the chill. We cracked beers, toasted to new starts, and talked until the stars punched holes in the black above us. That first night, sleep came easy, too easy maybe. The woods sang their lullaby, crickets chirping in chorus, an owl hooting somewhere distant. But around 3 a.m. I woke to a different sound, not the wind, not an animal. It was humming, low and rhythmic, like a child's nursery rhyme twisted through a warped radio. I lay there in the dark, heart thumping against my ribs, straining to place it. Lena's door was cracked open across the hall. Her breathing was steady, undisturbed. I chalked it up to the beer, rolled over, and drifted off again. Morning brought blueberry pancakes and a hike up Rattlesnake Ridge, the trail steep and overgrown, ferns slapping at our calves like warnings. We laughed about old times, Lena's botched attempt at baking pies that exploded in the oven, my teenage phase of quoting Nietzsche to impress girls who couldn't care less. By noon, we were at the summit, sweat-soaked and triumphant, the valley sprawling below like a green scar. That's when Lena spotted it, a rusted iron marker half buried in the moss, etched with faded letters. Blackwood Claim, 1847. She knelt, brushing dirt away, her fingers tracing the grooves. Grandpa mentioned this. Some old mining outfit. Said they dug too deep, hit something that drove them mad. I snapped a photo for the gram, joked about striking gold, but her face stayed serious. Elias, you hear that? I didn't at first. Then it came, a faint echo, like voices murmuring just below the ridgeline. Not words, exactly, but fragments. Please? Laughter? It faded as quick as it came, swallowed by the wind. We hiked back in silence, the marker's weight settling in my gut like lead. That evening, as the sun dipped and the hollow filled with twilight's gray soup, the humming returned. Louder this time, threading through the cabin walls like smoke. Lena was in the kitchen, chopping onions for stew when she froze, knife mid-air. You hear it too? Her voice was a whisper, eyes wide. We killed the lights, stood at the window peering into the black woods. The pines loomed like sentinels, their branches swaying in a breeze we couldn't feel inside. The sound swelled a chorus now, overlapping hums that resolved into snatches of song. An old folk tune I realized with a chill, Shenandoah, but off-key, the notes dragging like they're sung underwater. We barricaded the door with the oak table, phones clutched like talismans, but signal was dead up here. No bars, no help, just us and the echoes. By midnight, it wasn't just humming. Footsteps crunched on the gravel outside slow, deliberate, circling the cabin like a wolf sizing up prey. I grabbed the axe from the woodpile, Lena the cast iron skillet, and we pressed against the wall, breath shallow. A shadow flitted past the window, tall and elongated, gone before I could blink. It's nothing, I lied, my voice cracking. Deer bears. But deer don't hum and bears don't mimic voices. Lena started shaking then, tears streaking her face. Elias' grandpa wasn't lying, the hollow, it takes what it wants. She told me the full story then, one she'd pieced together from yellowed letters in the attic after his death. In 1847, the Blackwood Mining Company bored into the earth chasing silver veins, but they unearthed something else. A cavern laced with quartz that amplified sounds, twisted them. Miners heard their dead kin calling from the depths, whispers promising riches if they dug deeper. One by one they vanished, swallowed by cave-ins, or so the report said. But the last entry, scrawled in a madman's hand. The echoes aren't echoes. They're hungry. They wear our voices to lure the rest. We didn't sleep. Dawn crept in like a thief, the sounds retreating to faint murmurs. Exhausted, we packed to leave, but the truck wouldn't start, battery drained, though we'd charged it fresh. That's when Lena found the journal wedged under the porch boards, leather-bound, brittle pages dated 1952, Grandpa Harlan's handwriting. Came back for the tools today. Heard Lena's macalling clear as day, though she's been gone 5 years. Followed it to the old shaft, nearly went in. The hollow knows my name now. Lena's ma, our grandmother, had died in childbirth, or so we'd been told. But the journal painted different. She'd wandered into the woods one night, drawn by her own voice echoing from the mine, and never returned. Search parties found her shawl at the shaft's edge, shredded like by claws. Panic clawed at us. We hiked out on foot, the 5-mile trek to the county road, feeling eternal. Every snap of twig, a pursuit. The whispers dogged us now in Lena's voice, calling my name soft and pleading. Elias, help me. I spun, axe raised, but she was steps behind, pale as milk. It's not me, she gasped. By the ridge, it shifted to my ex-wife's timbre. Come back, Elias. We can fix this. Laughter bubbled under it, mocking. We ran, lungs burning, until the road appeared like salvation. A passing ranger picked us up, eyed our disheveled state. Blackwood, smart you got out. Folks go in there funny sometimes. Echoes play tricks. He dropped us at a motel in St. Johnsbury, where we collapsed into dreamless sleep. But the hollow didn't let go easy. 2 weeks later, back in Boston, Lena called me at 2 a.m., sobbing. It's here, Elias, in the walls. I drove to her apartment that night, found her huddled in the corner, rocking. Scratches marred the drywall fresh, like fingernails dragged slow, and the humming, faint but unmistakable. We burned the journal that week, scattered the ashes in the Charles River. Lena moved to Seattle after, changed her number, started therapy. Me? I quit my job, took up urban planning ironic, building barriers against the wild. But some nights, when the city quiets and the us-he hums just so I hear it. My own voice, whispering from the vents. Dig deeper, Elias. Come home. That was a year ago. Lena's gone silent. No calls, no texts. Last I heard, she was hiking the Cascades, chasing fresh air. I tell myself she's fine, starting over. But deep down, I know the hollow's reach. It remembers names, and it's patient. If that true horror story from the United States left your skin crawling with those real ghost encounter vibes and deep woods dread, stick around, the nightmare's just beginning. Next up, a terrifying true scary story from the United Kingdom that uncovers shadows in the heart of the city. Asterisk, asterisk, United Kingdom, the phantom line of Aldgate East, London, asterisk, asterisk. London's a beast of a city, isn't it? 8 million souls crammed into concrete veins, pulsing under the Thames like blood in an ancient heart. But beneath the bustle, the red buses honking, the pigeons scattering from Trafalgar's lions lies a skeleton of secrets. Disused tunnels, bricked up stations, lines abandoned when the war came calling. I worked the night shift on the district line back in 2024. Name's Tom Hargrove, 41, ex-Army. Divorced with a flat in Stepney that smelled perpetually of curry from the shop below. The job suited me, mindless, rhythmic, the clatter of wheels on tracks drowning out the ghosts in my head from Helmand. Or so I thought until the night I took the Phantom Line. It started ordinary enough, a muggy September evening after a footy match at West Ham. The platforms were slick with spilled lager, lads chanting as they piled into carriages. I was platform duty at Aldgate East, herding stragglers, radio crackling with dispatch. All clear, Tom. Last trains, that's yours at 047. The station as a relic Edwardian tiles peeling like old skin, air thick with ozone and regret. Built in 1865, it had its dark chapter during the Blitz. A direct hit in 41 collapsed the eastbound tunnel, bearing 50-odd souls mid-commute. They sealed it off after, rerouted the line, but folks swore they heard echo scrapes, shouts from the void. Rubbish, I figured. Echoes are just acoustics. Bad luck's what you make it. The last train pulled in at 045, a ghost of its daytime self. Empty cars rattling like loose teeth. I locked the gates, punched out, and headed down to the staff tunnel for my smoke. That's when the lights flickered, not the brownout kind, but deliberate, like someone toggling a switch. Buzz, off. Buzz, on. My fag dropped, embers skittering across the grates. In the strobe, I saw it. A shadow at the tunnel mouth, not 20 feet away. Tall, trench-coated, face obscured by a fedora pulled low. Oi! Staff only! I barked, heart kicking up. No answer. It turned slow, deliberate, and stepped into the black. I radioed it in. Intruder. East tunnel. Send backup. Static. Dead air. Curiosity's a curse, innit? Or maybe it was the war in me that itched to chase phantoms. I grabbed my torch maglite, heavy as a truncheon, and followed. The tunnel sloped gentle, walls dripping condensation that plinked like Morse code. 50 yards in, the air shifted. Cooler, laced with brick dust and something metallic blood? No, couldn't be. The shadow was gone, but footprints gleamed wet on the tracks, leading deeper. I shone the beam. Men's Oxfords, polished, size 10. Fresh? My gut twisted. This line dead-ended at a blast wall from the war. Sealed since 41. No way in or out. The tracks curved, swallowing light, and that's when the whispers started. Not wind voices. Muffled, overlapping like a crowd murmuring behind a door. Late again, ... shelters full. Jerry's coming ... I froze. Sweat beating despite the chill. Blitz chatter. Impossible. But the torch caught it then. A door, rusted green, ajar in the wall where no door should be. Out gate East Platform 2. A sign read. Faded paint flaking. Hard hammering, I pushed it open. Stairs descended, spiral iron, into Stygian dark. The whispers swelled, now with footsteps hundreds, echoing up like thunder. I descended, each step a betrayal. The maglight's beam slicing fog that wasn't there before. At the bottom, a platform pristine as 1940. Gas lamps flickered blue, casting pools on porcelain tiles stamped with king's crowns. Commuters milled men in wool suits. Women in headscarves clutching gas masks chatting, reading tattered evening standards headlined London Calling. A newsboy hawked papers. Extra. Bombs over the docks. They turned as one, eyes hollow, faces gray as ash. Spare smoke, Goov? One rasped, hand outstretched, bones showing through skin like wire. I backed up, stammering, "This ain't real." "War's over," laughter rippled, cold as rain on slate. The shadow man stepped from the throng, fedora tipping back. No face, just a skull wreathed in smoke, jaw unhinging in a silent scream. I bolted up the stairs, lungs aflame, but the door slammed shut behind me, locked from the other side. Pounding yielded nothing but echoes that mocked my knocks. Tom ... Tommy ... Come shelter with us. My radio sparked to life then. Dispatch's voice tinny. Hargrove? Report. I yelled coordinates, but the line cut to static laced with air raid sirens. Wailing, distant at first, then overhead droning engines, the thump of bombs shaking dust from the ceiling. Cracks spiderwebbed the concrete. Chunks fell, grazing my shoulder bloody. I wedged the maglite, heaved nothing. The platform below erupted in chaos. Screams as the crowd clawed at each other, masks slipping to reveal maggot-riddled mouths. The shadow lunged up the stairs, coat flapping like wings, bony fingers scraping rungs. Desperation's a hell of a motivator. I smashed the maglite's lens on the doorframe, shards scattering, and used the jagged end to gouge the hinges. Metal screamed. Blood slicked my palms. One pin popped, then two. The door sagged, and I squeezed through as the shadow's grasp brushed my ankle cold as grave dirt. Back in the live tunnel, I collapsed, gasping, the air warm and electric again. Lights steady, tracks humming with the next train's approach. Dispatch. Tom, you there? Sounded like a glitch. I laughed, manic, bandaged my hands in the staff room. Wrote it off as hallucination bad kebab, PTSD flare. Applied for day shift next week. But London remembers. 2 months later, a mate on the Circle Line radios me at closing. Tom mate, fancy a pint? His voice warps mid-sentence sirens bleeding in. The call drops. Papers next day. Worker falls to death on disused track Aldgate East. They found him at the blast wall. Neck snapped, fedora in his lap-sized 10 Oxfords. I quit that night, moved to Brighton, chase waves instead of ghosts. But some evenings, when the sea mists roll in and the gulls cry like sirens, I hear it. The platform calling, Tom, come home. The line's waiting. That true scary story from the United Kingdom captures the eerie, real ghost encounters lurking in urban shadows, pure paranormal terror. If your pulse is racing from these haunting tales of the unexplained, keep listening. Our final descent into dread takes us to France, where art and agony collide in a masterpiece of horror. France, the portrait's gaze in Montmartre. Paris in autumn is a seductress cobblestone slick with fallen leaves. The Seine whispering secrets to the bridges, air perfumed with chestnuts roasting on every corner. But peel back the romance and you'll find the scars, catacombs crammed with bones, chateaux cursed by guillotines. I arrived in 2025. Camille Laurent, 29, a struggling painter from Lyon with a portfolio full of half-finished canvases, and a grant that barely covered my garret in Montmartre. The hill's a village atop the city, whitewashed houses tumbling towards Sécurcy. Your artists hawking sketches to tourists who never buy. I rented from an old widow, Madame Duval, who eyed my brushes like they might summon demons. The attic, she warned on move-in day, key trembling in her arthritic hand. Never go up, bad air. Vermin. I nodded, lied through my teeth. Artists thrive on forbidden's fruit. The garret was a sliver of heaven. Slanted ceilings beamed with age. A skylight framing Eiffel Tower sunsets. Walls papered in faded fleur-de-lis. But the whispers started weak one soft sighs from the boards above, like breath on glass. I painted through them. Nudes in cafe light. Sane sunrises bleeding orange. Sales were nil, but the Grant bought croissants in cadmium red. One stormy October night, rain lashing the panes, a knock rattled the door. Not Madame Deeper, insistent. I cracked it to find a parcel. Oilcloth wrapped, no sender, addressed in looping script, for the eyes that see. Inside, a portrait, unsigned, oils cracked like veins. A woman mid-20s, raven hair piled high, eyes green as absinthe staring, not at the canvas, but through it. At me, I hung it by the easel, transfixed. The brushwork was masterful Rembrandt shadows, Degas delicacy, yet raw, unfinished at the edges. That night, sleep evaded. The sighs from the attic sharpened to murmurs, French laced with English. Regarde-moi. Look closer. Dawn brought fever dreams. The woman in my garret, palette in hand, painting my face onto a screaming void. I shook it off, attributed to cheap wine. But the portrait changed. Subtle at first. Her lips curved fractional, a smile. By week's end, tears streaked her cheeks real, salty when I touched them, evaporating like mist. Madame Duval cornered me in the hall next. You found it, Nan? The attic's gift. Over tisane in her parlor, amid lace doilies and saint icons, she spilled the rot. The portrait was her great-aunt Elodie's, painted in 1892 by a Montmartre recluse, Lucien Voss genius or madman, depending on the absinthe bottle. Elodie posed for weeks in his attic studio, above this very building, but Voss didn't paint from life alone. He captured souls, Madame hissed, crucifix clutched. Elodie vanished mid-sitting poof into the canvas. Voss too, they say, bricked in by rivals jealous of his visions. The attic? Sealed after, but the sighs were Elodie's pleas, the tears her endless grief. Burn it, child, before it sees you. I couldn't. It inspired my canvases bloomed vivid, galleries buzzing. A show at Le Consulate. La Muse Oublie sold out. Critics raved. Laurent channels the ghosts of Montmartre. But the portrait hungered. Nights I'd wake to its gaze burning holes. The woman's eyes following me across the room, literally. Pupils dilating as I paced. The murmurs evolved. My name whispered like a lover's curse. Camille ... join us ... Paint eternal. Scratches appeared on my arm's fine lines like brushstrokes weeping crimson. I'd bandaged, ignored, chased the high of creation. Friends drifted. You're fading, Camille. Eyes like hers hollow. November's full moon brought the storm. Thunder cracked like guillotines, lightning straubing the garret white. I climbed to the attic unbidden, key from Madame's hook-cold iron biting my palm. The stairs creaked underfoot, dust motes swirling like specters. At the top, a chamber frozen in time. Canvases stacked to the rafters, portraits of women dozens, eyes alive, pleading. In the center, Voss's easel, brushes caked in century-old oils, a half-finished Elodie glaring from the wall. But the sighs were a roar now chorus of the trapped, voices layering. PENs ... paint ... become. The portrait from below hung there too larger, her hand outstretched on canvas, fingers elongating toward me. I fled, but the door gone. Bricked seamless, mortar fresh as betrayal. Panic surged. I hammered, screamed, nails splintering. Lightning flashed, shadows writhed, women stepping from frames, gowns tattered, faces melting to bone. Elodie led them, green eyes blazing, brush in hand. You see us, she intoned, voice silk over razor. Now paint with us. They closed in, fingers cold as clay, forcing my hand to canvas. I slashed colors, reds for rage, blacks for voids, my arm moving unbidden, tracing my own face onto the growing horror. Hours blurred, dawn's gray light, and the attic reformed, door ajar, bricks dust. I stumbled down, portrait under arm, its eyes now mine-twin green staring back, accusatory. Madame was waiting, face ashen. Foolish girl. We burned it that dawn in the courtyard brazier, flames devouring oils and acrid smoke. The women screamed audible only to us until Ash silenced them. Voss's studio condemned next week, raised for condos. I left Paris in December, grant revoked, hands scarred like map lines. Back in Lyon, I teach watercolors to kids. Stick to pastels safe, fleeting. But mirrors betray me. My eyes flicker green some days, and in quiet studios I hear the brush call. Camille. Paint again. These true horror stories from America, the UK, and France, the whispering hollows, phantom platforms, and soul-stealing gazes, prove that darkness knows no borders. If these real-life paranormal encounters and chilling ghost stories kept you hooked till the end, smash that like button, share with a friend who dares to listen, and subscribe for more terrifying true scary stories narrated in English. What's your scariest encounter? Comment below, we read everyone. Sweet dreams ... or not. See you in the shadows. The Echoes of the Loire Valley. A terrifying real paranormal experience from France that defies all logic. Nestled along the serpentine Loire River in central France, where chateaux loom like fairy tale ghosts over vineyards heavy with secrets. A true horror story emerged in the spring of 2025 that shattered the illusions of romance and wine. This is a real paranormal encounter from Europe, a bone-chilling, true scary story from France, where the echoes of the past aren't metaphors, but predators that hunt in the twilight. For seekers of the most terrifying ghost stories from continental Europe, this tale from the Loire Valley will make you rethink every shadowed vineyard and crumbling ruin. Amélie Laurent, a 29-year-old sommelier from Tours, had always romanticized the Loire Valley, its Renaissance castles, Merlot-scented air, and legends of royal intrigues. But in April 2025, tasked with scouting a forgotten vineyard for her family's boutique winery, she uncovered something far older, a curse woven into the soil, voices that mimicked the living and entities that fed on doubt. The vineyard, closed in murmurs, whispering enclosure, lay abandoned since the 18th century, its iron gates rusted, grapes long overgrown into thorny tangles. Locals in the nearby village of Vouvray avoided it, crossing themselves at mentions. Les echoes, they called the disturbances echoes of the Huguenot massacres. When Protestant vintners were drowned in the river for their faith, their screams said to rebound eternally. Amélie arrived at dawn, her fiat crunching gravel, notebook in hand for soil notes and vine assessments. The air hummed with bees and the faint rush of the Loire, but as she stepped through the gates, silence fell, a vacuum that pressed on her eardrums. The chateau at the vineyard's heart was a shell, turrets cracked like eggshells, ivy-cloying walls etched with faded fleur-de-lis. She began mapping, pruning samples, humming Edith Piaf to fill the void. But by noon, the first echo came, her own voice, distorted, calling from the trellises. Amélie. This way ... deeper ... double quote. She spun, pulse quickening playback from her phone. No, battery full, app off. Shaking it off as wind through leaves, she pressed on, but the calls multiplied. Fragments of conversations she'd had that morning with her assistant in Tours, her mother warning of bad omens. Deeper in, near a dried fountain crusted with moss, the echoes coalesced into faces, reflections in puddles that weren't hers, pale, waterlogged, mouths moving in unison. Join the river, faithless one. Terror prickled. Amélie fled to her car, but the engine sputtered, dashboard flickering with static bursts of screams, French pleas from centuries past. Mercy ... water burns. She drove to Vouvray's Tata, hands trembling as she bought cigarettes she didn't smoke, cornering the barkeep Henry, a leathery man with eyes like river stones. Les echoes de noise, he rasped, pouring absinthe unasked. Huguenots, 1572, drowned by Catholics in the lower hundreds, weighted with vines. Their spirits echo, mimicking the living to pull more under. Touch the fountain? That's the heart. Cursed spring, they say, drank from it, and you're marked. Amélie laughed nervously, but the absinthe soured in her gut. Back at her rented guige, a cozy stone house overlooking the river, she scoured Google. Our paranormal France buzzing with Loire warnings, threads on drowned echoes luring hikers to accidental falls. Sleep came drugged with wine, but dreams drowned her, vines coiling like serpents, pulling her into silt-choked depths, faces pressing close, whispering her sins, abandoning her faith for career, the lover she ghosted. Morning brought escalation. Driving back compelled, she later swore. By an itch under her skin she found footprints in the dew, hers, but branching into impossible paths, leading to the fountain. There, water bubbled anew, clear and cold, reflecting not sky but writhing forms below. Dipping a finger, compelled, she tasted iron blood and the echoes roared. A cacophony of her voice multiplied, accusing, "Thief of the soil, ... betrayer of blood." She blacked out, waking in the chateau's cellar. Door locked from outside, air stale with mold and malice. Flashlight beam danced on walls scrawled with fresh script her handwriting? No. Lists of names, Huguenot dead, ending with Amélie Laurent next. Scratching echoed from the stone, like nails burrowing, and shadows slithered elongated, dripping, forming a circle of figures in sodden robes, eyes like drowned moons. "Give us voice," they chorused, her own timbre twisted. "Sing our end." Amélie pounded the door, screams joining the fray, but the wood softened, oozing like flesh, fingers hers. Pushing through cracks, she smashed a wine barrel for leverage, splintering it open to reveal not fermentation, but bones small, child-sized, tangled in root-wrapped rosaries. Revulsion fueled frenzy. She battered the door, wood giving way in a spray of rot. Outside, twilight bled red over the Loire. She ran, but the river called water lapping higher, unnatural tendrils of current snaking onto the bank like questing arms. Behind, the echoes pursued, footsteps splashing, voices layering her pleas into mockery. "Help ... mercy ... Join us." At the bridge into Vouvray, Henry waited with a priest Father Duval, summoned by her frantic voicemail. They doused her with holy water from the Loire ironic, she thought hysterically chanting exorcisms in Latin. The echoes peaked, wind whipping to gale, river surging as if boiling. Amélie collapsed, visions assaulting, the massacres, bodies buoyed by vengeful currents, faces she recognized ancestors? No, but marked now, their hunger hers. Silence crashed with the storm's end. The priest declared her freed, but scars lingered, a ring of bruises like vine coils on her wrist, whispers in faucets, the Loire's gleam in every mirror. She sold the winery stake, fleeing to Paris clamor, but the valley calls in rain on pavement, the pop of corks, dreams where she drowns willingly, joining the chorus. The close day murmurs thrives untended, grapes black and bitter, drawing the curious. If this terrifying true paranormal experience from France left you breathless, subscribe for more real scary stories from Europe's shadowed heartlights. Push us into the Explore page, where the horrors multiply. The echoes never truly fade, can you hear them? The whispering walls of Chicago, Illinois, USA. It was the summer of 2023, and Sarah Jenkins had just landed her dream job as a graphic designer for a bustling tech firm in downtown Chicago. At 28, she was ready for the hustle. The Windy City's endless skyline views, the late-night deep dish pizza runs, and the electric buzz of a city that never slept. But when her real estate agent showed her the listing for a one-bedroom apartment in the historic Gold Coast district, something about it felt off from the start. The building, a towering pre-war structure called the Elmwood Arms, dated back to the 1920s, with ornate cornices and brass fixtures that screamed old money elegance. Rent was suspiciously low for the location, $1,200 a month for a place that should have gone for double. "It's a steal," the agent said with a tight smile, avoiding Sarah's eyes. "Just needs a little love." Sarah moved in on a sweltering July afternoon, her boxes stacked like Jenga towers in the narrow hallway. The apartment was on the 5th floor, Unit 5B, overlooking Lake Michigan. The walls were papered in faded floral patterns, and the hardwood floors creaked underfoot like they were whispering secrets. That first night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the room in bloody oranges, Sarah unpacked her essentials, a coffee maker, her laptop, and a stack of true crime podcasts to drown out the city's hum. She crashed early, exhausted from the drive up from St. Louis, but sleep didn't come easy. Around 2 a.m. she jolted awake to the sound of murmuring. Not loud voices, but a low, rhythmic susurrus, like a crowd gathered just beyond the bedroom wall. It was faint, almost soothing at first, like neighbors chatting through thin plaster. But as she lay there, heart picking up speed, the words sharpened. "Sarah ... come closer. We've been waiting." She sat up, sheets tangled around her legs, and fumbled for her phone. 2:17 a.m. The apartment was silent, otherwise no traffic. No AC hum. Just those whispers slithering from the east wall, the one shared with the building's old service elevator shaft. Sarah laughed it off as jet lag hallucinations, chugged a glass of water, and popped in her earbuds for white noise. But the whispers persisted, weaving through the static like smoke. By morning, she dismissed it as the building settling, the wind off the lake playing tricks. Chicago was full of ghosts and stories, after all Al Capone's speakeasies. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre, but this was modern life. Rational. Safe. Days blurred into weeks, and the job swallowed her whole. 12-hour shifts hunched over screens, fueled by energy drinks and takeout falafel. The whispers became background noise, a quirky apartment quirk she mentioned offhand to her coworker, Mia, over lunch at a rooftop cafe. "Girl, that place is legendary," Mia said, eyes widening over her salad. "Elmwood Arms? My grandma grew up a block away. They say during Prohibition, it was a mob drop house. Bodies vanished in those walls, but hey, cheap rent, right?" Sarah forced a chuckle, but that night, the murmurs evolved. No longer indistinct chatter, they formed sentences, personal ones. "Sarah ... Why did you leave us in the cold? The lake took us ... Now it wants you." She bolted upright, sweat-soaked, and banged on the wall with her fist. Silence. Then, a soft chuckle, like dry leaves scraping concrete. Desperate for distraction, Sarah invited friends over for a housewarming, beers, board games, the works. It was a Friday, rain lashing the windows like angry fists. 5 of them crammed into the living room. Mia, her boyfriend Jake, and a couple from work, Tom and Lena. Laughter echoed off the high ceilings as they demolished a Monopoly empire. But around midnight, the mood shifted. Jake, sprawled on the couch, tilted his head. "You guys hear that? Like ... talking?" Everyone froze. The whispers were back, louder now, seeping from every corner. "Join us." "The water's so cold." Sarah knows. Lena paled, clutching her sweater. "What the hell is that? Is it the TV?" No TV was on. Tom pulled out his phone, recording the air. The EVP app he'd downloaded for fun glitched, spitting static laced with garbled pleas. "Drowned ... betrayed ... Come down." Panic rippled through the group like a stone in still water. They fled into the hall, coats half on, but the elevator wouldn't come, stuck on the ground floor, doors yawning open to an empty shaft. Stairs it was 5 flights down in the dark, because who'd thought to flip the breaker? Footsteps pounded, breaths ragged, but the whispers followed, echoing up the stairwell like a chorus from hell. "Don't leave. She's one of us now." By the lobby, they burst out gasping, rain soaking them instantly. No one slept over that night. Mia texted the next day. Googled it. 1929. Gang hit. 5 guys dumped in Lake Michigan from this building. Bodies never found. One was named Sarah Jenkins. Wait, what? Sarah's blood ran cold. Her great aunt, the family black sheep who'd vanished young, shared the name. Coincidence? She scoured ancestry sites, old newspapers digitized on microfilm at the library. There was a grainy photo from the Chicago Tribune. October 14, 1929. Mob enforcer's sister vanishes amid scandal. Sarah Jenkins, 22, last seen entering Elmwood Arms with a suitcase, rumored to have snitched on her brother's bootlegging ring. The lake had claimed her, or so the whispers said. But why her apartment? Why now? The real horror unfolded in September as fall winds howled like banshees. Sarah tried soundproofing foam panels, rugs, even a white noise machine cranked to max. Nothing worked. The voices grew bolder, demanding. Nights became marathons of terror, shadows lengthening unnaturally across the floor, forming silhouettes of pinstriped suits and fedoras. Objects moved, a coffee mug shattering at 3 a.m., her keys vanishing only to reappear in the fridge, coated in frost. One evening, after a brutal deadline, she collapsed on the couch with a bottle of Merlot, scrolling Reddit's Our Paranormal for solace. That's when the power flickered, plunging the room into throbbing darkness. The whispers roared. "Look behind you, Sarah, we're family." She didn't want to, God no, but compulsion gripped her like icy fingers. Twisting slowly, she saw it. In the full-length mirror across the room, her reflection wasn't alone. Behind her stood a woman, pale, hollow-cheeked 1920s bob haircut, dripping lake water that pooled black on the floor. The apparition's eyes were milky voids, mouth stretched in a silent scream. "Join us," it mouthed, hand extending through the glass. Sarah screamed, wine spilling like blood, and ran for the door. But the knob wouldn't turn locked from the inside, though she'd never used the deadbolt. Hours passed in that limbo. She pounded on walls, dialed 911 only for the line to hiss with submerged gurgles. Dawn broke eventually, the figure fading like mist, but the damage was done. Sarah packed that day, subletting sight unseen, fleeing to a sterile high-rise in Wrigleyville. The Elmwood haunted her still nightmares of submerged screams, the taste of brackish water on her tongue. Last week, she got a call from the new tenant. "Hey, weird question. Do you hear whispers sometimes? Like calling your name? Chicago's ghosts, don't forget. And neither does the lake." The echoes of the Forgotten Tube, London, United Kingdom, in the fog-shrouded autumn of 2024. Eliz Thorne, a 35-year-old history professor at King's College, decided it was time for a change. Tired of his cramped flat in Camden and the relentless tube commutes that turned his soul to ash, he splurged on a Victorian terraced house in Notting Hill. The place was a relic built in 1887, with gas lamps flickering in the foyer and wallpaper peeling like old skin. Priced at £850,000, it was a bargain for the postcode, but the estate agent hedged when pressed. "It's got character," she said, glancing at the basement door. "Just mind the drafts from the old lines." Elias, ever the academic, chuckled. London was riddled with disused underground stations, ghost platforms from the Blitz era, bricked up and forgotten. What harm in a little history underfoot? He moved in solo, his divorce papers still warm in a drawer. The house creaked like an old ship, but the study with its bay windows overlooking Portobello Road felt like a sanctuary. Evenings were spent poring over dusty tomes on Edwardian hauntings, a single malt by his elbow. The first anomaly hit on a drizzly Tuesday in October. Descending to the kitchen for tea at 11:30, Elias paused at the basement door. A low rumble echoed up like a distant train approaching. The northern line ran parallel, he knew, but this was deeper, a guttural groan from the earth itself. Shrugging it off as vibrations, he brewed his Earl Grey and returned upstairs. But as he sipped, the rumble morphed into echoes faint at first, then clearer, footsteps on stone, clipped heels, and heavy boots, accompanied by muffled sobs. "Help!" The lights went out. "They're coming." Elias froze, cut midway to his lips. The sounds emanated from the floorboards, as if the house were hollow. He knelt, pressing an ear to the wood. There a woman's voice, posh accent cracking with fear. "Platform 9... the bombs." "Oh God, the doors won't open." World War II air raid sirens wailed faintly in the background, then static, then silence. Heart hammering, Elias fetched his torch and a crowbar from the garden shed. The basement door, warped oak with an iron latch, stuck like it hadn't been touched in decades. It gave with a splintering crack, revealing stairs descending into musty blackness. Cobwebs draped like veils, and the air smelled of damp earth and ozone-train sparks. At the bottom, no boiler room, no storage crates. Instead, a bricked-up archway, mortar crumbling like decayed teeth. Elias chipped at it experimentally, flakes dusting his shoes. Behind, a sliver of rusted rail, curving into shadow. This wasn't just a cellar, it was the mouth of a sealed tunnel, part of the abandoned Aldwych branch, once a shelter during the Blitz. History nerd that he was, Elias knew the lore. In 1940, a train derailed in the blackout, trapping civilians. 23 dead, crushed or suffocated, their cries lost to the rubble. But as he shone the light, the sliver widened not by his hand, but as if the wall breathed. And from the darkness slithered the echoes. Professor Elias you woke us. Come see what the bombs hid. Sleep evaded him that night, the house alive with subterranean murmurs. By morning, he buried himself in the British Library's archives, unearthing yellowed reports. The derailment wasn't mechanical failure. Whispers of sabotage, a German spy posing as a conductor, locking doors as sirens wailed. The dead included a young teacher, Amelia Hargrove, clutching a locket with her fiance's photo. Elias's stomach twisted. His ex-wife's name had been Amelia. Coincidence? He reinforced the basement door with plywood, but the sounds burrowed deeper. Afternoons brought phantom drafts, carrying the scent of cordite and fear sweat. Books toppled from shelves, pages flipping to articles on wartime atrocities. One evening, as fog rolled in thick as soup off the Thames, Elias hosted a departmental mixer colleagues in tweed, clinking glasses of sherry. Laughter filled the parlor, but midway through a debate on Victorian sewage systems, a low thrum vibrated the chandelier. Glasses rattled. Someone quipped, "Tube strike?" No. The echoes swelled. screams now, raw and desperate, overlapping in a cacophony of agony. The tunnel's collapsing! Amelia, hold on. A visiting lecturer, Dr. Fiona Black, dropped her pipe. That's no train, that's people. They clustered at the basement door, which bulged inward like a lung inhaling. Elias yanked it open, torchbeam cutting the gloom. The archway had crumbled halfway, revealing a yawning void. Tracks slick with condensation. Posters faded to ghosts advertising, "Keep calm and carry on." And there, at the tunnel's bend, a woman's form in a 1940s coat, arms outstretched, mouth agape in eternal plea. Elias ... You promised to dig us out. In another life, chaos erupted. Colleagues stampeded upstairs, coats forgotten, one fainting on the Persian rug. Elias stood transfixed as the figure advanced, not walking but gliding, her shadow stretching impossibly long. Up close, her face was a ruined glass shard scars from the blast, eyes like shattered porcelain. We waited 70 years, she rasped, voice a rasp of gravel and grief. The spy locked us in. You have the key your bloodline, Elias reeled. His grandfather, a codebreaker, had worked on Enigma intercepts. Family lore spoke of a betrayal in the war, hushed at dinners. The apparition's ham-cold, translucent brushed his chest, and pain lanced through him. Visions flooding. The train shuddering, lights exploding, bodies piling in the dark. He slammed the door, barricading it with furniture, but the tunnel called relentlessly. Nights dissolved into delirium, footsteps pacing overhead, though he lived alone. Mirrors fogging with breath that spelled, dig. Desperate Elias consulted a medium from Soho, a wiry woman named Mrs. Lark who arrived with sage and a Ouija board. This isn't one spirit, she intoned, candles guttering. It's a choir. The dead choir. The planchette raced across the board. Did you wise it, Chico? As they chanted, the house shook, plaster cracking. The floor buckling to reveal rail ties woven into the foundation. Mrs. Lark fled, muttering of curses unbound. By November, Elias was unraveling. He chained the door, slept with a revolver under his pillow, but the echoes infiltrated his dreams, reliving the crash, crushed beneath steel, Amelia's hand slipping from his. One storm-lashed night, as thunder mimicked bomb blasts, the basement gave way. Elias awoke to splintering wood, the void swallowing the kitchen table. Torch in hand, he descended not by choice, but pulled, like gravity's cruel joke. The tunnel stretched endlessly, walls etched with claw marks, air thick with the moans of the trapped. At the end, the derailed carriage loomed, doors ajar, passengers frozen in rictus 23 souls, eyes pleading. Elias, Amelia whispered from the window, her locket glinting. Free us. Or join. He turned to run, but the tracks buckled, swallowing him. He awoke in hospital, Notting Hill Gate Station, pulled from a collapsed building site. Demolition crews had breached the old line while renovating his house. Mate, you were lucky, the paramedic said. Fell straight through the floor, but Elias knew better. The locket, Amelia's, lay in his palm solid cold, engraved with his grandfather's initials. The echoes followed him to the psych ward, faint but insistent. London's underbelly remembers, and it hungers for its due. The Schattenwald's silent hunt, Bavaria. Germany deep in the Bavarian Alps, where pine forests claw at the sky like desperate fingers, lies the village of Schattenwald, a speck on the map, unchanged since the Brothers Grimm spun their tales. In the crisp winter of 2025, Lena Muller, a 31-year-old botanist from Munich, inherited her grandmother's cabin on the outskirts. Oma had passed suddenly, leaving behind a will riddled with warnings. Verkauf nicht. Die Wälder rennen zu. Sell not. The woods listen. Lena, pragmatic and city-hardened, saw opportunity. Ecotourism was booming. She'd renovate the A-frame into a glamping retreat, drawing hikers with promises of authentic Black Forest magic. The cabin sat at the tree line, windows facing a sea of evergreens that swallowed sound. Snow dusted the roof like powdered bone, and the air hummed with isolation. Lena arrived in January, boots crunching virgin powder, her SUV loaded with solar panels and artisanal coffee. The interior was a time capsule, carved wooden beams, a stone hearth, and shelves of leather-bound folklore. That first evening, as dusk bled purple across the peaks, she lit a fire and uncorked a Riesling. The woods were alive with Russell's deer, she assumed, or wind in the boughs. But as flames danced, a hush fell. Then, a snap. branch underfoot, deliberate. Peering through frost-laced glass, Lena saw nothing but shadows lengthening like accusations. Sleep came fitful, interrupted by howls not wolves, but something guttural, human-throated, circling the perimeter. By week 2, patterns emerged. Mornings brought boot prints encircling the cabin, too large for locals, spaced like a predator's prowl. Samples from the snow revealed no DNA, just pine resin and something metallic like old blood. Lena's research grant focused on rare fungi, but the forest yielded stranger fruits. Mushrooms with caps etched in runes, glowing faintly under UV light. Local elders in the village tavern, over steins of dark lager, shook their heads. Der Jiger, one muttered, the hunter. A legend from 1812, Napoleonic deserters, hunted by a spectral forester who strung them from yews. Their spirits, bound to the woods, lured the unwary with silence. Stay inside after dark. He chooses one each solstice. Lena scoffed superstition for tourists. She installed trail cams, motion sensors beeping alerts to her phone. The footage? Blurs at midnight. A figure in oilskin coat and tricorn hat, lantern swinging, face obscured by stag antlers. No heat signature, no tracks post-storm. Whispers join the hunt, Germanic, archaic. Lena. Du riechst nach Angst, komm jagen. You smell of fear. Come hunt. They slithered from the chimney, the floor vents, even her radio static. Desperate for company, she invited her colleague, Dr. Hans Weber, for a weekend consult. Hans, a wiry mycologist with a beard like tangled roots, arrived Friday, skis strapped to his Audi. They hiked the trails by day, cataloging bioluminescent spores, but nightfall turned the cabin fortress. Over venison stew, Hans shared tales. Schattenwald isn't on old maps. Erased after the 30 Years' War plague, they say, but whispers of packs with the Walgeister. Laughter died as the howls resumed, closer rhythmic. Trail cam pinged. The hunter, antlers silhouetted, pausing at the tree line to point? At the window. Lena's blood froze. The glass fogged, a breath forming words. Hute Jacks du emite mir. Today you hunt with me. Hans rigged salt circles, invoking Bavarian warding chants, but the assault escalated. Midnight brought pounding fists on logs, shaking the frame. Inside, shadows detached from walls, forming wisps that tugged at ankles. The fire extinguished itself, relighting to reveal embers arranged in a pentagram. It's not one spirit, Hans gasped, Ouija trembling under spectral pressure. The deserters, they're the hounds! The hunter leads. The planchette spelled, Farai der Rizm Jalaliar. Lena's surname. Her Oma's maiden name matched the forester's Friedrich Muller. Executed for witchcraft in 1648, his soul fused to the woods by a desperate curse. Dawn saved them, but the hunt persisted. Lena's glamping dreams curdled. Contractors fled after seeing deer with human eyes. Alone again, she delved into Oma's attic trunk. Yellowed letters from 1812, pleading for mercy from the deserter's kin. One addressed to Lena's blood prophecy. The solstice loomed, December 21st, full moon silvering the snow. That night, the cabin groaned as if birthing something ancient. Winds howled counterpoint to the whispers. Loft nicked. Du bist das wild. Run not, you are the prey. Lena barricaded, shotgun loaded with rock salt, but the door splintered inward. The hunter entered, not strode, but materialized, coat dripping sap, antlers branching like veins. His face, Oma's, twisted in eternal rage. You came back to me, he growled, voiced the crunch of leaves under hooves. Behind, the hounds bayed translucent soldiers, bayonets gleaming. Lena fired, salt blooming like fireworks, but he advanced, hand clamping her throat. Visions assaulted. The war, the noose, the pact sealing his fury. Hunter be hunted, kin. She broke free, fleeing into the blizzard, snow blinding, branches whipping like lashes. The pack pursued, howls hurting her deeper. Hours, days, time fractured in the whiteout. Dawn found her at village edge, collapsed, frostbite blackening fingers. The hunter's lantern dangled from a yew extinguished. But in her pack, a mushroom sprig, runes pulsing. Until next solstice. Schattenwald claims it's due. And the woods always listen. The Vanishing Lights of Route 66. United States of America. Arizona, Arizona. October 2023. My name is Kayla Brennan, 29 years old. Travel vlogger with 180,000 followers and a dying channel. The algorithm had buried me alive, so I decided to do the one thing every creator swears they'll never do again. A solo road trip down the entire length of historic Route 66 in a 1998 Jeep Cherokee I bought off Craigslist for $3,000 cash. I called the series 66 Days of Decay, planning one video per state, raw, unfiltered, no jump scares, just pure American loneliness. Arizona was stop number 4, and I was already 3 days behind schedule. I left Flagstaff at sunset, chasing the last light across the painted desert toward the ghost town of Two Guns. The plan was simple: camp overnight in the abandoned Apache Death Cave, film some moody drone shots of the cursed canyon, then push on to Winslow by morning. Locals told me not to. Every gas station clerk, every Navajo grandmother selling turquoise on the roadside, every trucker at the Flying J, they all said the same thing. Those lights on the old stretch will follow you home. Girl. I laughed, posted a cocky Instagram story, and turned off I-40 onto the cracked remains of the Mother Road. Night drops fast in the high desert. One minute the sky is bleeding orange, the next it's pure ink. My headlights carve tunnels through the dark, tumbleweeds bouncing across the asphalt like suicidal ghosts. At mile marker 217, the radio dissolved into static. Then a single station, Old Country, Hank Williams. I'm so lonesome I could cry, except the lyrics were wrong. He was singing my name instead of Hear That Lonesome Whippoorwill. I killed the stereo, rolled the windows up, told myself it was just a prank station. That's when the first light appeared. It floated low over the scrub, pale blue, no bigger than a basketball, bobbing like a lantern someone was carrying across the desert. I slowed to 30 miles per hour. It kept perfect pace beside me, 30 yards off the driver's side. I hit record on the dash cam and the GoPro suction cup to the windshield. The light pulsed, once, twice, then split into 2, then 4, then a dozen. They arranged themselves in a perfect arrow pointing deeper into the nothingness where the old pavement had been ripped up decades ago. Against every ounce of common sense, I followed. The Jeep bounced over dirt ruts, cactus claws scraping metal like fingernails. The lights led me 5 miles off the highway to the ruins of Two Guns, crumbling gas station, rusted Sinclair dinosaur, zoo cages where mountain lions once starved. The arrow dissolved, and the lights rose straight up into the sky until they looked like cold stars. My phone had 0 bars, GPS spinning like a drunk compass. I stepped out to film B-roll. The second my boots hit the ground, every light on the Jeep died. Headlights, interior, dash, total blackout. Even the GoPro shut off. The only illumination came from those floating blue orbs now descending again, slower this time, forming a perfect circle around me. That's when I heard the voices. Hundreds of them. Not in my ears, inside my skull. Men, women, children, speaking English, Spanish, Navajo all at once, overlapping, pleading. Take us with you. Don't leave us here. We just want to go home. The temperature plummeted 30 degrees in seconds. Frost bloomed on the Jeep's hood in October. My breath hung like smoke. The circle tightened. I felt fingers, cold bony fingers, brush the back of my neck, tug my hoodie strings, trace the shell of my ear. I sprinted back to the driver's door, but the handle burned ice cold, fused shut. The voices rose into a scream that rattled my teeth. I don't remember getting back on the highway. I came to at 3:17 a.m., parked in the Meteor Crater visitor's lot. 60 miles away, engine cold, all 4 tires shredded to ribbons. Every memory card and every camera was blank. But my phone, somehow still recording audio the entire time, captured 7 hours of those voices begging, laughing, crying my name. I uploaded the raw file as an emergency video titled, I was hunted by the lights of Route 66. Full audio proof. It hit 14 million views in 4 days. Comments flooded in from truckers, locals, even park rangers. The lights are the souls of the 47 workers who died building that stretch in 1937, killed in a dynamite accident, buried in unmarked graves under the road. They say if the lights choose you, you become their new guide forever. I'm still driving. Still filming. Because every night since then, no matter where I am, Seattle, Chicago, even New York, those blue lights appear in the distance, waiting for me to lead them home. ## the girl who lives in the walls, Sweden, Stockholm. Stockholm, February 2024. Freelance sound designer Astrid Lindström, 34. Moved into a 400-year-old apartment in Gamla Stan because rent was suspiciously cheap for Sigdurmum standards. The landlord, an ancient woman who smelled of herring and mothballs, handed over the keys with one rule: never open the small door behind the kitchen radiator. It is only storage, Astrid laughed. Swedes and their quirky superstitions signed the lease and started renovating for her new cozy Nordic horror ambience YouTube channel. First night she heard it, soft scraping inside the walls, like mice wearing clogs. She blamed the 17th century plumbing. Second night, the scraping spelled her name in Morse code. Third night, a child's voice whispered directly into her ear while she edited audio at 2 a.m. Can Astrid come play? The breath was warm and smelled like cinnamon buns and grave dirt. She set up microphones everywhere, shotgun mics, contact mics on the walls, even a parabolic dish aimed at the forbidden door. At 3:33 every morning, the temperature in the kitchen dropped to exactly 3.3 degrees Celsius, and the little door creaked open 2 centimeters. Just enough for a pale eye to appear. Ice blue iris, no white, no lashes, staring. Astrid did what any rational Swede would do. She live-streamed it. 40,000 viewers watched in real time as she wedged the door open with a fireplace poker. Behind it was a crawlspace no deeper than a coffin, lined with children's shoes from every era, wooden clogs from the 1600s, tiny 1940s leather boots, neon Nike sneakers still laced. In the center sat a girl, maybe 8 years old, wearing a blood-stained confirmation dress from 1891. Skin translucent, veins glowing faint blue like fiber-optic cables. She smiled with too many teeth and spoke in perfect modern Swedish. I've been waiting since the cholera winter. Mama bricked me in to keep me safe. But I get so lonely. The chat exploded. Donations poured in. Astrid's channel tripled overnight. She named the girl Lilla Spekflicka and turned it into content, tea parties with the ghost child, lullabies in Old Norse, Ouija sessions that spelled out subscribers' names. Views skyrocketed past 3 million per stream. Until the night the girl asked for a favor. Let me borrow your skin for one day. I want to see the sun again. Astrid laughed it off until she woke up the next morning with perfect handprint, bruises around her throat, and a gap in her memory from midnight to 6 a.m. Security footage showed her walking out the front door at 0:13, barefoot in February snow. Returning at sunrise, she was found on the roof of the building across the street, sunburned raw, whispering, "It burned so beautifully." Astrid moved out the same week. The landlord simply shrugged and said, "She always needs a new playmate every 33 years. The apartment is rented again now. New tenant streams Fortnite." He still hasn't. T noticed the little door behind the radiator opens by itself every night at 3:33. The silent passenger of the Paris-Milan night. Train, Italy, France border December 2024. The overnight Dello train from Paris Gare de Lyon to Milano Centrale. American exchange student Harper Reed, 21, books the cheapest couchette. A 6-berth compartment she ends up sharing with only one other passenger. An elderly Italian priest who falls asleep instantly, snoring like a broken chainsaw. Harper plugs in her noise-canceling headphones, cues up a true crime podcast, and drifts off somewhere between Dijon and the Swiss border. She wakes at 3:07 a.m. to total silence. The priest is gone. His bunk is made, Bible neatly closed, but his shoes are still under the bunk, black leather, perfectly polished, soles wet with melting snow. The train's lights are off, emergency strips glowing faint red. Outside the window, the Alps are a jagged wall of black. Harper checks her phone, no signal, time frozen at 3:07. She steps into the corridor. Every compartment door hangs open, every bunk empty. The entire train, 400 passengers, vanished. Only one other person remains. A woman in a 1940s mink coat standing at the end of the car. Back turned, veil over her face. Harper approaches. The woman turns, lifts the veil, and has no face. Just smooth skin where features should be. She raises a gloved finger to where lips would be. She then points to the empty seat beside her. Harper sits paralyzed. The faceless woman produces a silver ticket punch and clicks it once. The train lurches, speed impossible, stars streaking outside like comets. Hours compress into seconds, Paris to Milan in one heartbeat. The train stops at Milano Centrale at exactly 3:08 a.m. Platform empty, clocks frozen. The faceless woman stands, offers Harper her hand. Harper refuses. The doors close. The train rockets backward through the tunnel, time reversing, Alps unforming, snow unmelted, stars rewinding. Harper wakes again at 3:07 a.m. between Dijon and the border. The snoring priest is back, his shoes dry. Every passenger returned. No one remembers anything. But every night since, no matter where Harper sleeps, dorm, hotel, airplane at 3:07 a.m., the lights dim, the temperature drops, and she hears the metallic click of that silver punch, and feels an invisible hand slip into hers, whispering in Italian, "Next time you won't wake up." The children who collect teeth under the ice, Norway, Svalbard. Svalbard, Svani 25. British climate researcher Dr. Rowan Whitlock is stationed at the Global Seed Vault for a 6-month tour. The sun will not rise again until February. 24-hour darkness, 40 degrees Celsius, polar bears outnumber people. Rowan shares the barracks with 5 other scientists, all of whom warn him on day 1. Do not go out alone after midnight. The ice remembers. Rowan laughs. He's an atheist, a rationalist, here to study permafrost methane release. But on night 4 he wakes to scratching under his bunk. Not on the floor, under the floor, inside the permafrost itself. Tiny fingernails clawing upward. He shines his headlamp. Nothing. The scratching spells in Morse again. We need more teeth to build the new sun. Next morning, one of the Norwegian cooks is missing 3 molars. Cleanly extracted while he slept. Gums cauterized, no blood. By the end of the week, every resident is missing teeth. Always in multiples of 7. Always taken between 3 o'clock and 3:07 when the security cameras suffer total blackout. Rowan sets traps, motion sensors, even drills boreholes into the ice with GoPros. The footage shows only darkness, then pale children, barefoot in the 40 cold, skin blue-white, eyes solid black, crawling on all 4s like spiders, dragging sacks stitched from seal skin. They sing in Old Norse, voices carrying perfectly through 200 meters of solid ice. Collecting teeth to finish the sun before the world ends. Rowan's final transmission, emailed to his wife in London. They're almost done. They say 777,777 teeth will make the new sunrise and melt everything so spring can finally come. They only need 412 more. I'm going to let them take mine. Tell the girls I love them. The seed vault still operates. Staff turnover is now 400% per year. No one lasts past the first missing tooth. The woman who knits the fog. Scotland. Isle of Skye, Scottish Highlands. November 2024. American travel influencer Madison Parker. 1.2 million TikTok, rents a croft cottage on the Trotternish Peninsula for cozy autumn content. The listing mentions occasional sea mist and active knitting circle in the village. Madison arrives to find the village empty except for one old woman sitting outside the ruined church, knitting with needles made of bone, yarn the color of storm clouds. Every morning, Madison wakes to find the island completely wrapped in unnatural fog. So thick you can to see your hand in front of your face. GPS fails, phones die. The single road off the peninsula vanishes. The old woman is always there, knitting, and the fog thickens with every row. Villagers' voices echo inside it, laughing, screaming, calling Madison's name, but when she runs toward them, the mist parts to reveal nothing but sheep skulls arranged in perfect spirals. On the 7th day, the woman finishes the scarf. It is 17 miles long, woven from the fog itself, and wraps the entire island like a noose. Madison live streams her attempt to reach the ferry port. 1.8 million viewers watch in real time as the scarf tightens. The screen fills with gray, and Madison's final words are, she says the knitting isn't for warmth. It's to keep the sky from falling. And I'm the last loose thread. The stream cuts to black. The fog lifted the next morning. The cottage is empty. The only thing left is the bone needles and a single strand of Madison's pink hair woven into the final row. The Echo in the Evergreen Abyss, United States of America. It was the summer of 2018, and I was 28 years old, fresh out of a soul-crushing breakup in Seattle, Washington. The kind of split that leaves you hollow, questioning every choice that led you there. My therapist God, I hate admitting, I had one suggested immersive solitude as a reset. So I packed my beat-up Ford Ranger with a tent, a cooler of beers, and enough trail mix to choke a bear, and headed east into the Olympic National Park. The USA's Wild Heart, they call it. Endless acres of ancient evergreens that swallow sunlight whole, rivers that roar like forgotten gods, and trails that twist into oblivion. I figured a week alone under the stars would stitch me back together. How wrong I was. Day one was paradise. I hiked the Soul Duck River Trail, the air thick with the scent of damp moss and pine sap. Birds chattered overhead, and the only company was the occasional chipmunk darting across the path. I set up camp by a secluded bend in the river. Far from the tourist traps, my spot was a natural amphitheater of towering Douglas firs, their branches weaving a canopy so dense it turned noon into twilight. That night, as the fire crackled and I nursed my first beer, the forest sang its lullaby, crickets chirping in symphony, leaves rustling like distant applause. I journaled by firelight, scribbling about rebirth, about leaving the wreckage of my ex behind. Sleep came easy, dreamless. But on day 2 the echo started. It was subtle at first, a faint rustle, like footsteps on wet leaves, just beyond the tree line. I chalked it up to wildlife. Black bears roam these parts after all, and I'd hung my food bag high like the ranger pamphlets preached. I spent the morning fishing, pulling a rainbow trout from the icy water that fought like a demon before going limp in my net. Lunch was that trout grilled over embers, flaky and sweet, washed down with stream water that tasted of minerals and eternity. By afternoon, I pushed deeper on the high ridge trail, elevation climbing until the world below shrank to a green blur. At the summit, I sat on a fallen log, lungs burning, heart pounding with that raw, alive feeling you only get when nature reminds you who's boss. That's when I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered, just ... said. Alex. My full name, clear as if someone stood right beside me. I whipped around, scanning the empty ridge. Nothing. Wind, I told myself. Acoustic trick of the mountains. Echoes bouncing off the cliffs. But as I descended, it happened again. Alex ... Come back. Fainter, like a voice carried on the breeze from miles away. My skin prickled, but I laughed it off, loneliness playing tricks. The therapist would say. Back at camp, I blasted some indie folk playlist from my portable speaker to drown out the quiet. Dinner was ramen with foraged mushrooms, spicy and grounding. That night, sleep was fitful. Dreams of my ex's face morphing into bark-covered limbs, reaching out from the dark. Day 3 dawned gray, mist rolling in like smoke from a dying world. The echo was bolder now, not just my name but fragments of conversations. You left me ... Why? I'd hear it while chopping wood for the fire, the axe biting into logs with wet thuds that echoed the accusation. I double-checked my perimeter, no prints, no signs of hikers. The nearest trailhead was 15 miles out, and I'd seen 0 souls since arrival. Paranoia crept in. I texted my buddy Mark back in Seattle. Weird vibes out here, hearing shit. All good though, he replied with a thumbs up emoji and, don't go full into the wild, dude. I forced a hike to the Seven Lakes Basin, a chain of alpine pools reflecting the clouds like shattered mirrors. The beauty was staggering turquoise waters lapping at obsidian shores, wildflowers nodding in the chill wind. But midway, the voice shifted. Alex, look behind you. I spun, heart slamming against my ribs. A shadow flitted between the larches, tall, humanoid, gone in a blink. Deer, maybe. Or my imagination starved for human contact. By evening, the forest felt ... watchful. The crickets had fallen silent, replaced by an oppressive hush, broken only by the river's murmur. I built the fire high, flames leaping like frantic spirits, and cracked open my last beer. That's when the whispers multiplied. Not one voice, but a chorus, my ex's laugh, my mom's scolding tone from childhood, even my own voice mocking. Pathetic. Alone forever. They layered over each other, a cacophony rising from the underbrush. I grabbed my headlamp, swept the beam across the camp. Empty. But the shadows danced wrong, stretching too long, bending at impossible angles. Sleep? Forget it. I sat bolt upright till dawn, shotgun style with a stick for a weapon, ears training for the next assault. Day 4 broke with rain, a relentless downpour that turned the ground to slurry. The echo wasn't content with words anymore. Footsteps circled my tent, slow, deliberate, like someone pacing a cage. I'd unzipped the flap, knife in hand. Yeah, I packed one after a bear scare last trip, and find nothing but puddles rippling in the wind. Hunger gnawed at me. My trail mix was half gone, the cooler sweating condensation. I rationed a protein bar, chewed mechanically while staring at the tree line. The voices urged me deeper. Follow us, Alex. See what you've lost. Against every instinct, curiosity or madness won. I shouldered my pack and trekked north off-trail into a ravine I'd spotted on the topo map. Ferns slapped my face, thorns snagged my jeans. The air grew colder, thicker, like breathing soup. Hours blurred, the rain masked my tears of frustration. Then, the clearing. A perfect circle amid the chaos, ringed by evergreens so old their trunks twisted like tormented souls. In the center, a stump, axe-hewn fresh moss creeping over the scar. And etched into the bark, shallow but deliberate. Alex was here. My knife trembled in my fist. I hadn't carved that. No one had. The echo exploded, then a howl of laughter. My ex's voice twisting into something guttural, inhuman. You brought us here. Shadows coalesced at the clearing's edge. Figures, translucent. Faces I half recognized, friends from college. Family long gone, all mouthing silent pleas. One stepped forward, its form flickering like bad reception. Me. A mirror self, eyes hollow, skin mottled with bark veins. Join us, it rasped, hand extended. The air hummed with the electricity, the ground vibrating underfoot. I'd bolted, pack abandoned, crashing through brambles till my lungs screamed fire. I stumbled into a ranger station at dusk, covered in mud and scratches, babbling about echoes and doppelgangers. The ranger, a grizzled vet named Tom, poured me coffee and listened stone-faced. Heard it before, he muttered. The Olympics eat loners. Old logging accident in the 20s, crew vanished in that ravine. Echoes of the dead, they say. Stick to the paths, kid. He drove me to my truck, but I couldn't shake it. Back in Seattle, the whispers followed faint at first, then louder in my apartment's silence. I'd wake to footsteps in the hall, see shadows in the corner of my eye. Therapy doubled, meds prescribed. But last month, hiking in the Cascades' safer trails, I thought the echo returned. Alex, we're waiting. If you from the USA and you got a *** true ghost story *** from the national parks or backwoods, comment below. This *** paranormal horror *** isn't fiction, it's the stuff that makes you lock your doors at night. Stay tuned. Our next *** chilling tale *** drags us across the Atlantic to the fog-enshrouded moors of *** England in the United Kingdom *** where an inheritance turned a family's dream home into a portal for the damned. Whispers from the Wailing Moor, United Kingdom, England. Eleanor Hargrove had always romanticized the English countryside. Born in 1985 to a line of London bankers who'd traded cobblestones for spreadsheets, she craved the Gothic allure of her ancestors' Taillies Brontë windswept moors, crumbling abbeys haunted by bygone sorrows. At 35, widowed young after her husband's car crash on the M25, she inherited Blackthorn Hall from a great-aunt she'd met once at a Christmas fete. The estate sat on the edge of Dartmoor National Park in Devon, a sprawling Victorian manor of grey stone and ivy-choked turrets, bought in 1892 with opium money from the aunt's explorer husband. A fresh start, Eleanor's solicitor cooed, handing over the keys in a manila envelope stained with rain. Little did she know, Blackthorn wasn't a home, it was a cage for echoes of the betrayed. The drive from Paddington Station took 4 hours, the M5 blurring into hedgerows and sheep-dotted hills. Eleanor arrived at twilight, the sky a bruise of purple and indigo. The hall loomed like a sentinel, windows dark as missing teeth. She fumbled the oversized key in the lock, the door groaning open on hinges that wept rust. Inside, dust motes danced in the beam of her torch, the air heavy with mildew and something sharper brimstone. The foyer was grand in decay, a chandelier dangling crystals like frozen tears, Persian rugs frayed to threads underfoot. Upstairs, her bedroom overlooked the moor, a vast, undulating sea of heather and gorse where mist coiled like spectral fingers. That first night, she unpacked by candlelight. The electrics flickered like a dying pulse, sipping gin from a flask to steady her nerves. Sleep came in fits, punctuated by the wind's mournful howl against the panes. Morning brought tentative hope. Eleanor hired locals for renovations. A plumber from Exeter to fix the pipes that gurgled like choking throats, a gardener to tame the wild rose thickets strangling the iron gates. Mrs. Trelawney, the village postmistress, dropped off scones and a warning over tea. Blackthorn's got stories, love. The aunt, she weren't right in the end. Whispers, they say, women's voices begging. Eleanor laughed it off as quaint folklore, the kind that sells postcards in tourist shops. But as days bled into weeks, the manor revealed its teeth. It started with drafts, icy gusts, slithering down hallways with no source, carrying the faint scent of lavender and blood. Footsteps echoed on the oak stairs at midnight, soft-soled and pacing, as if someone searched endlessly for a lost key. By week 3, the whispers began. Not wind, not imagination, distinct words, layered like choral dirges rising from the walls. Betrayed ... He promised ... double quotes. Eleanor's first thought was rats in the wainscoting, but the exterminator found none. She scoured the attic for clues, trunks of yellowed letters. A daguerreotype of her great-uncle, stern-jawed with eyes like polished onyx, beside a woman whose face mirrored Eleanor's own pale, haunted. The aunt's journals, brittle as autumn leaves, chronicled the horror. In 1897, the uncle returned from India, not with spices, but a curse of the betrayed. He'd left a native lover in Calcutta, promising return. She drowned herself in the Hooghly, her spirit hitching to his soul like a leech. Blackthorn became their prison, her wails seeping into the stones, manifesting as poltergeists that shattered vases and bruised flesh in the night. Eleanor dismissed it as opium-fueled delusion, but the phenomena escalated. Objects moved, her hairbrush vanishing from the vanity, reappearing in the locked cellar amid cobwebs and forgotten wine racks. Shadows pooled in corners, humanoid forms that dissolved when approached, leaving the air humming with static. One evening, as thunder rattled the leaded windows, a full apparition materialized in the drawing room. A woman in a sari of crimson silk, soaked and translucent, her black hair streaming like ink. "He lied," she hissed, voice a rasp of salt water and rage. Eleanor's teacup slipped, shattering on the hearth. The spirit lunged, fingers like claws grazing her throat, cold as the Ganges depths. Bruises bloomed purple by morning, fingerprints etched in flesh. Desperate, Eleanor invited a parapsychologist from Oxford, Dr. Lydia Voss, a no-nonsense academic with a ghost-hunting kit of MF meters and sage bundles. They spent a weekend in vigil, recorders capturing EVPs that replayed as, "Release us." Or join. The doctor's meter spiked in the master suite. Where the uncle had hanged himself in 1902, rope scars still visible on the beam. Multiple entities, Voss concluded, pale under her bobbed hair. The lover's rage anchored to the aunt's guilt she knew covered it up. A seance followed, candles guttering in a circle of salt. The air thickened, temperature plunging to freezer burn. The whispers swelled to screams. Names, accusations, the uncle's guttural pleas for mercy. Glass exploded inward. Voss's cross necklace melted to slag. They fled at dawn, the doctor vowing never to return. But Eleanor stayed, chained by curiosity and grief. The hauntings personalized, mirrors reflecting not her face but the lover's, eyes pleading then furious. Dreams bled into waking Eleanor wandering the moor in a trance, drawn to a bog where heather bloomed black. Villagers shunned her. The pub talk turned to the new witch of Blackthorn. Months in, a climactic storm hit winds howling like banshees, lightning etching the sky. The spirit cornered her in the cellar, walls weeping blood-red rivulets. "You bear his blood," it snarled, forms swelling to fill the space. Visions assaulted. The uncle's betrayal in vivid technicolor, the lover's agony, the aunt's complicity. Eleanor clawed at the apparition, screaming denials, but it possessed her hands turning the knife from the kitchen drawer inward. She woke in hospital, wrists bandaged, the hall condemned. Voss visited, whispering of exorcism. But the whispers followed to London flats, therapy couches. Last I heard, Eleanor's in a Devon asylum, murmuring of moors and broken promises. Blackthorn stands empty, windows like voids, waiting for the next heir. If you're tuning in from the UK and know a *** real haunted house story ** from the countryside, spill it in the comments. These ** English ghost encounters ** prove the past never truly dies, it just waits to drag you under. Our journey into dread continues with a tale from the labyrinthine underbelly of **, France **, where the city of light hides shadows that devour the soul. Prepare for the catacombs' eternal vigil. **, true paranormal nightmare **, of forbidden steps and vengeful dead that make you think twice about Paris after dark. The Catacombs' Eternal Vigil, France, Paris, 2015. Margot Duval was 24, a Sorbonne dropout with a camera slung around her neck and a rebel streak wider than the Seine. Raised in the 18th arrondissement by a baker father and Seamstress mother, she romanticized the city's underbelly, the graffiti-strewn alleys, the forgotten metro tunnels. But it was the catacombs that called loudest. 300 kilometers of ossuaries beneath the streets. 6 million souls stacked like firewood, their bones arranged in macabre mosaics since the 1780s cholera epidemics. Official tours were for tourists. Margot craved the illicit urban exploration with her crew of nightcrawlers, slipping through manhole covers under moonless skies to map the forbidden veins of the dead city. It started as thrill, the descent via a rusted ladder into St. Innocent Cemetery's overflow, air turning fetid with earth and decay. Flashlights cut swaths through blackness, walls gleaming with femurs and tibias forming hearts, crosses, even the odd phallic jest from ossuary workers. Laughter echoed off vaults, masking the drip-drip of groundwater. Margot's Leica captured it all, eerie portraits of her friends posed amid skulls. Filters turning bone white to sepia nightmare. They pushed deeper that first run past Arrête. C'est ici l'Empire de la Mort. Warnings into unmapped sectors where tunnels narrow to crawls, ceilings low enough to taste dust. A wrong turn led to a chamber of child-sized coffins, lids ajar, tiny skeletons curled fetal. The group froze. Someone whispered a prayer. They surfaced at 4 a.m., buzzing on adrenaline and cheap wine, vowing more. But Margot returned alone. The others bailed, jittery from bad vibes. Whispers of inspectors cracking down. She couldn't resist. The catacombs felt alive, pulsing with stories the living forgot. Armed with a headlamp, backpack of energy bars, and a notebook for sketches, she entered via a storm drain near Denfert-Rochereau at midnight on a humid July eve. The ladder clanged hollowly. Below, silence swallowed her footsteps. She navigated by memory and a crumpled map from an online forum left at the guillotine pit, right past the flooded gallery. 2 hours in, the air grew colder, unnatural for summer depths. Her breath fogged. The walls wept condensation that tasted metallic on her lips. That's when the vigil began. A scraped nails on stone, faint but rhythmic like a mourner clawing for air. Margot spun, beam shaking, empty corridor, bones undisturbed. Chalk graffiti from past explorers. J 2003, Les Morts Regardant seemed fresher, letters bleeding white. She pressed on, notebook filling with feverish drawings. A skull grinning wider than anatomy allowed. Deeper still, a fork. One path barricaded with rubble, the other descending into a void where her light barely pierced. Curiosity overrode caution. She squeezed through, the tunnel contracting like a throat. Emerging into a vast cavern unmapped, pristine pillars of vertebrae supported a dome of intertwined ribs, floor carpeted in pulverized bone dust that puffed like smoke. In the center, a stone slab, altar-like, etched with Latin she couldn't read. Requiem aeternam, it seemed to murmur. She set up her tripod, framing the shot. Eternal vigil of the damned. Click, the camera whirred, but in the viewfinder, movement of figure hunched over the slab, cloaked in shadow. Playback showed nothing. Hard hammering, Margot approached, fingers tracing the etchings. Cold seeped through her gloves. The air hummed low, vibrational. Then the voices, not echoes, but internals millions layered, a cacophony of final breaths. CS ... remember ... double quotes, French, English, Latin, all tongues of the buried. She staggered back, headlamp flickering. Shadows stirred. Forms peeled from walls, translucent Parisians in revolutionary rags. Plague victims with bugoes blooming black, children with hollow eyes clutching rag dolls. They circled, not aggressive but insistent, hands outstretched. Witness! Panic clawed her throat. Margot fled, but the tunnels shifted passages, sealing behind, openings vanishing. Hours, days? Time dissolved in the dark. Her bars dwindled. Thirst drove her to lap at wall drips, coppery and warm. The vigil intensified, apparitions pressing close, sharing vignettes in fragmented visions. A noble woman guillotined in 1793, her neck stump gaping. A miner crushed in 1850, lungs full of lime. They fed on her fear, growing solid fingers brushing her arm, leaving frostbite welts. Stay, they cooed, eternal, delirium set in. Margot scratched her own warnings on bone walls. Margot 2015, Isles Valent. Dawn, or what felt like it, found her pounding on a grate above, lungs raw, screaming for salvation. A homeless man hauled her out near Père Lachaise, mistaking her for a junkie overdose. Hospital records: dehydration, hypothermia, scratches like defensive wounds. Her camera? Lost below. Psych Evel, stress-induced hallucinations. But the photos, developed from memory cards salvaged from her jacket, showed them. Faint outlines in every frame, faces superimposed on her own terrified grin. Paris shunned her, friends ghosted, pun unintended. Now, in a cramped Montmartre flat, Margot wakes to scrapes under floorboards, whispers promising reunion. The catacombs call nightly, their vigil unending. French explorers, if you've danced with the dead below, share your asterisk true scary tale asterisk below. These asterisk Parisian paranormal horrors asterisk remind us. Some cities bury their secrets too shallow. From the romantic ruins of France, we burrow into the Teutonic gloom of asterisk Germany asterisk, where ancient forests guard atrocities that refuse to rot. Brace for the Black Forest's Bone Collector, a asterisk real-life horror story. Asterisk of isolation and inheritance that'll echo in your nightmares long after the credits roll. The Black Forest's Bone Collector. Germany. In the shadow of the Schwarzwald, Germany's Black Forest, that primordial tangle of furs and folklore where the brothers Grimm spun their webs. Lucas Mahler inherited more than land in 2022. At 42, a Berlin software engineer jaded by code and concrete. He learned of his grandfather's passing via a notary's terse email. Otto Mahler, a reclusive woodcarver who'd fled Dresden in 45, left a remote cabin on the forest's edge near Triberg. 50 hectares of timber, a workshop of whittled saints, and a ledger of debts unpaid. Family duty, the notary shrugged over schnapps. Lucas, untethered after his wife's abandonment for a gallery owner, saw escape. He sold his flat, packed a duffel of jeans and debuggers, and drove south on the B500, the road winding like a serpent into mist. The cabin squatted on a ridge overlooking ravines where fog pooled like spilled milk. Built in 1920 of dark timber and slate, it smelled of resin and regret, Otto's ghost already thick in the rafters. Lucas arrived in October, leaves carpeting the path in blood-red decay. Inside, a potbelly stove, bunk beds for phantom children, shelves of cuckoo clocks ticking discordantly. The workshop adjoined, tools hung like surgical instruments, half-finished carvings of wolves and witches staring accusatory. That night, rain lashed the shutters. Lucas lit the stove, flames casting elongated shadows that danced like intruders. Sleep evaded him. The forest groaned, branches creaking, something larger prowling the understory. Morning revealed the boundary. Otto's land abutted a restricted zone. Cordoned by Betreten verboten signs from a 1944 munitions dump, unexploded ordnance still lethal. Lucas ignored it, hacking trails with a borrowed machete, lungs filling with pine-scented air crisp as shattered glass. He uncovered relics, rusted casings, a boot sole fused to earth. The bone collector emerged subtly, a femur, deer-sized, half-buried near a stream, gnaw marks fresh. Trophy? Animal kill. Lucas pocketed it, later carving runes into it by lamplight, a nod to pagan roots his grandfather muttered about in postcards. Weeks blurred, isolation gnawed. Lucas's laptop died from damp. Signal vanished beyond the ridge. The village of Triberg, 10 kilometers down, supplied bread and beer, but locals crossed streets, whispers of Muller's Flutch, Otto's madness after the war, digging obsessively for the Lost Legion. Back home, anomalies multiplied. Footprints circled the cabin bare, human-sized, toes splayed unnaturally. At midnight, knocks rattled the door. 3 sharp raps, pausing, then frantic scratching. Lucas peered through fogged glass. Nothing but swirling leaves. Inside, the carvings moved, a raven's eye shifting to follow him, a maiden's smile curling sly. The collector escalated. More bones. A jawbone in the woodpile, teeth filed to points. Vertebrae strung like beads in the loft. Lucas dreamed of Autogont, eyes fever-bright, unearthing a mass grave from Himmler's experiments. SS occultists burying Untermenschen with rituals to bind spirits. They call back, Dream Otto rasped, handing a skull etched with swastikas. Awake. Lucas found the ledger. Entries in Sutherland script detailing harvested echoes' bones as talismans to silence the forest's rage. Madness, he thought. But the knocks grew insistent. voices threading through, guttural German, pleas in Polish, Yiddish laments. Gibbon's Frieden ... collector ... November's full moon brought revelation. A storm uprooted a beach, exposing a pit. Shallow grave, skeletons intertwined, 24, adults and children, uniforms shredded, bones polished white. Amid them, Otto's locket engraved Far die Verlorenen. Lucas retched, dialing Berlin PD on a borrowed sat phone. But before cops arrived, the forest answered. Shadows coalesced, translucent soldiers, emaciated, eyes sockets of void, marching in lockstep from the trees. They encircled the pit, hands clutching phantom rifles, mouths opening in silent screams. The air reeked of cordite and rot. Temperature plummeted, frost rimming the grave's edge. One figure, boyish, no older than 14, pointed at Lucas. Du nimmst unsere. You take ours. Panic seized. Lucas fled into the woods, branches whipping like lashes. The march followed, footfalls thudding in unison, whispers swelling to a roar. Names, dates, atrocities. He collapsed by a lightning-struck oak, bones clutched in white-knuckled grip, the femur from day one, now warm, pulsing. Visions assaulted. Otto, in 46, exhuming the dump's victims, carving wards to collect their unrest, believing it appeased the Black Forest's whites. But the bindings failed. The dead hungered for wholeness. Dawn broke. Cops found Lucas raving, cabin ransacked, carvings, smashed, ledger ash. The pit? Filled overnight, earth seamless. Therapy in Freiburg. PTSD, they said. Lucas returned to Berlin, but bones appear under pillows, in mailboxes whispering of debts. The forest calls weekly, knocks echoing in high-rises. German wanderers, if the Schwarzwald has claimed your peace, confess in comments. This ***, true German horror *** whispers. Some collections can't be buried. Our final descent into terror transports us to the sun-baked ruins of ***, where Mediterranean allure conceals vendettas from the grave. Witness The Phantom of Poveglia Isle, a ***, chilling real ghost story *** of plague, madness, and an island that devours the living. The Phantom of Poveglia Isle, Italy, Venice, 2019. Sofia Rossi, 31. Art restorer with ink-stained fingers and a heart scarred by her brother's overdose, chased whispers of forgotten beauty to the Venetian lagoon. Hired by a shadowy consortium to document Poveglia, a quarantined isle banned since 1968. Once a plague pit, asylum and bell tower of bells that told screams, she boarded a chartered vaporetto at dawn. The water lapped gray, gulls wheeling like omens. Poveglia emerged. Overgrown ramparts crumbling into the sea, olive groves twisted, the asylum's red brick facade pocked with vines. 3 days, her employer stipulated via encrypted email. Photos only. No digging. Sophia, driven by grief's numb hunger for purpose, stepped ashore with tripod, lenses, and a flask of grappa for courage. The air hit first stagnant, laced with salt and something feral, like wet dog and incense. She skirted the dock's rusted cranes, paths choked by brambles that snagged her linen shirt like pleading hands. The plague pits lay inland, mass graves from 1630, when the Black Death claimed 160,000, bodies layered like cordwood, doused in lime. Official history sanitized it. Locals spat Isala dei Morti, Isle of the Dead, claiming phantoms pulled trespassers under. Sophia's first shots, wild figs bursting from cracked earth, bell tower leaning like a drunk against the sky. Inside the asylum abandoned post-1922 experiments with lobotomies, the corridors stretched endless, walls scrawled with patient ravings. The ashmen come. Her flashbulb popped, illuminating gurneys chained to floors, surgical tools rusted in sinks. Nightfall stranded her. The boatman fled at dusk, muttering of tides. Sophia barricaded in the campanile, its spiral stairs echoing her pulse. Sleep? A joke. The isle breathed winds moaning through fissures, ground shifting as if bones rearranged below, dawn to deeper exploration. She descended to the octagonal barracks, floors buckled, frescoes peeling to reveal plague masks etched in soot. A child's shoe, leather brittle, lay amid debris too small for comfort. Then the phantom sigh, a breath hot on her neck, rustling her hair. She whirled. Empty hall, but her camera's timer had captured it. A swirl of ash coalescing humanoid, face obscured by a beak-nosed mask. Digital noise? Glitch? Sophia's hands shook as she downloaded, grappa burning her throat. Day 2 blurred into fever. The sighs multiplied gargled pleas in Venetian dialect. Aiutami. Brucio. Help me. I burn. Shadows lengthened midday, forms slinking between columns. Plague victims, skin sloughing in rags, eyes milky with fever. They didn't attack. They ... performed. 1. A nurse from 1793 yellow fever outbreak. Reenacted bindings strapping invisible patients, her screams harmonizing with the wind. Sophia documented obsessively, lenses fogging with her sweat. Lunch. Figs and prosciutto from her pack, tasting of copper. By afternoon, the phantom solidified. A doctor, mid-20th century, white coat stained sepia, mallet in hand for ice-pick lobotomies. Progress demands sacrifice, he intoned, voice gravel and ether. He demonstrated hammer arcing toward her temple, passing through to stir air like stirred soup. Terror rooted her. Escape routes vanished paths overgrown overnight, lagoon waters churning black. Visions cascaded. Poviglia's timeline in hellish montage. 1527 smallpox. Pits dug by the living, filled by the doomed. 1776. Mental Institute. Cures via drowning and the Pazzi Wells. 1922. The doctor's spree, 100 souls relieved before his leap from the tower, impaled on stakes below. His spirit anchored the unrest, feeding on fear to puppet the dead. Sophia clawed through brambles, nails splintering, reaching the dock as storm clouds boiled. The phantom pursued, mallet swinging, whispers urging, "Join the exhibit." She dove into the lagoon, swimming blind, salt-stinging wounds. A fishing trawler hauled her aboard near Lido, babbling of ashmen and eternal patience. Hospital in Nestor, exposure, hysteria, her SD card. Corrupted, save one frame the doctor's grin over her shoulder. Sophia quit restoration, now bartending in Dorso Duro. Got Poveglia haunts. Sighs and steam from espresso, shadows and wine glasses. Italian explorers, drop your ***, true Italian ghost encounters *** below. This *** plague island horror, *** etches deep. Some isles aren't escaped, they claim you. The whispering walls of Willow Creek, USA. In the sleepy town of Willow Creek, nestled deep in the rolling hills of upstate New York, where the autumn leaves cling to ancient oaks like desperate fingers and the Hudson River whispers secrets to the wind, lived a family that seemed utterly ordinary on the surface. But beneath that facade of picket fences and Sunday barbecues lay a horror so insidious, so woven into the fabric of their home, that it would unravel everything they held dear. This is the true story of the Harlan family as recounted in hushed tones by the few survivors who escaped Willow Creek's Graspa tale of whispers that weren't just heard but obeyed, turning love into obsession and sanity into screams. It started in the summer of 2018 when Marcus Harlan, a 42-year-old construction foreman with calloused hands and a laugh that could fill a room, inherited his late uncle's Victorian farmhouse on Elmwood Lane. The house, built in 1892 during the height of the Gilded Age, had stood empty for decades, its paint peeling like sunburned skin and its windows fogged with the breath of ghosts. Marcus's wife, Elena, a soft-spoken librarian with raven hair and eyes like polished chestnuts, saw potential where others saw decay. "It's a fresh start," she told their 2 children, 12-year-old Sophie, a budding artist with freckles across her nose, and 9-year-old Tommy, whose boundless energy masked a quiet fear of the dark. "We'll make it our own. Ghosts don't pay rent." The move-in was idyllic at first. The family spent weekends sanding floors and painting walls a cheerful yellow, the kind that promised warmth against New York's biting winters. Neighbors and Willow Creek farmers mostly, with weathered faces and stories of old mill fires, welcomed them with apple pies and warnings wrapped in folklore. That old Harlan place? Old Mrs. Greer from next door had said, her voice a rasp like dry leaves. Built on the old asylum grounds. Whispers, they say. Folks hear 'em after dark. Best keep the salt by the doors. Marcus laughed it off, chalking it up to small-town superstition. Elena, ever the romantic, even joked about channeling the spirits for her next book club pick. But on the 3rd night, as the grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight with a toll that vibrated through the bones, the whispers began. They were faint at first, like the rustle of silk sheets in a breeze, emanating from the walls of the master bedroom. Elena woke with a start, her heart hammering against her ribs, convinced it was the wind sneaking through a crack. "Marcus," she murmured, shaking her husband's shoulder. "Do you hear that?" He grumbled awake, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and listened. There it was, a low murmur, indistinct but insistent, like a crowd debating in a distant room. Words slithered in and out of focus. "Stay ... closer. Mine." But they dismissed it as the house settling, the old pipes groaning under the weight of time. By week 2, the whispers had evolved. They weren't random anymore. They targeted. Sophie was the first to notice them in her room upstairs, a cozy nook with slanted ceilings and a window overlooking the overgrown rose garden. She was sketching by flashlight her latest obsession, charcoal portraits of twisted trees, when the wall behind her bed began to hum. Not a buzz, but a voice, soft and coaxing, like a lullaby sung by a stranger. "Draw me, Sophie," it breathed, the words etching themselves into the plaster as if invisible fingers traced them. She froze, her pencil hovering mid-stroke, and watched in horror as faint lines appeared. A face, elongated and hollow-cheeked, with eyes like black pits staring back. It wasn't her drawing. The wall was drawing itself. Terrified, she bolted downstairs, charcoal smudges on her nightgown, babbling about the lady in the wall who wants to come out. Marcus and Elena chalked it up to nightmares, the stress of the move playing tricks on an imaginative mind. They hugged her tight, promising monster checks under the bed. But Sophie knew better. That night, alone in the dark, the whispers returned, clearer now. "Let me in, little one. I can make your pictures live. Just peel back the paint." She didn't sleep. Instead, she lay rigid listening as the voice wove tales of the houses past the Willow Creek Asylum. Raised in 1923 after a fire claimed 47 souls, their screams trapped in the bricks, when the Harlan's ancestor rebuilt on the ashes. The lady was Eliza Thorne, a patient who'd clawed at the walls in her final days, begging to be freed from the voices in her head. Now Eliza's echo hungered for company, her whispers a siren's call to the living. Tommy heard them next, in the basement playroom where Marcus had set up a makeshift workshop. The boy was building a fort from cardboard boxes, his small hammer tapping nails into wood when the concrete floor vibrated. "Play with me, Tommy," came the murmur from the cracks, accompanied by a chill that seeped up from the earth like grave mist. He dropped the hammer, his eyes widening as shadows danced in the corner's elongated fingers reaching from the vents, beckoning him closer. "I have games no one else knows." "Hide and seek forever," Tommy screamed, scrambling up the stairs, convinced the floor was tilting, trying to swallow him whole. When Elena found him huddled in the kitchen, pale as moonlight, he whispered, "The man down there. He said Daddy's not who he thinks he is." That phrase hung in the air like a curse. Marcus, ever the skeptic, dove into town records at the local library, Elena by his side, their marriage straining under the weight of unspoken fears. What they uncovered chilled them deeper than any draft. The Harlan bloodline was tied to the asylum's darkest chapter. Marcus's great-great-grandfather, Dr. Elias Harlan, had been the head physician pioneering treatments that involved walling patients alive as punishment for hysteria. Eliza Thorne was his favorite subject. Her whispers, he claimed, were divine revelations. But one night, in a fit of rage, he bricked her into the foundation himself, her pleas echoing until she went silent. The fire that followed was no accident. It was her revenge, burning the asylum but not her malice, which seeped into the soil like ink. The whispers grew bolder after that, infiltrating the daylight hours. During family dinners, plates would rattle as voices chorused from the cabinets. "Eat ... share. Join us." Forks bent in hands that weren't theirs, and salt shakers overturned without touch. Elena began sleepwalking, drawn to the walls like a moth to flame. Her nails scraping patterns that matched Sophie's sketch, the elongated face, now with a crooked smile. She'd wake with bloody fingertips, murmuring fragments of Eliza's ramblings. The doctor lied. He'd buried us all. Marcus installed cameras, desperate for proof, but the footage captured only static laced with audio anomalies, hundreds of voices overlapping, patients' final words layered like a cacophony of the damned. Sophie's drawings became portals. What started as portraits twisted into scenes, the asylum's corridors flickering with gas lamps, Eliza's cell, walls weeping blood. And worst, the family themselves, faces melting into the plaster, mouths open in silent screams. "They're coming out," she told her parents one rain-lashed evening as thunder rattled the panes. "If we don't let them, they'll take us in." Tommy, meanwhile, vanished into the basement for hours, emerging with bruises shaped like handprints and stories of tag with the Shadow Man Doctor, Harlan's specter, his whispers promising strength if Tommy fixed the family. Starting with the one who hears too much. The breaking point came in October, as leaves turned blood red and Willow Creek prepared for its harvest festival. Elena, unraveling, confessed she'd been answering the whispers. "They know me," she said, eyes glassy. "Eliza says I'm like her, trapped in a life that's not mine. Marcus ... T's not yours." The doctor's blood calls to him. In a frenzy, she revealed letters hidden in the attic, penned by Elias himself. Confessions of experiments of grafting souls into walls to preserve the insane. Marcus was his descendant, carrier of the curse. His dreams, once dismissed as stress, were now vivid replays of the bricking, Eliza's eyes pleading through the mortar. That night, the house rebelled. Doors slammed shut on their own, trapping Tommy in the basement where the floor buckled, shadows coiling like smoke. Sophie, barricaded in her room, watched the wall face animate, lips moving in sync with the whispers. "Peel me free." Downstairs, Marcus and Elena argued, voices rising until the foyer chandelier exploded in a shower of glass, plunging them into darkness. The whispers swelled to a roar, every surface alive with them. Join ... free. Hours, and in the chaos, Marcus felt it. A pull in his veins, Elias's legacy demanding he complete the ritual. He grabbed a trowel from his toolbox, eyes wild, advancing on Elena as she backed against the whispering wall. But Sophie, with the instincts of a child unburdened by doubt, had prepared. She'd mixed salt from the kitchen with her charcoal dust, creating a paste she smeared across the doorframe's old asylum lore, whispered to her in dreams she dared to trust. As Marcus raised the trowel, the house shrieked, a wind howling through vents that shouldn't exist, and the walls cracked like eggshells. Figures emerged, not ghosts, but impressions, translucent patients, their forms etched in frost, reaching for Marcus. Elena shoved him aside, grabbing Sophie and Tommy, freed by a sudden snap of the basement door, and they fled into the storm-swept night. They didn't stop running until they reached Mrs. Greer's porch, pounding until the old woman answered, shotgun in hand. "Knew it'd come to this," she muttered, ushering them in. By dawn, the sheriff arrived, drawn by reports of earthquake tremors from Elmwood Lane. The Harlan house was gone, collapsed inward, as if the ground had reclaimed it, swallowing the foundation whole. No bodies, no rubble, just a sinkhole blooming with roses that shouldn't grow in October. The family never returned to Willow Creek. Marcus sought therapy, his hands trembling whenever he touched a wall. Elena burned her books on folklore, vowing silence. Sophie stopped drawing faces, turning to abstracts of light and escape. Tommy ... Tommy still hears them sometimes in quiet basements, a faint play, on the edge of sleep. They live in Albany now, in a modern apartment with no history. But the whispers follow in memories. A reminder that some walls don't just hold secrets, they hunger for yours. And if you're ever in upstate New York, driving those misty back roads at dusk, listen close. Elmwood Lane is overgrown, the sinkhole filled with wildflowers, but on windy nights, they say you can hear it still. A chorus, soft and coaxing, inviting you home. True horror stories like this one don't end, they echo. If the chills hit hard, comment your scariest house memory, and subscribe for more terrifying true tales from haunted homes around the globe. Now, without further pause, let's plunge into the next nightmare from the fog-shrouded moors of England. The fog-bound phantom of Dartmoor, England. Deep in the heart of Devon, where the ancient granite tors of Dartmoor National Park claw at the sky like the gnarled fingers of forgotten giants, and the ground itself seems to breathe with the weight of Celtic curses, lies the story of Ilara Voss and the mist that devours souls. This isn't folklore passed down by firelight. It's a modern horror, unfolding in 2022 amid the relentless English rain, where technology fails and the veil between worlds thins to a razor's edge. Ilara, a 35-year-old software engineer from London, sought solace in the wilds after a brutal divorce left her hollowed out, her ex-husband's betrayal echoing louder than any storm. Little did she know, the moors held a predator far crueler than any man, a phantom born of shipwrecks and shipwrecks of the heart. Ilara arrived in Princetown, the gateway to Dartmoor, on a gray October afternoon, the kind where the sky presses down like a shroud. She'd rented a remote cottage called Grey Whisper. Perched on the edge of the moor, its stone walls weathered by centuries of gales, and its thatched roof sagging under perpetual damp. The locals, hardy folk with eyes like chipped flint, eyed her rental car with suspicion. "Mind the fog, lass," the innkeeper at the Fox and Hounds warned, pouring her a pint of bitter that tasted of peat and regret. "It rolls in from the sea, thick as slime, and what walks in it ... Well, best not linger." Elara smiled politely, dismissing it as tourist bait. She was here to code her way to clarity, her new app. AVR Escape for the Brokenhearted promised users a world without ghosts. Irony, it turned out, was the Moor's favorite joke. The first night was peaceful, almost therapeutic. Elara unpacked her laptop in the cottage's single room, the fire crackling in the grate as rain pattered on the panes. She worked late, lines of code blurring into shapes that danced like fireflies, until exhaustion pulled her to the lumpy bed. Sleep came swiftly, but so did the dream, a figure in the fog, tall and cloaked, its face obscured by swirling mist, extending a hand that ended in fingers of vapor. "Come wander with me," it murmured, voice like waves crashing on jagged rocks. She woke gasping. The room chilled despite the fire, and laughed it off as divorce residue her mind conjuring X's from the ether. By day 3, the fog arrived unannounced, a living entity that swallowed the cottage whole. Visibility dropped to arm's length. The moor vanished, leaving only the crunch of heather underfoot and the distant cry of a curlew. Ilara's Wi-Fi flickered out, her phone signal a ghost in the machine. Undeterred, she laced up her boots for a walk, armed with a compass and the promise of signal at the nearest tor. The mist clung to her like a lover scorned, dampening her jacket and seeping into her bones. That's when she heard it. Footsteps not her own, pacing parallel just beyond the veil. Soft, deliberate, matching her stride. "Hello?" She called, voice swallowed instantly. Silence, then a chuckle low, resonant, like laughter from a drowned sailor's lungs. She quickened her pace, heart thudding, but the steps persisted, circling now, brushing the edge of her vision with glimpses of gray cloth. Panic clawed at her throat as she stumbled onto a weathered stone circle, ancient as the hills, rumored to be a druid's altar. There in the center, the fog parted briefly, revealing a man or what had been one. Tall, translucent, his features eroded like sea glass. Hollow cheeks, eyes like storm clouds, and a tricorn hat dripping spectral seawater. He was Captain Josiah Blackthorne, lost in 1793 when his smuggling ship, the Whispering Gale, wrecked on the Devon coast during a smuggling run gone wrong. Locals whispered he'd bartered his crew's souls to the sea gods for one more haul, but the fog claimed him instead, binding his restless spirit to the moors where shipwrecks mists converged. Elara fled, compass spinning wildly, but the moor twisted like a labyrinth. Hours passed or minutes. Time dissolved in the haze, and the phantom's voice wove through the air. "Wander with me, lost one. Your heart's shipwrecked too. I can mend it. For a price." She collapsed against a gnarled hawthorn, thorns drawing blood that steamed in the cold, and fumbled for her phone. No bars, but the recorder app was open, capturing the impossible, her ragged breaths, the wind. And Blackthorne's soliloquy, reciting verses from a logbook long burned, detailing betrayals at sea that mirrored her own divorce names, changed, but the sting identical. Back at the cottage, barricaded with every chair and bookcase, Elara pored over her recordings. The voice tinny and accusatory. "He left you adrift, as I left my men. Join the fog. It's warmer than forgiveness." Sleep evaded her. Instead, she dreamed in fragments. Blackthorne's deckhands, faces bloated and eyeless, clawing from the waves. Her ex's smile morphing into the captain's leer. Dawn brought no relief. The fog lingered, pressing against windows like fingers testing locks. She called the innkeeper, but the line crackled with interference. "Get out, lass. He's claimed 3 this year hikers, all divorced, all hearing the call." The moor feeds on the forsaken. Desperation drove her to the local museum, a squat building in Princetown stuffed with maritime relics. There, amid rusted anchors and yellowed charts, she found Blackthorne's tale etched in fact. The Gale's wreck. Bodies never recovered, but sightings persistent, a gray wanderer, luring the emotionally adrift into eternal mist. "He doesn't kill," the curator, an elderly woman with a brooch shaped like a nautilus, explained. "He collects. Binds their regrets to his, making the fog thicker. Your kind broken hearts are his siren song." Ilara's app, she realized, was the beacon. Its beta tests had pinged from the moor, drawing him like a moth to code. That evening, as twilight bled into night, the phantom breached the cottage. The door didn't open. It misted through, tendrils coiling from the keyhole like smoke from a cannon. Blackthorn materialized by the fire, his form solidifying with each step, salt-crusted boots leaving wet prints on the rug. "Elara Voss," he intoned, voice booming yet intimate. "Your voyage ends here. Give me your pain. I'll sail it away." She backed into the kitchen, grabbing a cast-iron skillet. Not for striking, but for its heft, a poor shield against the ethereal. He advanced, revealing a locket at his throat. Inside, a miniature portrait of a woman, features eerily like Ilara's his lost love. Drowned in the wreck, her betrayal the anchor of his curse. The struggle was visceral, timeless. Blackthorn's hand's icy vapor gripped her wrists, pulling her toward the door where the fog roiled like a lover's embrace. Visions assaulted her, her wedding vows unraveling like sails in a gale. Her ex's lies crashing like waves. Blackthorn's crew turning on him in mutiny, mirrors of her isolation. "Let go," he urged, and wander free. But in the locket's glint, Ilara saw salvation. The woman's eyes, not accusatory but pleading forgive or be forever lost. With a surge of fury born from reclaimed strength, she smashed the skillet against the locket, shattering glass and spirit alike. Blackthorn howled, a tempest's roar, his form dissolving into harmless mist that fled through the chimney. The fog lifted by morning, the moor basking in unseasonal sun. Ilara burned her app's code in the grate, ashes scattering like released regrets. She left Grey Whisper that day, but not before sealing the door with sea salt from the museum-old smuggler's ward. Princetown locals nod when her name comes up. A cautionary tale for city folk. The moor doesn't forget the Forsaken, but sometimes the Forsaken can forget it back. Yet on foggy Devonian nights, drivers report a woman's silhouette on the tourpaths, app in hand, warning wanderers. Turn back. The captain calls to the lost. True scary stories from England's haunted heartlands remind us regrets are the real phantoms. If this Dartmoor dread got your pulse racing, drop a like, share your own foggy encounter in the comments, and stick around, we're just getting started. Next, we venture to the shadowed forests of Germany, where the woods themselves conspire against the unwary. The Black Forest's bone collector, Germany in the dense, primordial embrace of the Schwarzwald, Germany's Black Forest, where pines tower like silent sentinels over mist-choked valleys and the air hums with the ghosts of Grimm's darkest fables. A young couple's hiking trip in the summer of 2023 turned into a descent into madness, stalked by an entity as old as the Teutonic tribes. Lucas and Anna Keller, both 28, from the bustling streets of Berlin, sought respite from city noise in the forest's timeless quiet. Lucas, a history teacher with a passion for pagan lore, and Anna, a botanist, whose sketches of rare flora filled their apartment, chose the remote Waldfad Trail near Triberg, famed for its waterfalls, and whispers of the wild Jad the Wild Hunt, a spectral cavalcade said to ride the winds claiming stragglers for their eternal chase. They arrived at dusk, the forest floor carpeted in needles that muffled their steps like a conspirator's hush. Their cabin, a wooden A-frame rented from a grizzled forester named Herr Baum, sat at the trail's head, its beams etched with runes that Lucas dismissed as tourist kitsch. "The Black Forest eats light," Baum grunted over a stein of local ale, his eyes shadowed by a brow like overhanging boughs. "And sometimes it hungers for more. Stay on the path, or the bones will find you." Anna laughed, linking arms with Lucas, but the warning lodged in her gut like a thorn. The first day was enchantment. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, turning motes to gold. Anna catalogued Edelweiss and Wolfsbane, while Lucas recited tales of the Earl King, the forest's seductive child snatcher. They picnicked by the Gudak River, its waters black as ink, and made love under the stars, the pines sighing approval. But as night fell, the cabin creaked with unnatural rhythm branches tapping windows like impatient fingers. Sleep brought dreams to Lucas, a hunt through the woods, pursued by riders on skeletal steeds, their horns curling like thorns. Led by a figure cloaked in moss and bone, face a skull wreathed in ivy. "Join the ride," it rasped, "or be the quarry." Morning revealed anomalies. Anna's sketchbook, left on the table, now bore additions, delicate drawings of antlers and rib cages, in a hand not hers. "I must have doodled in my sleep," she said, but her fingers trembled. ink stains blooming like bruises. They hit the trail anyway, deeper into the Schwarzwald, where the path narrowed to a ribbon swallowed by undergrowth. That's when the bones appeared, not scattered, but arranged faint circles of vertebrae and femurs, half buried in moss, forming arrows pointing off-trail. Lucas, ever the academic, knelt to examine one. Medieval plague victims, maybe. Or older tribal markers. Anna photographed them, unease prickling her skin, as a wind stirred the leaves into whispers. KNOCHEN ... Sam MLE ... By afternoon, the sky bruised purple, and the forest thickened, trees leaning inward like eavesdroppers. They lost the path amid a fog of spores from puffball fungi. Emerging in a clearing dominated by a massive oak, its trunk scarred with carvings. The Wild Hunt's sigil, a horned rider trampling skulls. At its base lay a fresh offering, a deer's skeleton, picked clean, bones polished to ivory gleam. As Anna reached to touch an antler, the ground shuddered, and from the roots erupted a figure. The bone collector, guardian of the hunt. He was no mere ghost, but a primordial horror body, a lattice of human and animal remains, ribs forming a cage around a core of writhing roots. Skull a stag's rack fused with a man's jaw eyes, glowing with bioluminescent fungi. "You tread the old ways," he intoned, voice a rustle of dry leaves and cracking twigs. The hunt claims tribute. "Your bones will sing in the ride." Panic propelled them into flight, branches whipping faces like vengeful spirits. Lucas's lore kicked in. He recalled the Grimm's warning. The Earl King lured with beauty, but the hunt with terror, binding souls to its eternal pursuit. They ran for hours or days. Time warped in the woods, the sun refusing to set. Anna twisted her ankle on exposed roots bones. She realized human phalanges protruding like snares. Lucas carried her, his arms burning, as the collector's laughter echoed. "Give me one, and the other walks free." Visions plagued them. Anna saw Lucas's skeleton armored in antlers, galloping with the horde. Lucas envisioned Anna's form woven into the oak, her cries the wind's howl. They stumbled upon a hermit's hut, long abandoned, its door barred with ironward against the old gods. Inside, dust-choked shelves held journals from 17th century woodcutters, detailing the collector's reign. A druid cursed for betraying his tribe, fused with the forest's rage, harvesting bones to fuel the hunt's thunderous passes. "Salt the thresholds, burn yarrow," one entry advised. Desperate, they raided the hearth for salt, scattering it at doors and windows, and ignited bundles of dried herbs from the rafters, the smoke acrid and eye-watering. The collector battered the walls, his form splintering the door into shards, bones clattering like dice. "You cannot outrun the wild," he bellowed, tendrils of roots snaking through cracks. In the frenzy, Anna spotted it. A relic in the journal, a bone whistle carved from a huntsman's femur, said to summon the hunt's mercy or its fury. Lucas blew it, lungs searing, the note piercing the night like a banshee's wail. The cabin shook as hoofbeats thundered, the wild hunt itself. A maelstrom of shadows and horns, riderless steeds foaming at spectral mouths. The collector turned, rage twisting his frame, and charged his own kin. Chaos erupted. Bones shattered against antlers, roots tore free in gouts of earth. The hunt trampling its guardian in a whirlwind of fury. The couple huddled, smoke choking them, as the tempest raged outside, fading to silence with the first false dawn. Rescue came at midday. A search party from Triberg, alerted by their overdue check-in. The cabin was ash, the clearing barren, the collector reduced to scattered ossuary. Lucas and Anna returned to Berlin changed. He quit teaching myths, fearing he'd invoke them. She burned her sketches, but still feels the pull on foggy nights, bones aching as if claimed. The Forester bomb nodded when they recounted it. The Schwarzwald remembers. It collects what it covets. Germany's Black Forest harbors horrors older than empires, where every snap of a twig might be the hunt's approach. If this bone-chilling saga from the Schwarzwald gripped you, smash like, comment your wildest forest fear, and subscribe for more international true horror stories that'll haunt your hikes. Up next, we cross to the volcanic wilds of Iceland, where the earth itself harbors vengeful spirits. The lava wraith of Reykjanes. Iceland, on the rugged peninsula of Reykjanes, where Iceland's raw geology scars the land with lava fields like frozen black oceans and geothermal vents, belch sulfurous breath into the Arctic gale, unfolded a terror in the winter of 2024 that blurred the line between natural fury and supernatural vengeance. Dr. Ingrid Larson, A 41-year-old volcanologist from Reykjavik led a team of researchers to monitor the Sundunkur eruptions, a series of fissures spewing molten rock that threatened to swallow the Blue Lagoon spa. Her crew geologist Finnur, a burly Icelander with tattoos of runes, tech specialist Mira, a Finnish immigrant with a drone obsession, and student intern Carl, wide-eyed and eager, set up camp near the Grindavik evacuations, where homes stood as empty husks against the glow of fresh flows. Iceland's folklore is steeped in hidden folk, the Huldufólk, elves and trolls lurking in rocks, but Ingrid, a scientist to her core, scoffed at such tales. The Earth's angry enough without fairy stories, she quipped over rehydrated stew in their prefab shelter, the ground rumbling like a beast stirring below. Yet as the first fissure opened that night, a seam of fire cracking the crust mere kilometers away, the wraith announced itself. It began with the wind, not the usual howling borealis gale, but a moan laced with words. Ancient Norse syllables twisting through the vents. Elder Hafnd ... return. Finnur paled, crossing himself with a muttered Lava Elda, the fire spirit of saga lore, said to rise from betrayed barrows, claiming those who disturb the dead. The team dismissed it as vent acoustics, echoey gas pockets mimicking voices. But Myra's drone feed captured anomalies. Thermal imaging showing humanoid shapes in the steam, elongated limbs slithering from cracks, temperature spiking unnaturally cold amid the heat. Carl, on night watch, saw at first a figure emerging from a cooled Pahoehoe flow, body a silhouette of obsidian shards and glowing veins, face a mask of pumice with eyes like quenched embers. It didn't walk. It flowed, limbs elongating like taffy, trailing ash that whispered accusations. "You wake me," it hissed in flawless Icelandic, voice bubbling like magma. "For your machines. My kin sleep in the rock you pierce." Ingrid reviewed the footage, skepticism warring with awe. The wraith was no illusion. Seismic data confirmed microtremors syncing with its movements. Research delved into Reykjanes' buried history. Viking burials from the 9th century. Sacrificed thralls interred with lava amulets to appease the fire gods, their graves paved over by eruptions. The latest quakes had unearthed one chieftain's mound, his guard spirit, the lava wraith, bound to protect the dead from desecration. Disturbed by drilling probes, it sought reparation, souls to replace the awakened bones. The hauntings escalated. Equipment malfunction, drills jamming on embedded femurs, sensors reading intruder alerts from empty fields. Finnur vanished during a sample run, his radio crackling with pleas. "It's pulling me down hot, but cold forgive the old kings." They found his boot, melted sole fused to scoria, runes scorched into the leather. Myra's drone plunged into a vent, retrieving footage of Finnur dragged by obsidian tendrils. His screams muffled as the wraith enveloped him, body dissolving into the flow like sugar in tea. Tribute, the voice echoed through static. Ingrid and Carl barricaded the shelter, but the wraith infiltrated via fissures snaking under foundations. It manifested in mirrors cracks, webbing glass to reveal its pumice visage, and in dreams, forcing visions of the burial. A thrall girl, Adis, sacrificed for a failed harvest, her spirit twisted by lava into eternal rage. "You take without giving," it accused Ingrid, whose probes had pierced the mound unknowingly. Carl, guilt-ridden for logging the site, confessed he'd pocketed a shard now pulsing in his pack like a heartbeat. The wraith targeted him first, ash seeping under doors to form grasping hands, whispering temptations. "Join Adis. Peace in the fire." Climax came at midnight, as a new fissure yawned yards from camp, lava bubbling like blood from a wound. The wraith fully materialized, a colossus of cooled rock and molten core, venting steam that scalded skin. It lunged, shards impaling Carl's leg, dragging him toward the maw. Ingrid, drawing on Finnur's lore, grabbed the amulet from his pack, obsidian talisman etched with peace runes. "We return what was taken," she shouted, hurling the shard into the flow, followed by soil from the mound, a makeshift reburial. The wraith recoiled, fissures sealing with a groan, its form crumbling to harmless slag as seismic readings flatlined. Rescue choppers airlifted them at dawn, Grindavik spared by a shift in flows. Ingrid published her findings as geothermal anomalies. But in Reykjavik bars, she shares the truth with those who listen. The earth remembers its dead. Carl walks with a limp, feeling heat in his veins on eruption days. Myra quit drones, haunted by deleted files. The lava wraith sleeps again, but Reykjanes rumbles a warning to tread lightly on old graves. Iceland's fiery folklore burns bright in tales like this, where science meets saga in screens. If the Wraith's wrath warmed your nightmares like this video, comment your volcanic fear and subscribe. We're not done haunting the old world yet. Our next descent takes us to the crumbling castles of Scotland, where clan curses claim the bloodline. The cursed cairns of the Highlands. Scotland amid the heather-clad hills of the Scottish Highlands, where ancient cairns dot the landscape like accusatory fingers, and the wind carries the wail of bagpipes from phantom pipers. The MacTavish clan's legacy turned lethal in the autumn of 2021. Highland Games season brought tourists to Glencoe, site of the 1692 massacre where Campbell soldiers slaughtered MacDonalds in their beds. But for Rory MacTavish, a 38-year-old distillery owner descended from survivors, it was a homecoming laced with dread. Rory, broad-shouldered with a beard like Highland gorse and eyes the color of loch water, returned with his fiancée, Siobhan O'Connor, a Dublin journalist with fiery red hair and a skepticism forged in urban cynicism. Their wedding was planned for the Glen, a romantic reclaiming of blood-soaked soil. The cairn's stone piles marking massacre graves were off-limits to developers, but Rory's distillery expansion skirted their edge, unearthing relics, rusted dirks and bone flutes. Locals muttered of the Red Curse, a guess laid by a MacDonald witch as she bled out, binding Campbell killers and their ilk to relive the slaughter eternally. "Dinna disturb the stones, lad," old Angus the gamekeeper warned, puffing his pipe by the fire at the Black Bull Inn. The cairns hunger for the guilty. They'll drag the back. Rory waved it off with a dram of his single malt. Siobhan, ever the reporter, interviewed elders for her article, collecting tales of shadows reenacting bayonet thrusts on foggy nights. The curse stirred on Samhain Eve as mists rolled in from Ben Nevis like a plaid cloak. Rory dreamed of the Glen in 1692. Snow falling like ash, screams piercing the dark, a woman with Siobhan's hair clawing at cairnstones, her curse a Gaelic incantation, "Fuel Airson fuel, clan Airson clan." He woke sweating, the bedroom air thick with the copper tang of blood. Siobhan laughed it off, but her notebook filled with unbidden scribbles. Lists of MacTavish ancestors, crossed out in red ink that wasn't hers. Days blurred into hauntings. During a site survey, workers unearthed a child's skull, nestled in the cairn's heart, triggering quakes that toppled machinery. That night, the inn's pipes wailed unbidden, a dirge drawing Rory to the Glen. There, amid the stones, figures materialized translucent soldiers in red coats, muskets leveled, advancing on spectral families. Rory watched, paralyzed, as a Campbell sergeant with his face impaled a woman bearing his mother's features. The wraith broke the trance, whispering, "Ye bear the blood. Atone or join the fallen." Siobhan's investigations unearthed the truth. Rory's lineage traced to a turncoat MacDonald who aided the Campbells for land. His descendants cursed to guard the cairns as penance. The witch's guests demanded balanced blood spilled on holy ground. Wedding guests arrived, oblivious, but the Glen rebelled. Locks boiled with fish carcasses, heather withered to black, and guests reported scratches like claw marks, forming Celtic knots. On the rehearsal night, Siobhan vanished into the mist, her screams echoing the massacres. Rory rallied locals, armed with salt and iron from old rites. They found her at the central cairn, entranced, reciting the curse in flawless Gaelic, her hands bloodied from clawing stones. The wraiths encircled, bayonets gleaming, forcing Rory to choose: sacrifice the distillery built on cursed soil or join the eternal guard. In a fevered rite, he doused the foundations with his finest whiskey, flames leaping as offerings to the ancestors, that rebuilt the cairns with returned relics, chanting apologies in the witch's tongue. The wedding proceeded at dawn, the Glen blooming unnaturally green, but Siobhan bears faint scars, and Rory hears pipes on quiet nights. The red curse sleeps, the Glencoe remembers disturb the dead, and they rise. Scottish Highland horrors cling like mist, unyielding. Like if the cairns called to you, comment your clan ghost stories, subscribe for more. Next, the frozen fjords of Norway beckon with a siren's icy song. The fjord siren's frozen lullaby, Norway and the jagged fjords of Western. Norway, where cliffs plunge into ink-black waters like the edges of Nibelheim, and the midnight sun yields to eternal winter. Nights, the coastal village of Lesund, became ground zero for a chilling abduction in February 2024. Freya Nilsson, a 29-year-old marine biologist studying herring migrations, crewed the research vessel Orca with her partner, Eric Hagen, a fisherman with salt in his veins and stories of selkies on his lips. Their team monitored cod stocks near the Sunmere Islands, but the sea that winter was restless, waves crashing with the fury of Jarmungander, the world serpent. Norwegian sagas speak of Nordr spirits luring with music, but Freya trusted sonar over superstition. "The fjord's just gassy vents," she told Eric over Glig in the mess hall as the boat rocked. Yet when the siren sang, it was no myth. It started as a hum in the depths, picked up on hydrophones, a melody, haunting and harmonic, like a harp strung with whale bones, rising during slack tide. The crew joked it was a lost opera diver, but Carl the engineer, monitoring feeds, saw blips unmapped shapes circling the hull, bioluminescent trails forming runes. Freya dove to investigate, tethered and tanked, but the water turned viscous, the song enveloping her like a shroud. She surfaced babbling of a woman below pale as fjord ice, hair flowing like kelp, eyes pearls and a face of sculpted snow. "She sang my name," Freya gasped, "promised the sea's secrets if I stayed." Eric dismissed it as nitrogen narcosis, but that night the Orca's engines failed. The propeller fouled by what looked like frozen hair. The siren boarded then, misting through the deck in a swirl of brine and frost. Her form a Nyx water nymph cursed by Christian priests in the 10th century, bound to drag the faithless to Aren's hall. She targeted the lonely. Carl, haunted by a fisherman's widow's death, heard her lullaby clearest, vanishing overboard with a smile. His body washed up encased in ice, runes carved into the block. The Nyx fed on regret, her song amplifying guilt until victims walked willingly into the depths. Eric, wrestling ghosts of a lost catch that bankrupted his family, felt the pull strongest. Freya fought it, rigging speakers to blast heavy metal dissonance against harmony, but the siren adapted, weaving death metal riffs into her dirge. Climax amid a squall. The Nyx manifested fully, a colossus of wave and ice, dragging Eric to the gunwale. Freya dove without gear, breath held in defiance, confronting the spirit in her lair, a submerged cave aglow with pearl light. "Release him," Freya bargained, offering data on overfished stocks atonement for man's sea sins. The Nyx laughed, bubbles of blood, but relented, her curse sated by confession. Eric surfaced, gasping, the boat adrift but whole. Lezen locals burn Yule logs for the Nyx still, and Freya's research now includes folklore. The fjord's song lingers, a lure for the unwary. Norwegian waters hide horrors deeper than fjords. Like Come in Your Sea Siren Scare, subscribe, onto Sweden's Silent Woods. The Silent Woods of Dalarna, Sweden. In the birch groves of Dalarna, Sweden's heartland where midsummer poles twist like hanged men and the northern lights dance with auroral malice. A family retreat in July 2025 spiraled into isolation horror. The Bergstrom's parents, Lena and Tomas, teens Astrid and Victor, rented a lakeside cabin near Rittvik for digital detox, escaping Stockholm's grind. Swedish tales of skogsers, forest mistresses seducing loggers to madness, were bedtime stories, but the woods had other plans. The silence hit first. No birdsong, no wind, just a void that pressed ears like water. Astrid wandered for berries, returning hours later with eyes vacant, babbling of a green lady in the trees, her form bark and leaf, offering silence for secrets. The skogsers, guardian of the grove, punished intruders with escalating quiet first external, then internal, stripping voices until thoughts screamed alone. Thomas lost his tongue mid-argument, words freezing in throat. Lena's whispers to the phone died to static. Victor carved pleas into bark, but the trees absorbed them, growing thorns. The family clawed at doors, but the cabin sealed, the skogsers' roots coiling foundations. Visions assaulted. Astrid saw parents as trees rooted and rotting. Victor relived drownings from family lore. Escape came via midsummer fire. Lena ignited the pole, flames roaring defiance. The silence shattered with birds' return, the skogsers fleeing in leaf shreds. Dalarna's woods whisper warnings. Respect the quiet, or it consumes you. Like, share your silent terror. Subscribe. Finally, France's chateaus hold one last curse. The chateau's mirror maze, France in the Loire Valley's opulent chateau, where Renaissance ghosts glide marble halls, and the Loire's waters reflect forgotten guillotines. The Duval family's 2024 inheritance of Chateau de Miroir became a labyrinth of self-inflicted doom. Claire Duval, 32, artist, and brother Pierre, architect, inherited from their eccentric aunt, a collector of Venetian mirrors said to trap souls from the terror. The maze began innocently, mirrors in every room, reflecting infinite selves. But at midnight, they animated images stepping free, doppelgangers mouthing sins. Claire's reflection confessed affairs. Pierre's plotted murders. The chateau's curse, from a revolutionary noble who walled his vain wife alive behind glass, fed on vanity, multiplying regrets into pursuing shades. Servants fled as mirrors bled mercury. The Duvals barricaded the ballroom, shattering panes, but shards reformed, cutting flesh to reveal true faces rotten with guilt. Escape demanded facing the walled wife. In the cellar, behind a final mirror, they apologized, smashing the frame to free her echo. The chateau stands empty now, mirrors fogged eternally. France's gilded horrors reflect our darkest selves. If these tales terrified, comment your mirror fear and subscribe for endless scares. Thanks for joining Sleep Tight, if you can. The Whispering Mill of Hollow Creek, Ohio, USA. It was the summer of 2018, and I was 25, fresh out of community college with a backpack full of dreams and a beat-up Ford pickup that had seen better days. My name's Jake Harlan, and back then I thought adventure meant ditching the 9-to-5 grind for something raw, something real. That's how I ended up in Hollow Creek, a speck of a town in rural Ohio where the cornfields stretch like endless golden seas under a sky that feels too big, too watchful. The locals called it God's country, but after what happened at the old Harlan Mill, my great-grandfather's abandoned relic on the edge of town, I know now it's something closer to the devil's just backyard. Hollow Creek isn't on any map you'd care to glance at. It's the kind of place where the nearest Walmart is a 40-minute drive, and the biggest event of the year is the county fair where folks still talk about the weather like it just gospel. My family had roots there going back generations. Harlan's built the mill in 1892, back when the creek ran strong enough to power the wheels grinding wheat into flour for half the Midwest. But by the time Grandpa passed in '95, the river had dried to a trickle, and the mill became a ghost. Its wooden beams sagging like weary shoulders, vines choking the walls like veins of forgotten blood. We sold the land cheap to some developer who never showed, so it just sat there, rotting on the outskirts, a skeleton of splintered pine and rusted iron whispering secrets to the wind. I rolled into town on a humid July afternoon, the air thick with the buzz of cicadas that sounded less like insects and more like a low, warning hum. Aunt May, my only kin left in Hollow Creek, met me at her clapboard house with a hug that smelled of mothballs and fresh-baked cornbread. She was pushing 70, sharp as a tack but frail as tissue, her eyes the color of storm clouds. "Jake boy," she said, handing me a glass of sweet tea that sweated beads down the side. "You come to fix up that old mill? Or just to stir ghosts?" I laughed it off. Family lore had it that the place was cursed, tied to some labor accident in the 20s where 3 workers vanished into the gears, never to be seen again. But I was there for the flip. Buy low, renovate into an Airbnb for city folks craving rustic charm. Sell high. Easy money, or so I thought. The first night in Aunt May's guest room, sleep came easy, lulled by the distant croak of frogs. But around 2 a.m., I jolted awake to a sound like fingernails dragging across wood slow. Deliberate, like someone testing the grain for weakness. The room was pitch black, the only light a sliver of moon slicing through the curtains. I lay there, heart thumping, telling myself it was the house settling, or maybe a raccoon in the attic. But then it came again. Scratch ... scratch ... whisper. Not words, exactly, but a murmur, faint as breath on glass, layered voices overlapping in a chorus too low to make out. I fumbled for my phone flashlight, swept the beam across the quilted walls, nothing. Just shadows dancing like they had minds of their own. By dawn, I chalked it up to jet lag and too much caffeine, but the unease clung like dew. The next morning, over eggs and bacon that Aunt May swore were blessed by the hens themselves, I brought up the mill. Her fork paused mid-air, grease dripping onto the floral plate. "That place ain't right, Jake. Your great-uncle Elias said the whispers started after the accident. The 3 men, they didn't just die. They got ... taken, ground up and spat out by the river, or so the stories go. Folks hear 'em still, begging for release." She crossed herself, though we weren't Catholic, and slid a tarnished key across the table. "If you're fool enough to go, lock the door behind you." And don't stay after dark. I pocketed the key with a grin, but her words burrowed deep. Driving out to the mill that afternoon, the road narrowed to gravel that crunched under my tires like brittle bones. The structure loomed at the end of an overgrown path, its silhouette jagged against the blazing sun, a three-story behemoth of weathered clapboard. The massive water wheel frozen mid-turn, choked with moss and thyme. Vines snaked up the sides like pythons, and the windows gaped like empty eye sockets, shards of glass glinting like teeth. I parked, grabbed my toolbox and notebook, and stepped inside. The air hitting me like a slap. Cool, damp, laced with the metallic tang of rust and something sweeter, like overripe fruit left to ferment. The ground floor was a cavern of dust motes swirling in my flashlight beam, old sacks of flour moldering in corners, their contents spilled like ghostly entrails. I sketched plans, ripped out walls for open lofts, new wiring for lights that'd make it Instagram gold. But as I climbed the creaking stairs to the second level, the whispers started. Faint at first, like radio static from a distant station, but growing clearer, land my name. Twisted in agony, layered with others' men's voices, rough and pleading, echoing from the rafters. I froze, sweat beading on my brow despite the chill. Hello? My voice bounced back mocking. No answer, just the drip-drip of water from a leak somewhere above. Shaking it off as wind through cracks, I pressed on, hammering nails into a loose beam to test the structure. That's when the first whisper turned to a growl. It came from the corner, behind a pile of rotted crates. A shape, humanoid but wrong tall and hunched. Limbs too long, skin pale as birch bark stretched over bones that shifted unnaturally. It didn't move, just watched, eyes like polished obsidian reflecting my flashlight back at me. Who's there? I stammered, backing toward the stairs. The thing tilted its head, and the whispers exploded, a cacophony of screams, pleas, accusations. You left us, Harlan Blood. Join us. The air thickened, pressing on my chest like a vice, and I swear the temperature plummeted 20 degrees. I bolted toolbox clattering behind me, key fumbling in the lock as the door slammed shut on its own. Outside, gasping in the sunlight, I waited for the pounding heart to slow, convincing myself it was a trick of light, a stray dog or squatter I'd scared off. But the mill had latched onto me. That night, back at Aunt May's, the scratching returned not from the walls, but from inside my skull. I tossed in sweat-soaked sheets, dreams pulling me under like undertow. The mill in its prime, workers laughing as the wheel turned. Then the accident, a rope snaps, men tumble into the gears, flesh tearing, bones crunching, their cries swallowed by the roar of the river. But they didn't die. No, the wheel spat them into the creek, twisted, and half alive crawling back to the mill on stumps. Whispering for Harlan the foreman, my great-grandfather, to pull them free. He didn't. Locked the doors, burned the records, let the river claim them, and now they hunger for blood of his blood. By morning, I was a wreck, eyes ringed black, hands trembling over coffee. Aunt May took one look and fetched her Bible, yellowed pages crackling as she read psalms in a voice steady as stone. They're the bound, Jake the souls the mill claimed. Not ghosts, not exactly, but echoes trapped in the wood, the stone. They whisper to call Kim back to make you one of them. She told me the full story then. Over a lunch I couldn't touch. The 3 workers weren't accidents. Elias Harlan, drunk on power and cheap whiskey, pushed them in during a dispute over wages. The town covered it. Hollow Creek protected its own, even the monsters. Burn it down, she urged. Salt the earth. End it. I tried. That afternoon, with a can of gasoline from the shed and matches shaking in my grip, I marched back to the mill. The whispers hit me like a wall before I even crossed the threshold. Stay. Join ... free ... but I doused the base, the fumes stinging my eyes, and struck the match. Flames licked up greedily, devouring vines and wood alike, the structure groaning like a dying beast. I watched from the road as the fire climbed orange tongues devouring the second floor. The third victory sweet and scorching, sirens wailed in the distance. Someone must have seen the smoke. But as the roof caved in with a thunderous crack, the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, spilling out with the smoke. Harlan, you can't burn us. We're in you now ... The fire department called it arson, but with no proof and my Harlan name carrying weight, they let it slide as accidental. Aunt May passed 2 weeks later heart attack, the doc said, but I found scratches on her arms, deep and deliberate. like she'd clawed at something inside her skin. I sold the land sight unseen and fled to Cleveland, chasing city lights to drown the noise. But the whispers followed. In traffic jams, they'd murmur from the vents. In quiet apartments, scratch from the floorboards. Therapy called it grief-induced hallucination. Pills dulled the edge, but not the truth. Last fall, 3 years on, I drove back just once to scatter Aunt May's ashes by the creek. The mill site was a charred scar, weeds pushing through ash like defiant fingers. As I knelt, a breeze stirred, carrying the voices clear as day. Welcome home, Harlan. We've waited, ... I ran, tires spinning gravel, but in the rear view, I saw them 3 figures in the smoke haze, long-limbed and pale, waving like long-lost kin. If you're from Ohio or anywhere the heartland touches, lock your doors tonight. The bound don't forget. And if you hear scratching, don't answer. Because once they whisper your name, true horror stories like this become your reality. Stick around, the chills are just getting started. The echoing halls of Blackwood Manor, Scotland. UK, nestled in the mist-shrouded hills of the Scottish Highlands, where the heather blooms blood-red under skies that weep eternal rain, stands Blackwood Manor, or what's left of it after centuries of neglect and nightmare. It's 2022 and I'm Ilara Voss, a 32-year-old historian from Edinburgh with a PhD in Victorian architecture and a masochistic streak for the macabre. I'd spent my career chasing ghosts in blueprints, but nothing prepared me for the living hell that awaited in those echoing halls. What started as a grant-funded restoration project turned into a descent into true paranormal terror. A real ghost story so visceral it still wakes me screaming, convinced the shadows in my flat are reaching out. Blackwood Manor was built in 1847 by Sir Reginald Blackwood, a tobacco baron who made his fortune in the colonies and returned to Scotland with whispers of voodoo curses trailing him like smoke. The estate sprawled over 200 acres of rugged glen, its granite facade a brooding sentinel against the loch's glassy black waters. By the 1900s it was infamous. Servants vanishing mid-task, guests fleeing in the night raving of the echo. A spectral chorus of women's voices begging for mercy from the upper galleries. Sir Reginald's wife, Lady Isolde, and her 3 daughters perished in a fire he set to cover his affairs, or so the tabloids screamed. The manor passed to distant heirs, boarded up in 1923, left to rot while the locals spun yarns of the echo, luring the unwary to watery graves. I arrived in late spring, the air crisp with pine and peat, my team a ragtag crew. Thomas, the burly stonemason from Glasgow with tattoos of Celtic knots. Lena, the sharp-tongued electrician from Inverness. And young Finn, a wide-eyed intern from Aberdeen who'd binge-watched every ghost-hunting show on telly. Our Land Rover crunched up the drive, overgrown with brambles that snagged like desperate fingers. The manor loomed, its towers stabbing the clouds, ivy cloaking the walls like funeral shrouds. Bloody hell, Thomas muttered, crossing himself. Looks like Dracula's holiday home. We broke in through the servants' entrance, the door yielding with a groan that echoed unnaturally long. Inside, the foyer was a tomb of faded opulence. Crystal chandeliers dangling like frozen tears. Wallpaper peeling to reveal murals of tropical jungles that seemed to writhe in the half-light. Dust danced in our torch beams, and the smell was of damp stone and something floral, like wilted roses left too long in a vase. Right, I said, unrolling blueprints on a warped oak table. We stabilized the east wing first. No heroics. This place is structurally sound but SENTIMANTAL, fragile. Finn snorted, but Lena shot him a look. Heard the echo here once as a lass, camping nearby. Sounded like my mum crying after Dia left. Gave me nightmares for weeks. We worked through the first day in silence, broken only by hammers and the patter of rain on slate roofs. I catalogued artifacts in the library. A taxidermied peacock with glass eyes that followed you. Leather-bound journals scrawled in Sir Reginald's hand detailing experiments with opium-laced tonics on the womenfolk. By dusk, as we packed tools, the first echo came, faint, from the grand staircase. A woman's sob layered with giggles like a lullaby gone sour. We froze. Wind, Thomas grunted, but his knuckles whitened on his mallet. That night, bunked in the gatehouse, I dreamed of fire flames licking silk gowns. Isolde's face melting as she clutched her daughters, their tiny hands reaching for me. "Join us, sister," they chorused. I woke gasping, the words lingering in my ears. Day 2 dawned gray, the loch mirroring the brooding sky. We tackled the upper galleries, where the bedrooms sprawled like forgotten memories. Finn was wiring outlets in Isolde's suite when he yelped, dropping his pliers. Something touched me cold fingers on my neck. We laughed it off as drafts, but scratches appeared on his skin later. Thin red lines spelling TOY in childish script. Lena cursed in Gaelic, rigging motion sensor lights that flickered to life on their own, casting shadows that twisted into skirts and bonnets. By afternoon, the echoes intensified, not sobs now, but songs haunting Gaelic airs twisted into pleas. Reginald ... mercy ... The flames hunger ... double quotes. They bounced off the vaulted ceilings, impossible to pinpoint, growing louder when we tried to leave a room. That evening, over tin stew in the kitchen, Finn pulled up old articles on his phone. Lady Isolde didn't burn clean autopsy, said smoke inhalation, but the daughters? Throats slit first. Post-mortem burns to hide it. Sir Reginald confessed on his deathbed, said the echo was their curse, binding him to the house. Thomas slammed his mug down. Bollocks. We're out tomorrow. But I couldn't. The grant demanded progress, and deep down the historian in me craved the truth. As thunder rumbled, the power cut, plunging us into ink-black dark. Then the echoes roared, a symphony of screams, footsteps thundering down halls, doors slamming in unison. Torchlights bobbed as we huddled, but the beams bent, illuminating nothing but air thick with the scent of smoke and scorched hair. Finn vanished first. One moment he was there, shining his light up the stairs. Guys, it's just the storm. The next gone, his beam clattering down steps. We called his name, voices swallowed by the din. Thomas charged up, mallet raised. Lena and I followed, hearts hammering. The gallery was a chaos of shadows, portraits of stern Blackwoods seeming to sneer. Finn! My shout echoed back in four voices, feminine and accusatory. We found his torch at the end of the hall, beside a door we'd nailed shut that morning, Lady Isolde's nursery, blueprints marked condemned. It hung open, hinges weeping rust. Inside, the air was furnace hot, wallpaper charred in patterns of handprints. Finn lay curled in the corner, eyes wide and unblinking, murmuring, "They sang to me." Wanted me to play forever ... double quotes. We dragged him out, his skin feverish, babbling of dollies with glass eyes, and a mother who promised tea by the fire. Back in the gatehouse, he thrashed through the night, clawing at invisible flames. Dawn brought no relief. The manor seemed alive, windows rattling like laughter, vines creeping inches across thresholds. Lena packed in the van, face pale as porridge. "This ain't restoration, Alara, it's invitation." Thomas nodded, hauling gear, but as we loaded the last box, the echoes shifted. Not please, but invitations, my name woven in. ELARA ... tester. "Dance with us ... I turned, and there they were, four figures in the foyer archway. Translucent gowns billowing in a breeze that wasn't there, faces half melted but smiling, hands extended. Panic surged. We fled, tires spinning mud as the manor receded in the mirror. Finn stabilized in hospital exhaustion and hypothermia. Doc said, but he quit academia, moved to London, swears he'll never hear bagpipes again. Lena won't speak of it. Thomas drinks to forget. Me? I burned the journals, donated the grant money to fire victims' charities, but the echoes follow. In quiet moments, typing lectures or sipping tea alone, I hear them. Giggles turning to sobs, songs to screams. Last month, restoring an old flat in Edinburgh, I found scratches under the wallpaper, JOIN, and the floral scent returned, mingled with smoke. "Blackwood Manor's for sale now, price slashed, new buyers beware." If you're in Scotland, heed the Highland mists, they carry warnings. True ghost stories like this don't end. They echo, waiting for the next sister to listen. Hold tight, the fog from France is rolling in next. Hash, the phantom barge of the Seine, Paris, France, Paris, the city of light, hides its darkness in the labyrinthine alleys and fog-veiled bridges where the Seine slithers like a serpent through the heart of the city. It's the autumn of 2023 and I'm Claire Dupont, a 41-year-old tour guide with a penchant for the macabre underbelly of my beloved home. For 15 years I've led haunted Paris walks, spinning yarns of guillotines and ghostly courtesans for wide-eyed tourists. But the night I boarded the phantom barge, a derelict houseboat moored off the Isle de la Cite, my tales became a true horror. Story, a real paranormal encounter that dragged me into the river's cold embrace and nearly drowned my soul. The barge had been a fixture since the 1970s. A rusted hulk named Asterisk, Lomber Eternal Asterisk, the eternal shadow tied to the quay near Notre Dame's shadow. Legend whispered it belonged to Marcel Voss, a reclusive artist who vanished in 1989 during a solar eclipse, leaving behind canvases splashed with nightmarish visions of drowned faces and tentacled horrors rising from the depths. Locals shunned it. Fishermen hooked things on lines cast too close hands with rings, scraps of canvas bearing eyes that followed you home. The city planned demolition, but permits stalled bureaucracy's gift to the undead. When my boss at Phantom Tours heard, he saw gold. Exclusive access. Ghost hunt on the sane bookings will explode. I volunteered. Of course, curiosity's my curse. My crew, Antoine, a lanky sound tech from Lyon with a Ghostbox app on his phone. Sophie, a psychic medium from Marseille whose tarot deck never lied. And Henry, the burly boatman who'd ferry us across, muttering prayers under his breath. We met at dusk on October 13th, the air crisp with fallen leaves and the Seine's briny tan. Notre Dame's gargoyles leered from scaffolds, reconstruction lights casting the water in ethereal blue. The barge bobbed gently, its deck warped planks slick with algae, portholes like blind eyes staring back. She don't like strangers, Henry grumbled, tossing ropes. Last fool who boarded? Found floating face down, canvas stuffed in his mouth. We stepped aboard, the hull creaking a welcome that vibrated through our bones. Inside, the cabin was a time capsule of decay. Easels tipped like fallen soldiers, paints crusted in pallets, walls papered with Voss's work swirling vortices of ink and oil depicting the river as a maw, swallowing swimmers whole. Antoine fired up his EVP recorder, static hissing like submerged breaths. Sophie lit sage, its smoke curling like fingers, and dealt cards. Death upright, the tower reversed, the drowned man a custom arcana she'd carved herself. Marcel's here, she whispered, and he's angry. The river wants tribute. We explored by lantern light, the barge rocking with the current's lullaby. The main hold yielded relics. A half-finished portrait of a woman with Voss's features, her eyes gouged out. Journals in spidery script ranting of the call, the Seine's voice, summoning artists to its depths for inspiration eternal. As midnight tolled from distant bells, the first phantom came, a splash, too close, too deliberate. We rushed to the rail, nothing but ripples. Then, from below decks, a gurgle, like water filling lungs, followed by knocking rhythmic, insistent, from the hull. Antoine's app crackled. ... return ... paint ... us ... distorted, but clear, layered voices bubbling up. Tension coiled as we descended to the bilge, a claustrophobic maze of rusted pipes and fetid puddles. Henry stayed topside, chain-smoking Gauloises. The air grew thick, oxygen leaching away, lanterns dimming to flickers. Sophie clutched her crucifix. They're not ghosts. They're the taken, drowned souls Voss lured with his art. Bound to the barge, a canvas unrolled at our feet, unbidden fresh paint, wet, depicting asterisk, us, asterisk. My face twisted in scream, Antoine's hands clawing air, Sophie's cards floating in ink-black water. We backed away, but the knocking swelled to pounding, the hull vibrating as if something massive thrashed within. Panic hit when the water rose, not rain, but from below, cold and silty, lapping ankles, then knees. The river's bleeding in! Antoine yelled, his app screaming static. Join. The masterpiece ... double quotes. Shadows slithered from corners, humanoid forms with elongated limbs, faces pallid and pruned, mouths gaping in silent howls. One lunged, icy fingers grazing my wrist, pulling with tidal force. I screamed, thrashing free, but Sophie slipped, vanishing under the flood with a gasp. We dove after, hands groping blind, her body surfaced yards away, limp but breathing, dragged by the current onto the deck. Henry hauled us out as the barge bucked like a beast in throes. Lights from the quay pierced the night tourists, gawking, phones flashing. We collapsed on the stones, soaked and shuddering, as sirens wailed. Sophie coughed river water, spitting black flecks. Marcel ... he painted their deaths to trap them. The eclipse freed him, but not them. They want brushes now, our blood for ink. The barge listed, ropes snapping like veins, drifting midstream before beaching on the opposite bank. Lights from patrol boats illuminating fresh gouges on its side. Faces etched deep. Investigators called it structural failure, old hull, storm surge, Voss's journals. Delusions of a madman. but Sophie quit the psychic life, moved to the mountains. Antoine burned his gear, swears off water. Henry retired, blessing every boat he sees. Me? I lead tours still, but skip the barge now sunk, they say, after a freak wave. Yet every full moon, when the Seine runs high, I hear the gurgle from bridges, see splashes that aren't fish. Last week, a canvas washed up at my door, my portrait, eyes intact, staring. And in the corner, faint, the call awaits. If Paris calls you, listen close, the river sings true horror stories to those who linger. But from Germany, an even darker whisper rises. Don't blink. The Schattinger of the Black Forest. Germany deep in the Schwarzwald, the Black Forest, where pines claw at eternal twilight and fairy tales were born from nightmares, lies the village of Schattenheim, a cluster of half-timber-bird houses huddled against the ancient woods like frightened children. It was early 2024, and I am Lucas Brandt, a 37-year-old forester from Freiburg with calloused hands and a lifetime of mapping. Trails that twist like veins through the green-black heart of the forest. I'd hiked these paths since boyhood, knew every brook and badger den. But the Schattinger, the shadow hunter, taught me that some shadows hunt back. This is my true scary story, a real cryptid encounter that turned the woods I loved into a labyrinth of primal fear. Schattenheim clings to the forest's edge population. Barely 500, where clocks tick slower and elders speak of the Jiger as if he's Kunstspectral poacher from the 1700s, hanged for witchcraft after luring travelers, with lantern lights only to flay them for eternal hides. His ghost, they say, stalks moonless nights, bow drawn, arrows tipped with thorned iron that pierce soul deep. Dismissed as folklore by outsiders, but to us locals, the disappearances, hikers vanishing without trace. Their packs found shredded, bloodless kept the tailies alive. In January, when a Dutch couple went missing on the Waldfad Trail, the Bundespolizei called in experts. I volunteered as guide, thinking science would silence the old wives' whispers. My team: Dr. Elena Kurtz, a Berlin parapsychologist with gadgets that hummed like angry bees. Karl, a stocky tracker from Munich with a bloodhound named Greta. And Mia, Elena's assistant, a grad student pale as birch with notebooks full of runes. We set out at dawn on the 5th, snow crunching under boots, the air sharp with resin and frost. The Waldfad wound 7 kilometers into the forest. A ribbon of packed earth flanked by firs so tall they blocked the sun, casting the path in perpetual dusk. Stay close, I warned, machete at my belt. The Jäger's lights mimic fireflies, follow at your peril. Elena scoffed, her thermal camera whirring. Superstition. We'll map M spikes, debunk the myth. The first anomaly hit at kilometer 3. Greta froze, heckles raised, whining at a thicket where no trail led. Karl tugged her leash. She lunged, barking frenzy, then yelped. Something snagged her paw. A thorn barb like no bramble I'd seen, black and curved as a fang. Blood welled, but the wound steamed in the cold, scent metallic and wrong. Bear trap? Mia asked, voice small. I shook my head, too precise, embedded like it grew there. We pressed on, but the forest shifted, paths narrowed, trees leaning closer, branches interlacing overhead like a cage. Elena's camera beeped cold spots, 10 degrees below ambient, humanoid shapes flickering in and out. By noon, fog rolled in, thick as soup, muffling our steps. The whispers started, then rustles like silk on bark, low murmurs in Plattdeutsch, the old dialect, KOMM JAGEN Maitemir . With me, Greta cowered, tail tucked. Karl cursed, shotgun primed. Hallucination from the cold, Elena insisted, but her hands shook as she logged data. We found the first sign at a clearing. The Dutch couple's tent, shredded from inside out, stakes driven deep as if fleeing upward. No blood, no bodies, just a lantern, unlit, hanging from a branch, swaying without wind. Mia touched it. The glass was warm, etched inside with a face contorted, screaming, eyes hollow. Panic simmered as dusk fell early, the forest swallowing light whole. We radioed bass static, then a voice not ours. Laughter, guttural and echoing, bowstring twang. Arrows whistled. One grazed my arm, thorn tip drawing a line that burned like acid, veins blackening around it. Run! I roared, Greta bolting ahead. The chase was a blur, shadows lengthening into forms tall, cloaked, antlered helm glinting with frost. The Jäger, bow raised, quiver endless. He didn't tire. Each shot missed by inches, embedding in trees that bled sap like wounds. Elena's camera shattered on a root. Mia twisted an ankle, sobbing as Carl hoisted her.
He's hurting us.
I realized, the path looping back on itself, impossible geometries bending space. We burst into a ravine at midnight, moon hidden, the air alive with howls, not wolves but men, layered agonies from centuries past. The Jiger materialized fully then. 7 feet of shadow flesh. Face a skull wrapped in tanned hide human. Stitched crude eyes glowing ember red under antlers twisted from bone. His bow creaked, arrow knocked, whispering my name. Brant. Erde Waldej outer word gejagt. Hunt or be hunted. Greta charged. He loosed a shaft through her flank, pinning her to earth, whimpering fade to silence. Carl fired buckshots scattered like rain on water, the figure unmoved. Elena flung her runestone. It flared blue, repelling him a step, buying us seconds. We scrambled up the ravine, Mia's screams echoing, until we spilled onto a logging road salvation, lights of Schattenheim winking half a kilometer off. The Jiger halted at the tree line, bow lowering, but his whisper followed. Du kommst zurück. Das Schattenrufen. You will return ... the shadows call. We staggered into the village inn, collapsing as locals pressed hot rum into trembling hands. Search parties scoured till dawn. Greta's body gone, arrows vanished, only black veins fading from my arm. The Dutch couple? Found days later, miles off trail, alive but catatonic, skins pale as parchment, murmuring of the eternal hunt. Elena published nothing, tenure be damned. Mia dropped out, vanished to Berlin therapy. Carl drowned his shotgun, took up fishing. Me? I quit forestry, teach school now, warning kids of the woods' hunger. But every new moon, the whispers creep from my closet, the thorn scar itches, and in dreams I don the cloak, bow heavy, the Jagger's laughter my own. Germany's forests guard secrets sharper than steel. If the Black Forest beckons, turn back the Schattinger waits. That's all for tonight's true terrifying horror stories, but sleep tight ... if you can. Like, share, and subscribe for more real ghost stories that chill to the bone. What scared you most? Comment below your country's next? Sweet dreams? Or not? United States. The whispering pines of Blackwood Hollow, in the dense fog-shrouded forests of the Appalachian Mountains. In rural West Virginia, where the air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, lies a forgotten stretch of land known only to locals as Blackwood Hollow. It's the kind of place where cell signals die without warning, and the nearest town is a 2-hour hike through trails that twist like veins in a dying body. This is where our story unfolds, a true scary story of isolation, madness, and something ancient lurking just beyond the tree line that defies every rational explanation. What started as a simple family retreat turned into a nightmare of whispering shadows and unrelenting pursuit. A paranormal encounter so visceral, it left scars that no doctor could heal. It was the summer of 2023 when Elena Ramirez, a 34-year-old graphic designer from Pittsburgh, decided she needed a break from the grind of city life. Burned out from endless deadlines and a recent divorce that left her questioning her sanity, Elena packed her beat-up Subaru with camping gear, a cooler of craft beers, and her loyal golden retriever, Max. Her destination, a remote cabin her late grandfather had left her in his will, nestled deep in Blackwood Hollow. Grandpa had always called it his sanctuary, a place to escape the chaos of the world, but Elena's mother had warned her never to go there. The pines whisper lies, her mom would say, with a shiver, her eyes distant as if remembering something she couldn't bear to voice. Elena dismissed it as old-world superstition after all. In the age of TikTok ghost hunts and viral haunted ASMR videos, what harm could a little rustication do? The drive took 8 grueling hours, the last 2 on a gravel road that clawed its way up the mountain like fingers scraping bark. As the sun dipped below the ridgeline, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, Elena finally spotted the cabin, a weathered A-frame structure half swallowed by towering black pines that seemed to lean inward, as if conspiring. The porch sagged under the weight of forgotten summers, and the windows stared out like empty eye sockets. Max whined from the back seat, his tail tucked, but Elena chalked it up to the long trip. She unloaded her bags, fired up the stone fireplace with logs she'd chopped herself. Empowerment. She thought, and cracked open a beer as the first stars pierced the velvet night. That first evening was deceptively peaceful. Crickets chirped in symphony, and the fire crackled like an old friend. Elena scrolled through her phone. the signal flickering like a candle in wind, liking posts about solo travel triumphs and manifesting inner peace. But as midnight crept in, the whispers began. At first, she thought it was the wind rustling the pines, a soft susurrus that mimicked human voices, faint, overlapping murmurs that rose and fell like a distant congregation. Elena, come closer. We've been waiting, double quotes. She sat up in her sleeping bag, heart pounding, straining to listen. Max's ears perked, his body rigid as he stared at the cabin door. It's just the trees, she muttered, forcing a laugh, but the words felt hollow. She blamed the beer, the isolation, the echo of her own loneliness bouncing off the wooden walls. Sleep came fitfully, shattered by dreams of endless forests, where figures with elongated limbs darted between trunks, their faces blurred but eyes gleaming like wet obsidian. She woke at dawn, drenched in sweat, to find muddy paw prints crisscrossing the porch, too large for Max, too deliberate, as if something had paced outside all night, testing the boundaries. Shaking it off as wildlife bears, maybe, or a rogue coyote Elena decided to explore. She leashed Max and hiked the overgrown trail behind the cabin, the path her grandfather had marked with stacked stones that now lay toppled like dominoes. The air grew thicker, the pines denser, their needles forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. Birds fell silent. Even the wind held its breath. About a mile in, the trail opened to a clearing dominated by a massive gnarled oak tree, its bark etched with symbols that looked carved by hand-swirling patterns that twisted like screams frozen in wood. At its base lay a circle of stones, blackened as if scorched by fire long ago. Elena's skin prickled. This wasn't natural. Max growled low, refusing to step closer. Kneeling, she traced the carvings with her fingers, feeling a vibration hum through her bones, like the tree was alive, pulsing. That's when she heard it clearly, the whispers, not from the wind, but from the tree itself. Join us, the hollow HUNGERS ... Your blood feeds the roots ... Her vision blurred, and for a split second, she saw them translucent figures draped in tattered clothes from another era, miners perhaps, their faces hollowed by starvation, eyes pleading yet ravenous. She stumbled back, gasping, convinced it was a hallucination from low blood sugar. Back at the cabin, Elena tried to rationalize. She called her best friend, Sarah, the connection crackling like static on an old radio. It's creepy out here, but kinda therapeutic, she lied, her voice trembling. Sarah laughed, oblivious. Send pics. Living your best feral girl era. Elena snapped a few the cabin's facade. The misty hollow, but when she reviewed them later, anomalies appeared. Shadowy figures in the background, elongated and wrong, lurking at the tree line. She deleted them, hard hammering, and barricaded the door with a chair. That night the whispers evolved. No longer soft, they clawed at the walls, scratching like nails on tin. Elena ... opened the door. We've come for you ... Max barked furiously, hackles raised, as thumps echoed from the roof, something heavy, deliberate, circling. By the third day, paranoia set in like fog. Elena hadn't slept more than an hour at a stretch. Food tasted like ash. Every shadow in her peripheral vision shifted unnaturally. She found scratches on the cabin floor, fresh and deep, forming the same symbols from the oak tree. Desperate, she rummaged through her grandfather's old trunk in the loft dusty journals yellowed with age. Flipping through frantic scrawls, she pieced it together. In 1927, Blackwood Hollow had been a boomtown for coal mining. But a cave-in trapped 30 men alive, their screams echoing for days as rescuers failed. Starving, desperate, they turned on each other in the dark, resorting to unspeakable acts to survive. When the bodies were finally pulled out weeks later, they weren't human anymore, twisted, feral things with eyes that glowed faintly. The locals burned the town, but the spirits didn't leave. They'd bound to the pines, feeding on the living who strayed too close, whispering madness until the intruder became one of them. Elena's grandfather had come here in the 70s, seeking solitude after Vietnam. The journals detailed his descent. Visions of the miners, their pleas morphing to accusations, "You left us to rot," culminating in his attempt to flee. But the hollow doesn't let go easy. He scratched warnings into the wood, then vanished. No body, no trace, just the cabin, waiting. Terror gripped Elena like a vice. She packed feverishly, but as dusk fell, the power cut though there were no lines to sever. Candles flickered to life on their own, casting writhing shadows that mimicked grasping hands. The whispers were a chorus now, chanting her name, her secrets, her divorce, her regrets, the abortion she'd never told anyone about. We know ... we see. Join the feast ... double quotes. Max bolted for the door, yipping in panic. And when Elena opened it to follow, the night exploded into movement. Figures emerged from the pines, not ghosts, but something worse. Emaciated forms in ragged overalls, skin pale and stretched, eyes sunken pits that wept black ichor. They shambled forward, mouths opening in silent screams, hands outstretched like roots seeking soil. Elena ran, Max at her heels, the Subaru's keys slipping from her sweat-slick fingers. She dove into the underbrush, branches whipping her face like accusations. The whispers pursued, multiplying, disorienting left, right? The trail looped impossibly, the pines closing in, hours blurred into a nightmare haze. She collapsed by the oak, its carvings pulsing with sickly light. The miners encircled her, their forms solidifying, breaths ragged and foul. One, a boy no older than 16, reached out, his touch burning like frostbite. "Stay! Feed us ... Visions flooded her. The cave-in, the betrayal, the cannibalistic frenzy that damned them. She saw herself joining teeth-tearing flesh, forever bound. But Max's growl snapped her back. With a surge of adrenaline, she grabbed a jagged rock and smashed it into the oak's trunk, splintering bark and symbols alike. A howl ripped through the hollow, not human, but primal, the ground trembling as if the earth wept. The figures recoiled, dissolving into mist that reeked of sulfur and regret. Elena fled blindly, collapsing miles later on the main road where a passing trucker found her at dawn, babbling, scratched, Max limping beside her. She never returned. The cabin rots, the pines whisper on. Locals avoid Blackwood Hollow, but hikers still vanish, drawn by an inexplicable pull. Elena's journals, mailed to Sarah post-recovery, warn of the hunger that never dies. If you're planning a trip to the Appalachians, listen close. The trees might whisper your name next. This true horror story from the heart of America reminds us that some places are unhaunted, they re-hungry. And now, without further delay, let's cross the Atlantic to the land of ancient castles and restless spirits.